Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
On the battlefield, a fierce struggle unfolded between the soldiers and dragon-like monsters. Among the soldiers, a woman emerged as a leader in her own right. This additional female leader, distinguished by her blonde beauty, held a title that resonated on the battlefield, Madame Dark. Amidst the relentless battle, Madame Dark's thoughts momentarily shifted to the completion of their mission and the prospect of returning home. Beyond wielding swords and shields, a contingent of archers provided crucial long-range support. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers wielding swords and shields displayed their prowess. Among the diverse group of soldiers, there were those of smaller stature who, despite their apparent disadvantage, proved their bravery in combat. One such soldier, noticeably shorter in height, demonstrated extraordinary courage as he surged forward with two sharp swords in hand. Despite facing a formidable adversary, the small warrior attacked with unyielding determination. The intense battles against dragon-like monsters and the diverse cast of soldiers were, in fact, part of a fictional scenario within a popular video game. This virtual realm had garnered a devoted fanbase eagerly anticipating updates and new features. Among the avid fans was Kim Junwoo, an office worker in the real world. The year within this futuristic setting was 203 times, showcasing the advanced state of technology where gaming experiences had rapidly evolved. Cutting-edge technologies had ushered in a new era where players could immerse themselves in the game. And among those virtual reality games, Kim Junwoo's favorite was a title called Over the Fantasy. Despite its immersive and realistic features, it struggled to gain popularity, unlike its more mainstream counterparts. Some players cited concerns about the game's heightened realism, making it significantly more challenging than other virtual reality experiences. Additionally, unlike other games whose play-to-win system, players only paid for the game upon the initial purchase, and there were no additional in-game purchases for buffs or advantages. Upon receiving a notice from the game, after finishing his work at the office, Junwoo promptly headed home. Contrary to the criticisms the game had received, he found its perceived weaknesses charming and endearing as his excitement was palpable. It filled him with tears of joy, especially since the game had just received its first major update in 3 years. As he eagerly awaited the update launch, Junwoo realized he had some time to spare, 19 minutes to be exact. Rather than idly waiting, he decided to make the most of it by preparing for an immersive gaming session. His first task was ensuring his work suit was fresh for the next day, promptly tossing it into the laundry. Having completed his minor chores, Junwoo wasted no time and settled into his gaming chair with eager anticipation. As he logged into Over the Fantasy, his eyes widened with excitement when the system swiftly recognized his account. Transported into the game's vibrant lobby, Junwoo was greeted by an array of cool and diverse characters, each offering unique possibilities. Despite being in the midst of selecting his character, he couldn't conceal his happiness. In the gaming world, having 3 max-level characters typically labeled a player as a dedicated enthusiast, but Junwoo exceeded expectations with an impressive count of 7 max-level characters. Amidst the array of cool and intimidating characters, Junwoo found himself strangely drawn to a character that appeared normal yet undeniably handsome. Junwoo confidently selected the character named Dio, a level 10 character without a specific class. His choice was marked by pure determination, and without any hesitations, he embraced Dio as his virtual persona. However, in Junwoo's strategic mindset, Dio's character was intended solely for storage purposes. Upon making the selection, Junwoo felt a unique sensation as he assimilated with Dio's virtual form. It was a moment of transition, and soon after, he found himself in a lobby alongside the other players of the game. As other players were engrossed in their daily activities, Junwoo, now inhabiting Dio's character, set out on a mission to gather items that would enhance his character's growth. However, Dio's storage filled with a myriad of items, Junwoo like he's organizing an actual storage. On that day, Junwoo felt like it was going to take a while for him to organize. Exhausted from the meticulous organization of Dio's storage, Junwoo took a moment to catch his virtual breath. Just as he was about to proceed with the game, a character named Tony, the warehouse keeper, greeted him. Responding with a kind nod, Junwoo engaged with Tony, requesting the opening of the subspace. Tony, the warehouse keeper, halted Junwoo with a polite request for payment before fulfilling his storage-related needs. In the game, fees for accessing specialized services like the subspace increased with a character's level. That's why they are mindful of these costs, often maintained their storage characters at level 10. Junwoo, navigating through Dio's storage, discovered an unexpected item. With the newfound item in hand, he contemplated its potential and considered the various possibilities for its use. The item was called the Lichen Kukri knife, leading him to decide to keep the item for now, pondering which of his characters might benefit most from its use. As he continued organizing his inventory, Junwoo encountered items that failed to captivate his interest. All of a sudden, the game announced that a server inspection was imminent, and players were advised to move to a safe location and log out within the next 15 minutes. It left Junwoo feeling a sense of pressure, realizing he had spent a significant portion of his time organizing his storage. Despite the cautionary message, Junwoo, undeterred, chose to brush off the urgency. Confident that the game would automatically disconnect him when the update commenced, Junwoo continued his organizational efforts. In Over the Fantasy, Avra Village was a location with an appropriate level recommendation of 100. However, Junwoo, at level 10, felt secure as long as he remained within the confines of the village square. Junwoo hurried up with organizing his storage. As Junwoo hurriedly organized his storage, the in-game system made an announcement notifying players that the major update would initiate in 5 minutes. However, an unexpected error in the game seemed to persist. The system failed to detect Junwoo's presence, despite the warnings to log out or move to a safer location. As the game struggled with what seemed like a defective state, Junwoo remained engrossed in organizing his inventory. But no matter how the game tried to caution him specifically, Junwoo was unbothered. With the game on the brink of launching the impending update, Junwoo completed his organizational tasks just in time. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, he stretched his body, acknowledging the strain of the effort he had just exerted. However, the satisfaction of completion was short-lived as Junwoo abruptly halted his body stretch. A wave of confusion washed over Junwoo as the atmosphere within the game seemed to grow heavier. The once vibrant surroundings now appeared gloomy and unsettling, leaving him perplexed. Anticipating the usual transition as the update launched, he found himself disoriented. Adding to his confusion, the game failed to automatically log him out, defying the expected protocol during major updates. As panic set in, Junwoo desperately considered the possibility that the update might have been delayed, expecting a notification to inform him. To take matters into his own hands, he summoned the game's system to manually log out. However, his initial relief turned into sheer alarm as he scanned his entire screen for the logout button, only to find it conspicuously missing. As his eyes darted around, he eventually looked to the upper right corner of his screen, where the logout button should have been located, but it's still missing. A sense of unease enveloped Junwoo as the realization sank in. Strangely, his senses became sharper, the virtual world around him taking on an eerily realistic quality. Doubts crept into Junwoo's mind as he grappled with the notion that the game might be too realistic, though he believed that it's impossible for the game developers to achieve. Yet, despite these doubts, an undeniable feeling persisted that something was undeniably off. Determined not to succumb to panic, Junwoo recalled the concept of a dimensional fissure. In Over the Fantasy, the dimensional fissure was the only location where players could engage in multiplayer interactions. Fueled by hope, he sprinted towards the designated area, anticipating the prospect of encountering other users in the game. However, as Junwoo reached the supposed location of the dimensional fissure, he was met with an unexpected sight. He couldn't comprehend why the familiar element of the game seemed to elude him. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a kid bumped into him, bringing Junwoo back to reality. The child, polite and respectful, apologized for the collision. However, Junwoo struggled to respond, still grappling with the disconcerting events unfolding around him. As the implications sank in, Junwoo couldn't help but question the very nature of his favorite game. He clung to the belief that what he was experiencing must be a mere malfunction within the game. After 3 days, Junwoo found himself in a state of complete hopelessness. The once beloved game had transformed into an inescapable reality, and Junwoo, now resigned to this fate, couldn't help but rue the unfortunate choice of a level 10 character in the midst of this unprecedented situation. As the non-playable characters commenced their day, preparing for the upcoming battle in the training grounds, a sense of determination resonated among the soldiers. However, amidst this resolve, Junwoo remained shrouded in gloom, struggling to come to terms with the sudden and irreversible shift in his life. Junwoo, after numerous failed attempts to deny the reality, reluctantly accepted that the game had become his new, tangible existence. Junwoo, despite his efforts to appear tough, couldn't escape the regret of choosing a storage character instead of utilizing those at maximum levels more suitable for combat. Overwhelmed by regret, Junwoo's emotions reached a breaking point. In an attempt to find solace, he grasped onto the notion that at least his character wasn't destitute. However, a swift mood swing followed as the unsettling reality of being trapped inside a game gripped him. Amidst an existential crisis in the training grounds, a soldier noticed Junwoo's presence. Nervous but attempting composure, Junwoo kindly explained to the soldier that he was merely observing their training. The soldier, mistaking Junwoo for a willing participant, didn't realize Junwoo's initial intention to remain a bystander. But then Junwoo got an idea with the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo inquired about the unexpected training session. With a hint of hesitation, the soldier revealed that the training was in preparation for the waves. Drawing from his knowledge, Junwoo understood that waves referred to the monster waves, periodic attacks by monsters to the Avra village with stronghold NPCs despite the village was known to be peaceful. Fortunately, the NPCs in Over the Fantasy were designed to be reliable companions for players, aiding in leveling up in combat. However, the situation became precarious for Junwoo, a level 10 character in a village recommended for level 100 players. Feeling the weight of the pressure, Junwoo realized the gravity of his predicament. He wondered the possibility of death in the game, which now posed a more serious threat, with no guarantee that he would return to Earth if he perished. With this uncertainty hanging over him, Junwoo resolved to survive using the best of his abilities. In a bid to assess his capabilities, Junwoo summoned his status settings, hoping to discover any latent abilities he could leverage. His initial focus was on scouring his inventory for any valuable items that could aid him in this challenging situation. Reflecting on his choices, Junwoo pondered an opportunity to select a character class that might have granted him an advantage. He delved into his inventory and uncovered scrolls like guides for learning assassin and martial arts skills. Pondering his options carefully, Junwoo grappled with the realization that his current stats might not facilitate an immediate level boost. However, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he retrieved another item from his inventory. The scroll he held seemed to hold a special significance, and Junwoo's curiosity grew as he perused its contents. To his bewilderment, unlike the typical purple glow associated with Stage 2 Promotion Book 1, this scroll contained unique information. In this scroll, it hinted at aiding him in a talent breakthrough, contingent upon his current class and growth state. Junwoo, in disbelief, couldn't fathom the privilege of possessing the Book of Promotions in his current situation. He wondered about the hidden elements within the perfectly crafted game, a creation seemingly devoid of plot holes or imperfections. In the vast expanse of Over the Fantasy, not a single player had stumbled upon bugs or exploits. Players discovered that to truly enjoy the game, one had to actively search for hidden contents, which had frustrated many reviewers, but Junwoo found the difficulty charming, standing alone in his appreciation for the challenge. Given that Junwoo had never heard of the Book of Promotions, he speculated that the unique scroll he possessed was a hidden piece within the game. Clutching this enigmatic item, hope surged within him. Clutching the hidden piece with a determined grip, Junwoo recognized that survival stood as his top priority. Yet, as he stumbled upon discoveries within the game, excitement surged through his veins, boiling within him. Expressing gratitude to Tony for his assistance, Junwoo bid farewell. Tony reciprocated the sentiment, expressing a hope to see Junwoo again in the future. With newfound resolve, Junwoo set his sights on the Avra Village Mercenary Guild. Wearing a cloak, Junwoo entered the Mercenary Guild and was met with the imposing sight of tough-looking individuals. Trying to blend in, he walked slowly, attempting to avoid drawing attention. However, as he approached the lady selling items, a burly man was taken aback by his presence. The man, perceiving Junwoo as cutting the line, called him out sharply. Judging by Junwoo's clothing, the man didn't hesitate to make assumptions about his financial means, openly expressing doubt about Junwoo's ability to afford anything. As the man's disdain intensified, he didn't shy away from openly displaying his disgust at Junwoo's presence within the mercenary guild. Unfazed, he requested an audience with the guild's master and tossed a gold coin onto the counter, asserting his seriousness. The gold coin that Junwoo nonchalantly tossed onto the counter revealed itself to be a worn-out rank mercenary medallion, a token validating one's status as a mercenary. The realization of the medallion's significance sparked surprise in the eyes of the lady seller and those nearby. Their expressions shifted from disdain to astonishment as they witnessed Junwoo holding a valuable item. Junwoo experienced satisfaction as watched their reactions, especially when the medallion is in a rank that not even the top 0.1% of mercenaries could reach. And of course, he had fetched a place in his inventory, providing him with a valuable asset. With a sense of strategic finesse, Junwoo saw an opportunity to feign a higher status within the guild. Additionally, he chose to obscure his identity further by wearing a cloak, ensuring that his character Dio remained unrecognizable, and bluff his way through this challenging situation. But Junwoo wasn't done, as he had one more trick up his sleeve. In his pocket was a hidden Imperial Medal of Honor. This prestigious medal, known to act as a free pass to various privileges and considerations. While Junwoo possessed the Imperial Medal of Honor, a potential trump card, he hesitated to reveal it openly, wary of the potential risks to his safety. Displaying the Imperial Medal, he hoped it would suffice to grant him an audience with the guild's master. However, a lingering nervousness gnawed at him, fearing that the guild members might challenge the authenticity of his medal. Amidst these apprehensions, a man with an imposing physique suddenly took notice of Junwoo. The man with the impressive physique identified himself as Cotton, the regional manager of the Avera Mercenary Guild. Cotton extended an invitation for Junwoo to provide further details upstairs with such a serious gaze. Junwoo, on the other hand, kept in his mind that he must not show any weakness to Cotton. Maintaining his tough persona, Junwoo stood firm, insisting on meeting the guild's master. Cotton, adopting a more gentlemanly demeanor, expressed regret and clarified that the guild master was currently absent. In the absence of the guildmaster, Cotton insisted on temporarily assuming the role to listen to Junwoo's concerns. Left with no other choice, Junwoo reluctantly proceeded to discuss matters with Cotton. However, in Junwoo's strategic mind, this presented a perfect opportunity to initiate negotiations with the regional manager, laying the groundwork for his influence. As the evening settled in, Cotton and Junwoo continued their meeting within the guild headquarters. Cotton sought clarification regarding Junwoo's request to be taken to the Forgotten Temple. In response, Junwoo affirmed his desire without imposing any additional conditions. As Cotton deliberated on Junwoo's request, the latter revealed that he had received a specific request from the Forgotten Temple. In turn, Cotton explained that the guild had prior requests involving the protection of the priestess, but those positions had already been filled by assigned mercenaries. Junwoo, in response to Cotton's explanation about the filled positions, clarified that he was content with the existing setup. He expressed a lack of interest in any rewards, emphasizing that a comfortable journey to the temple sufficed for him. Cotton, considering Junwoo's stance, speculated that perhaps Junwoo intended to join as someone in need of protection. Junwoo dispelled this notion, asserting that it wasn't a matter of weakness, but a commitment to not standing idly by in the face of danger. In Junwoo's strategic mindset, he believed that his request, devoid of any desire for rewards, should secure his acceptance. Additionally, he reasoned that within the mercenary guild, an increase in fighting power correlated with a decrease in risks. Without hesitation, Cotton accepted Junwoo's request. While explaining the need for paperwork, Cotton's willingness to proceed left Junwoo delighted, considering their negotiation effective. Cotton handed Junwoo the necessary document, leading to the signing of the mercenary request contract, signaling the initiation of a new quest for him. Expressing gratitude, Cotton conveyed that the priestess overseeing the request would be thrilled as he instructed Junwoo to return for the night and meet the responsible parties at the north exit the following morning. With this, their meeting concluded, prompting Junwoo to head back and commence preparations, and also to maintain the secrecy of his identity as Dio. Observing Junwoo exit through the door, a grin formed on Cotton's face. The next day, the mercenaries gathered at the designated location, engaged in conversations about Junwoo's decision to join them. There was curiosity about how a rank mercenary would involve themselves in a task situated in the outskirts. As Junwoo arrived, one one of the mercenaries, named Raymond, extended a friendly introduction. In response, Junwoo introduced himself under the alias Monty. The two men shook hands, initiating a camaraderie that would accompany them on their journey to the Forgotten Temple. Junwoo's surprise was evident when he discovered that only 4 mercenaries, including himself, were assigned to the task. It dawned on him that Cotton, likely influenced by the impression that Junwoo was a ranked mercenary, had removed some personnel from the original request. Coming to terms with this realization, Junwoo recognized that he had been deceived by Cotton's strategic maneuver. As they moved forward, Raymond advised the team to wait for the requester. And right on cue, the individual who had submitted the request arrived. The requester, revealed to be a girl in her adolescence, expressed genuine delight upon meeting the mercenaries who would accompany her. Apologetic for her tardiness, she caught her breath as she extended apologies for the delayed arrival. The requester revealed herself to be Priestess Clara, taking charge of the dispatch mission to the Forgotten Temple. The mercenaries commenced introducing themselves to Clara, establishing a rapport with their client. In Junwoo's perspective, he observed Clara's priestess garb in disarray, presumably due to her journey to meet the mercenaries. As Clara met each mercenary, her gaze eventually fixed upon Junwoo. Junwoo, taken aback, started to overthink as Clara looked directly at him. The intensity of her gaze fueled his concern that she might find something fishy about his identity. Contrary to Junwoo's initial concerns, he considered the possibility that Clara's curious gaze was due to the rarity of encountering an rank mercenary. With everyone gathered, the team decided to press forward, and Junwoo consciously kept his focus straight. As the journey stretched into the night, the team found themselves in a peaceful forest, and deciding to rest, they built a camp for the night. Discussions revolved around plans to head to the second camp the following day for some much-needed rest. As discussions about the journey unfolded in the camp, one of the mercenaries assured the group that taking a bit of a roundabout path would be safer, minimizing potential problems. Raymond expressed his agreement, emphasizing the safety aspect of the suggested route. However, Junwoo held a different perspective. He proposed taking a shortcut by moving towards the third camp, revealing the existence of a hidden cave that could expedite their arrival at the temple. Raymond, having extensive knowledge of the paths, objected to Junwoo's suggestion, stating that the third camp might not be as safe as Junwoo perceived it to be. Confident in his knowledge and convinced that he knew a better path, Junwoo persisted in advocating for a faster route, particularly through Dunville Forest. Raymond's surprise at Junwoo's suggestion was evident, given his awareness of Dunville Forest as an area known for the emergence of various monsters. Unbeknownst to Raymond, Junwoo's eagerness for a quicker journey stemmed from a different motivation. It's a fear that his true identity might be exposed. Despite the logical and rightful plan presented by Raymond and his team, Junwoo harbored concerns about revealing the classless level 10 nature of his character. To maintain a facade of strength and confidence, Junwoo resolved to keep his head high, concealing the vulnerability he perceived in the eyes of his fellow mercenaries. Despite the reservations from the others, Junwoo persisted in advocating for the route through the third camp. In an attempt to reinforce his argument, Junwoo raised the point that they should take into consideration Clara's stamina, emphasizing that a faster route would be a more suitable option. In protest, Junwoo asserted that he hadn't accepted the request to leisurely screw around, emphasizing the value of his time. Despite his confident exterior, he was aware that his demeanor was becoming increasingly annoying to Raymond and the other mercenaries. To settle the debate, Junwoo turned to Clara for her insights. Clara, displaying kindness, requested that Raymond and his companions listen to Junwoo, expressing a preference for a faster route. Clara, while expressing a preference for the faster route, also clarified that upon their return, they would follow Raymond's proposed path. Raymond, accepting this compromise, voiced the hope that if any challenges arose, Junwoo would assist them in handling the obstacles. Junwoo responded with a reassuring smile, giving his word that there was no need to worry. With their plans settled, the group decided to retire for the night, recognizing the demanding march awaiting them the next day. As the following day dawned with brightness and a gentle breeze, Junwoo awoke from a peaceful nap. However, he quickly noticed a problem that his entire body felt stiff. In the context of a game or fantasy, a single sleep would typically eliminate all exhaustion. Yet, the harsh reality struck Junwoo as he realized that, in this new world, he still felt tired despite having taken a nap. As the group pressed forward, Raymond sought reassurance from Junwoo regarding the cave he had mentioned the night before. However, Raymond and his companions suddenly changed direction, prompting Junwoo to call them out. The truth, though, was that Raymond simply needed to step aside for a moment to pee. Junwoo, understanding the underlying frustration, brushed off the situation due to the tension from their debate the previous night. Seizing the emotional tension as an opportunity, Junwoo decided to use his abilities to challenge the mercenaries. During a break in their walking journey, the atmosphere became increasingly gloomy. This left one of the mercenaries with a sense that something was amiss. Suddenly, chaos erupted as Raymond found himself chased by a werewolf, suffering from the abnormal status of bleeding. While the mercenaries were caught off guard, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, having warned Raymond to be careful. As Raymond's companions urgently called for Junwoo's assistance to save their friend, but Junwoo, fueled by pride, asserted that he had already issued a warning and Raymond brought the situation upon himself. Frustration and thoughts of Junwoo's arrogance simmered among the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Junwoo advised Clara to stay close to him, presenting it as a protective measure. Unbeknownst to them, Junwoo was seizing the opportunity to observe the mercenaries' skills. As each mercenary showcased their capabilities, Junwoo keenly observed and concluded that they were all D-rank mercenaries, each boasting a level above 100. Their collective strength became evident as they joined forces, successfully defeating the werewolf through coordinated efforts. As the initial battle concluded, Junwoo's frown indicated that the challenges were far from over. The situation escalated when 2 additional werewolves entered the fray, intensifying the ongoing battle. Junwoo's focused gaze suggested a heightened level of attention, as if his eyes were glued to the unfolding conflict. Junwoo's keen observation led him to notice that one of the werewolves was approaching a critical condition. Recognizing the weakened state of one of the monsters, Junwoo seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow, intending to showcase his abilities and assert his rank status. In his mind, one impressive display was sufficient. Seeking permission from Clara, she granted him approval to join the fight alongside the mercenaries. Carefully observing the mercenaries, Junwoo recognized their proficiency in handling 1 or 2 werewolves. However, he identified a potential vulnerability, and that is their lack of knowledge about the specific abilities and specialties of werewolves. When there was distance, he charged forward, making calculated moves to close the gap. Utilizing the environment to his advantage, Junwoo positioned himself with a wall at his back, intending to force the monster to accidentally hit it during the fight. Junwoo's strategic prowess paid off as the werewolf, rendered unconscious from colliding with the wall, lay vulnerable. With his strategic moves proving effective, Junwoo felt a surge of excitement and satisfaction. Brandishing his weapon with determination, Junwoo delivered the final, decisive blow to officially defeat the werewolf. He poured all his strength into the attack, while the creature lay in a state of unconsciousness. Junwoo stood tall, victorious over the formidable foe. While Junwoo understood that werewolves only truly perish when they exit their berserk state, his primary focus was on putting on a captivating performance. Junwoo privately acknowledged that facing a werewolf in its normal state would have posed a significant challenge. Following the battle, Carla extended her hand, utilizing her healing abilities to tend to the injuries of the mercenaries. In response, Junwoo expressed his gratitude for her support. Demonstrating empathy, he turned to Raymond and inquired about his well-being. In a gesture of humility, Junwoo lowered his pride and offered a sincere apology, acknowledging that the decision to take a dangerous route was ultimately his fault. Responding in kind, Raymond admitted his own culpability, recognizing the shared responsibility for the choices made. The atmosphere shifted as Raymond and his companions also acknowledged their rudeness in dismissing Junwoo's idea, especially considering his evident skills. The resolution of their conflict fostered a newfound respect for Junwoo among the mercenaries. As the group continued their journey, they eventually decided to take a break and set up camp in the cave. The discovery of the cave along the way impressed the entire group, validating Junwoo's navigation skills. Despite the accolades, Junwoo attempted to downplay his role, adopting a humble and nonchalant demeanor, asserting that anyone could serve as a guide. Raymond's enthusiasm shone through as he extended an invitation for Junwoo to share his past adventures over a drink once their journey concluded. However, cautious of forming too close a bond with the mercenaries, Junwoo attempted to reject the invitation. As night fell, the group decided to rest. and Raymond suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the night watch duty. In an unfortunate twist of fate, Junwoo lost the game and found himself assigned to the night watch. While on duty within the virtual quest, a sense of unease crept into Junwoo's mind as he became aware of a looming large-scale update in the game. Junwoo couldn't shake the realization that, despite having 7 maxed-level characters and an in-depth understanding of the game mechanics, it was essential for him to continuously strategize and plan for worst-case scenarios. Deep in contemplation, Junwoo found himself pondering the trajectory of his virtual future. As he reclined on his blanket, a newfound confidence surged within him. On the following day, the team once again found themselves engaged in combat, this time facing a peculiar adversary, a monster formed of wood and foliage. The monstrous tree, despite its formidable appearance, began to show signs of vulnerability. The mercenaries offered their applause, attributing Junwoo's success to his strategic acumen in exploiting the monster tree's vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to them, Junwoo's triumph stemmed from his clever use of a plant disease potion, a creation from one of his characters. However, the hard-earned experience points from these battles would be forfeited unless Dio underwent a class promotion. All of a sudden, the monstrous tree extended its branches, gearing up for a retaliatory assault. Junwoo quickly assessed the situation, noticing that some parts of the monster tree remained active despite the applied potion. Without hesitation, he directed Reika to parry the Ents Vine, then using his shield to block. As for Raymond, Junwoo advised him to maximize his attacks during the creature's vulnerable state. Having defeated the adversary, the mercenaries were in awe of Junwoo's effective guidance. They decided to take a moment to rest and contemplate their next move. Junwoo, feeling a bit confused, expected to find something in their current location. Carla observed Junwoo's efforts to search for something, and serendipitously, they discovered a mysterious, brightly shining hole in the middle of the forest. Reika questioned the idea of entering the hole, prompting Junwoo to clarify that it served as the shortcut to the temple. The mercenaries expressed doubts about fitting into the hole, leading Raymond to scold a companion about weight. Ignoring the banter, Junwoo extended his hand to help Carla. She hesitated, blushing a bit, before gently taking Junwoo's hand to enter the hole. Junwoo, feeling responsible for Carla's safety, leaned in to inform her about the impending fall through the mysterious hole. Once everyone was prepared, they slid through the hole, with Junwoo maintaining a firm grip on Carla's hand. The descent was swift, and the sensation of free fall surrounded them. Carla, opening her eyes after the descent, took in the surroundings of the forgotten temple. Despite the slightly dim lighting, the allure of the temple captivated her senses. As the other mercenaries joined them, Carla couldn't hide her amazement, expressing that she had never encountered a place like this before, particularly admiring the intricate murals that adorned the temple walls. Junwoo, relying on his knowledge, recognized the murals within the temple as potential sources of crucial information for the main storyline. Recalling from his memory, he knew that the murals depicted the epic struggle between Luna and the evil god. The team dispersed throughout the temple, scrutinizing each mural for potential clues. Meanwhile, Raymond, intrigued by the meaning behind the artworks, sought insights from Reika. Mistakenly interpreting the scene as an execution, Reika clarified that it symbolized knighthood, with the figure in yellow armor representing a knight. Engrossed in their conversation, Junwoo suddenly rushed over, as if sensing an unusual presence in the temple. As they discussed the murals, memories flooded Junwoo's mind. The mural they were referring to was new to him, and suddenly, flashbacks of the game filled his thoughts. To his surprise, the knight in yellow armor was none other than Madame Dark, the same knight prominently featured in the game's trailer. Carla, intrigued by the murals, joined the discussion. She identified the mural as a prophetic writing. Carla shared her observation, mentioning that she had seen many temples, but it was her first time encountering one within a tunnel like this. Upon hearing Carla's words, Junwoo deduced that she, too, was a priestess of Luna. Carla then requested their patience as she aimed to translate the ancient sacred language inscribed on the walls. While Carla painstakingly translated the ancient writings, Junwoo felt a chill run down his spine as she revealed that they had reached the ends of the world. These words echoed the familiar lyrics of the game's opening song, which means they will move forward to another temple, a game experience that Junwoo will experience for the first time. Though fear gripped Junwoo, he resolved to face the challenges ahead and strive for survival in this unknown game reality. With the murals and translations providing some insights, Junwoo suggested that they proceed to the actual temple. As they pressed on, the team marveled at the intricate infrastructure surrounding them. The unexpected connection of the path to the temple left them in awe. While progressing, Junwoo suddenly spotted the statue of Madame Dark. They paused to examine the statue of Madame Dark. Carla found the statue somewhat lovely, a sentiment not shared by the others. Junwoo, however, couldn't shake the feeling that the statue might come to life at any moment. Carla reassured them that there was no risk, as the order had already checked. However, Junwoo couldn't shake the worry that the statue of Madame Dark might be the guardian of the place. If his theory proved correct, Carla and the mercenaries, being NPCs in the game, would be at a severe disadvantage. A notification appeared for Junwoo, indicating that they had entered the first area of the ancient legacy. Carla expressed her gratitude, happy that they all arrived safely at the temple. Having successfully accomplished the task, Junwoo now awaited his promotion. And all of a sudden, a scroll popped up in front of him, and it shone so bright. Junwoo was surprised as it notified him that he just satisfied the ancient legacy's hidden condition. While Junwoo was still hung up with the Book of Promotion, there was a sudden earthquake occurred in the temple. Carla, alongside the mercenaries, was deeply confused by the sudden turn of events. As they looked back at the statue of Madame Dark, it was slowly breaking into pieces, until it fully broke apart, revealing a monstrous entity that seemed to be summoned into existence. Raymond urgently called upon the team to witness the unfolding phenomena. As Junwoo keenly observed the situation, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the unfolding events. The monster inside the shattered remains of the Madame Dark statue stretched its limbs, pushing against the constraints of its containment. The emerging monster revealed a grotesque fusion, resembling a nightmarish amalgamation of a knight and a devil. Junwoo found himself unexpectedly surprised, as the creature before them bore no resemblance to what he'd expect from a guardian of a temple. The monster slowly raised its hand, almost as if it were initiating a dark duel, challenging the team to face the impending threat head-on. The monstrous figure fully unveiled itself, and Junwoo recognized it as the formidable Death Knight, a foe that even level 300 players struggled to contend with. The Death Knight's eyes glowed red, signaling its readiness for a deadly confrontation. Junwoo, however, couldn't shake off his nerves, particularly since a Death Knight should never have appeared in a level 100 area. Junwoo braced himself for the daunting challenge ahead, fully aware that the Death Knight was among the most formidable adversaries he could face. The discrepancy in levels puzzled him that how could a level 300 monster appear in a level 100 area. However, drawing from his experience as a seasoned gamer, Junwoo had a gut feeling that defeating the Death Knight might not be the primary objective. With a surge of realization, Junwoo understood that hidden quests in Over the Fantasy often harbored deeper background stories, indicating that there might be an alternative method to resolve the current event. All of a sudden, his Book of Promotion materialized before him, announcing the activation of a forced quest, a hidden quest tailored for him. Absorbing the contents of the book, Junwoo made a decisive request to obtain the Death Knight's sword as part of the quest's objective. Junwoo's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of acquiring such a valuable weapon. Recalling an article he once read detailing strategies for defeating the Death Knight, he realized that this task might not be as daunting as it seemed. The article advised players to enlist the help of an NPC priest and have them cast a shield over the Death Knight, a tactic that supposedly made the battle much easier. Following the strategy he recalled, Junwoo knew that once the shield was cast, the Death Knight would begin to spasm and attempt to break free, allowing them to bypass phase 1 of the battle entirely. With Carla, a priestess, at his side, Junwoo felt a surge of confidence. All they had to do now was execute the strategy flawlessly to defeat the formidable Death Knight. The Death Knight's deep voice reverberated through the temple as it issued an intimidating warning to the group for daring to set foot on sacred ground. Carla, sensing the danger, voiced her concern to Junwoo about facing such a formidable foe. However, Junwoo met her gaze with a reassuring look, filled with determination and resolve, ready to confront the Death Knight head-on. As Junwoo approached Carla, he instructed her to ready her holy shield, determined to push forward with the task at hand. Junwoo wanted to push this task since the event had triggered his character for a class change. His character's impending class change motivated him to pursue the challenge, deducing that the trigger conditions were likely be classless and be below level 11. Despite Junwoo's determination, Carla spoke up, voicing her objection to the idea of facing the Death Knight. Facing Carla with a serious expression, Junwoo emphasized that running wasn't their best option and urged her to use her holy shield immediately. He pleaded with Carla to cast her spells, warning that failure to do so would lead to their demise. Despite his urging, Carla couldn't help but tremble, her gaze fixed on the imposing figure of the Death Knight. With determination overcoming her fear, Carla tightened her grip on her magic staff. She summoned her resolve to aid Junwoo in the battle despite her trembling. As her magic staff glowed brightly with summoned spells, Carla focused her energy to ensure her magic struck the Death Knight directly. However, Junwoo stepped in, assisting her with precise aim. Carla was taken aback by the determination evident on Junwoo's face, finding unexpected reassurance in his resolve. With a firm voice, Junwoo urged Carla to summon her holy shield. As the shield materialized, its magic enveloped the Death Knight's body, immobilizing it. Carla couldn't help but feel impressed by their success in captivating the formidable Death Knight. Carla was impressed by Junwoo's strategic thinking, realizing that her shield could effectively serve as the Death Knight's prison. Despite Carla's composure, Junwoo cautioned her to remain vigilant, emphasizing that it was too early to relax. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of the Holy Shield was short-lived, and the Death Knight quickly broke free from the spell's grasp. The Death Knight, freed from the Holy Shield's grasp, was now poised to retaliate. Junwoo quickly realized that they had skipped phase 1 of the battle. Junwoo braced himself for the onslaught of the Death Knight's second phase. Junwoo stood firm in the face of danger as the Death Knight hurled its weapons toward him. Carla cautioned Junwoo to be careful, however, Junwoo's calm demeanor suggested that he had a plan in mind and knew how to handle the situation. With a resolute voice, Junwoo challenged the Death Knight, demanding to know his identity. With his determination driving him forward, Junwoo fulfilled the conditions outlined in the Book of Promotion. In his experience, encountering a Death Knight is never an ordinary event in any game. As the game notified him that he had entered a conversation zone with the Death Knight, Junwoo prepared himself for what was to come. Patiently, Junwoo awaited the Death Knight's response, hoping to glean some insight into the unfolding storyline. He recognized the parallels between his current situation and the events depicted in the game's trailer. Junwoo's memory flickered with the image of Dark clad in the resplendent golden armor featured prominently in the trailer. Recalling the trailer vividly, Junwoo remembered the scene where Dark stood resolute, awaiting the return of the messenger with reinforcements. Dark's fate was sealed when the messenger failed to return, and Dark transformed into the Death Knight, and the messenger became a wandering spirit, hinting that the Imperial Medal of Honor could possibly be obtained by confronting these wandering ghosts. Junwoo's comprehension clicked into place as he grasped the reason behind their confrontation with the Death Knight. In that moment of realization, Junwoo understood that the Death Knight they confronted was actually Dark herself. With a sense of urgency, he presented the Imperial Medal of Honor to Dark, signifying his return and the completion of a mission. Dark was rendered speechless as she beheld the medal in Junwoo's outstretched hand. As her aggressive demeanor melted away, Dark knelt before Junwoo, expressing her admiration for his achievement. Junwoo was taken aback by the success of his tactic and Dark's sudden change in attitude, now viewing him as an ally. The game promptly notified Junwoo of the completion of the hidden quest, recognizing the Death Knight as Dark, the first Holy Knight of the ancient Holy Empire. Dark elaborated on the passage of time since their defeat and subsequent fall from grace. She recounted the eternal wait and the loss of many comrades, including Langbolt, Font, Chris, and others. However, Junwoo couldn't discern the names of the other allies, leading him to speculate that it might be a mystery yet to be unlocked. Junwoo contemplated the possibility that there might be other conditions he needed to fulfill to fully complete the requirements of the Book of Promotions. He racked his brain, trying to identify what he might have overlooked. Meanwhile, Dark regarded him as a new recruit, appreciating that he had reignited her forgotten hope. Dark ceremoniously rested her massive sword on Junwoo's right shoulder, an act of recognition and honor. Although Junwoo felt a bit pressured by the weight of the sword, he realized the significance of the moment. They had inadvertently recreated the scene depicted in the temple paintings, where a knight was being honored. As he reflected on the lyrics of the song from the game trailer, "You were like a flower, blooming in the midst of war," Junwoo had an epiphany. He realized that he had overlooked the significance of these lyrics, which served as a clue in the storyline of the game. With this new insight, Junwoo developed a new theory. Perhaps Dark wasn't just waiting for her reinforcements, but also longing for her loved one. As Junwoo gazed at Dark, he pondered over the validity of his speculation. His mind raced, considering the implications of his newfound understanding, especially since he had triggered an event that provided him with a clue. In Junwoo's mind, the possibility that Dark's lover could be central to the storyline or somehow connected to it loomed large. Junwoo's mind raced with connections as he reflected on the origins of the medallion where he obtained in the Tardo Temple, which held deep ties to the ancient Holy Empire. It struck him that this couldn't be mere chance. Junwoo contemplated how the evolution of the game update had imbued his acquired items with new significance. Turning his attention to Dark, he acknowledged her enduring vigil despite being cursed and transformed into a Death Knight, condemned to an existence as an undead. Junwoo presented the medallion, hoping it might prompt Dark to reveal some truths. He noticed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, as if he had struck a chord. Dark's reaction was palpable. She dropped her sword, a gesture that seemed to signify a moment of vulnerability. The game notified Junwoo that Adelia's waiting status had been satisfied, signaling that he would now learn the truth. As Dark's transformation commenced, she shed the confines of her cursed form, revealing her true self. Vulnerable yet resolute, her gaze fixed on the medallion, she pondered aloud whether her lover would still embrace her, despite her transformation into a bloodthirsty creature with flesh decayed. Junwoo remained silent, grappling with the weight of Dark's revelation. Though her transformation was not yet complete, Dark expressed gratitude towards Junwoo, acknowledging that his presence had rescued her from the liminal space between light and darkness. However, Junwoo felt compelled to clarify that he was not the one she had been waiting for. With a solemn tone, Junwoo reiterated that he was merely a messenger who had brought Dark's lover's keepsake to her. Dark's expression turned sorrowful as she acknowledged Junwoo's words. Her trembling intensified as Junwoo gently offered her the medallion. As she clutched the medallion, tears streamed down Dark's face as she prayed and expressed her hope to reunite with her lover in heaven, describing him as her son and her flowers. With a final, heartfelt plea, she underwent a transformation, shedding her cursed form to reveal her true, radiant self. In that moment, the game notified Junwoo that he had completed the story of the fallen Holy Knight, and as a reward, he received the Ancient Dead's Sword of Vengeance. As the game notified Junwoo of his character's reconfiguration due to the acquisition of the New Life energy trait, he found himself taken aback by the sudden changes occurring within his physical body. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he attempted to process the unexpected erroring of his physical form. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion rocked the temple's interior. As Junwoo regained consciousness in the real world, he found himself lying in his apartment, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of his everyday life. Hastily rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings, confirming with a sense of relief that he was indeed back in his own living space. Relief washed over Junwoo as he realized that his ordeal in the video game world was nothing more than a dream. As Junwoo grappled with his conflicting emotions, a pang of disappointment pierced through him. The vibrant world of adventure and mystery he had experienced in the game now felt like a distant memory, leaving him yearning for its return. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice called out his name, Monty, the identity he had assumed in the game. Junwoo's heart raced as he found himself once again within the fantastical realm of Over the Fantasy. The sight of Carla standing before him confirmed that his return to the game was not just a figment of his imagination. With a mixture of astonishment and resignation, he came to terms with the fact that his time in the real world had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Relieved and overjoyed to see Junwoo safe and sound after their encounter with Dark, his companions expressed their happiness and pride in him. They commended him for his bravery and resourcefulness in facing the Death Knight and overcoming the challenges they had encountered along the way. As his companions expressed their joy and admiration, Junwoo in his mind, he couldn't help but feel frustrated with Raymond and the other mercenaries for fleeing when they first encountered the Death Knight. The mercenaries, sensing Junwoo's need for space, quietly exited his tent, leaving him alone to rest. Alone in his tent, Junwoo carefully examined the Ancient Dead's Sword of Vengeance, noting its impressive level of 350. As he scrutinized the weapon, he couldn't help but ponder the significant changes that had occurred in the game. Despite his efforts, he felt as though he had only scratched the surface. As Junwoo contemplated the situation, he realized that there were still many mysteries waiting to be uncovered within the game. The sudden loss of his former advantage as a dedicated player left him feeling unsettled, as he now had to navigate the game world with a renewed sense of caution and survival instinct. Junwoo stepped out of the tent, craving some fresh air to clear his thoughts. As he emerged, Carla greeted him warmly, expressing concern for his well-being. Junwoo assured her that he was fine but suggested she continue her mission with Raymond and the others while he attended to something at the temple's altar. With determination in his heart, Junwoo made his way back to the temple's altar, his mind set on the task at hand. Retrieving the book of promotions from his inventory, he felt a sense of urgency. There was no time to hesitate in his virtual life. As he prepared himself, a notification from the game informed him that he had once again satisfied the necessary conditions and was now proceeding with the promotions. As he absorbed the power of the promotions, a familiar sensation washed over Junwoo, reminiscent of the energy Dark had channeled within him. Connecting the dots, he realized that the sword he had obtained was the very same one Dark had used to honor him as a knight. Memories of their encounter flooded Junwoo's mind as he underwent the process of absorbing the promotions. The game then notified Junwoo that he had been promoted to Forgotten Swordsman, an ordinary and growth-type skill. Junwoo felt a growing sensation, as if all the experience points he had gathered from fighting monsters as Dio were being channeled into his new form. Checking his status window, he was puzzled by the unfamiliar ability or job he had acquired. He carefully analyzed the details of his new role, trying to comprehend the meaning of the growth-type designation. As Junwoo delved into studying his new skill, Carla and the mercenaries interrupted to inform him that Carla had completed her mission, signaling it was time to head back to the village. Despite their urging, Junwoo remained preoccupied with his new acquisition. However, Junwoo managed to mask his preoccupation with a smile, concealing his deeper thoughts from Carla and the others. After completing their tasks, the group made their way back to the Avra village. Despite the fatigue from their journey, they returned safely. However, Raymond couldn't shake off the intensity of their trip, particularly impressed by Junwoo's unorthodox method of training, which involved being chased by werewolves. Raymond enthusiastically invited Junwoo to accompany them to the guild to claim their rewards. However, Junwoo clarified that he hadn't participated in the quest for the reward. Carla chimed in, insisting that Junwoo deserved recognition from the Church of Luna for his role in saving them from the unexpected situation during their journey. Despite the misunderstanding, Raymond maintained his friendly demeanor, inviting Junwoo to grab a drink with him and referring to him as his bro. Junwoo admitted that he had grown closer to them, but he remained focused on his own agenda. Junwoo respectfully turned down their offer, mindful of the fact that he had been deceiving them about his identity as Monty. Despite their disappointment, they respected his decision. With a moment of respite, Junwoo felt relieved to shed his cloak and return to his true self. With a brief window of free time, he began to contemplate his next steps and make preparations. Anticipating the looming monster wave set to strike Avra Village, Junwoo focused on making necessary preparations. Reviewing his progress, Junwoo noted his level at 35 with his recent class, and attributes such as strength at 50, and 5 points each for agility, intelligence, vitality, and mana. He also had a bonus of 125 points. Contemplating his newfound class, Junwoo delved into understanding its intricacies and potential applications. Acknowledging the significance of the red energy bestowed upon him, Junwoo grappled with the weight of his character's newfound power. For the first time, Junwoo felt a bit intimidated by his character. Despite feeling a twinge of intimidation, he drew upon past experiences of navigating unknown territories in the game. With a firm resolve, Junwoo acknowledged that adapting to unfamiliar settings was part of the norm. But now the game had become his new reality. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his determination to level up, recognizing the impending monster wave as an opportunity for growth. First, Junwoo decided to check the skill he received from his promotion. Junwoo's gaze fixated on the description of Pledge of Liberation. Delving into its intricacies, he mulled over its effect, which is a liberation for a target upon acceptance of the caster's vitality. Pondering the implications, he couldn't shake the feeling that this skill carried a measure of risk. Engaging his analytical mind, Junwoo reasoned that his newfound skill might not prove effective against formidable adversaries, while employing it against weaker foes could yield little benefit. As for Slash, a more straightforward offensive skill, he recognized its potential to inflict damage on enemies in his path with a powerful swing of his sword. Disappointed by the seemingly mundane nature of his new skill, Junwoo couldn't help but feel underwhelmed. Junwoo's frustration was quickly interrupted by a surprising discovery when a mysterious skill emanating from his feet. The sudden appearance of this skill left Junwoo intrigued, and he realized that his skills would now change depending on his state. Feeling the shift in his skills, Junwoo recognized the sensation as similar to what he experienced during his encounter with Dark. The game clarified that this phenomenon was the energy of the Forgotten Swordsman, known as the Sealed Anger. As Junwoo absorbed the power, he felt the pressure and exertion, breaking out into a light sweat. Examining his status window, he gained a clearer understanding of his class as a Forgotten Swordsman. To his surprise, he noticed that his character had actually become stronger, reflecting the newfound power and abilities he had acquired. As Junwoo read the skill evolution conditions, he slowly began to understand the growth type aspect of his character class. It dawned on him that his power would change and evolve based on the strength he received from the Death Knight. Satisfied with his newfound abilities, Junwoo remembered an item he possessed that had a probability of dropping from high-ranking fire monsters. With a clear goal in mind, Junwoo decided to prioritize leveling up to increase his skills proficiency. He knew he needed to reach at least level 50 before the monster wave. To achieve this, he set out to defeat formidable foes like the Armored Turtle, despite its level being 83. With keen observation, Junwoo studied the Armored Turtle's movements and quickly realized that dodging its attacks and targeting its weak spots would be crucial. With a swift and calculated strike, Junwoo landed a critical blow on the Armored Turtle, exploiting its weakness. He remained focused, ensuring every movement was precise as he wielded his sword against the formidable foe. As the battle progressed, Junwoo couldn't help but notice how easily he was overcoming the level difference between himself and the Armored Turtle. After vanquishing the formidable Armored Turtle, Junwoo's efforts were rewarded with a surge of experience points, propelling him to level 36. However, Junwoo felt disappointed by his inability to use his higher class weapons due to level restrictions. Embracing the grind of repetitive labor, he found solace in the familiar rhythm of battle and the incremental progress it promised. Junwoo pressed on, steadfast in his belief that no one could enjoy the game as deeply as he did. He plunged headlong into battle, confronting every obstacle in his path with tenacity and grit. Through countless battles and tireless perseverance, he finally reached the coveted milestone of level 50. As he caught his breath amidst the fallen foes surrounding him, Junwoo's mind raced with anticipation. Having achieved the level he so diligently pursued, he knew that the final piece of his preparation lay within his inventory. With the game window flashing a reminder before him, he had only 5 precious minutes remaining before the monster wave descended upon Avra Village. Going back to the Avra Village, the soldiers already entrenched in preparations for the impending onslaught. A shiver ran down the soldier's spine as he beheld the approaching horde of monsters, their menacing advance bearing down directly upon the once peaceful village. With adrenaline surging through their veins, the archers of the army wasted no time, swiftly taking the initiative to draw their bows. The arrows found their marks, piercing through the ranks of the advancing monsters with deadly accuracy. Even the larger creatures were not immune to the rain of projectiles, some faltering under the barrage of arrows as they pressed on relentlessly. As the monsters drew nearer, the soldiers swiftly shifted their formation, deploying shield bearers to withstand the impending close-range assault. Despite the constrained space of the battlefield, the soldiers fought valiantly. As the soldiers prepared to send forth their spearmen to reinforce the front lines, Junwoo's timely arrival brought a surge of hope and determination. With his keen combat instincts and battle-hardened skills, Junwoo swiftly assessed the situation and offered his support to the beleaguered soldiers. With a blur of motion, Junwoo darted into the midst of the chaos, his movements so swift and precise that the monsters barely had a chance to react. The soldiers, taken aback by his sudden appearance, watched in awe as Junwoo seamlessly integrated himself into the heat of battle. Junwoo met their cheers with a focused gaze, his determination evident in his eyes. The soldiers, buoyed by his presence and inspired by his reputation as the renowned Arank mercenary, Monty, found renewed vigor in their fight. The soldiers extended their hand and expressed their thanks to Junwoo for being willing to help them. Junwoo was taken aback by the soldier's expression of gratitude, but his surprise deepened when the soldier mentioned a sense of familiarity. Recognition dawned on Junwoo as he recalled his previous encounter with the soldier back when he was feeling disheartened about being trapped in the game. Despite the soldiers' kindness, their conversation had been awkward. Junwoo awkwardly denied the guard's suggestion that they had met before. Sensing Junwoo's discomfort, the soldier didn't press the matter further, simply expressing gratitude for having a rank mercenary like Junwoo fighting alongside them. Junwoo stood tall and assured the soldiers that he would be of assistance. However, in his mind, he acknowledged the daunting reality that the monsters they faced were nearly double his level. Junwoo decided to utilize his Lens of Certainty, an item with the ability to display the vitality of monsters below seed grade. As he focused his gaze on the approaching horde, he felt a sense of gratitude for the items he had accumulated in his character's inventory. With precision, he aimed for the monster's weak points, intending to deliver final blows that would maximize their effectiveness in combat. With each successful defeat of a monster, Junwoo's confidence only grew. Standing tall amidst the chaos of battle, he remained steadfast in employing his tactics. Junwoo's mastery of his swordsmanship was evident as he effortlessly wielded his weapon, swiftly striking down monsters even when they attempted to exploit his blind spots. His skillful maneuvers left the soldiers in awe, impressed by his seamless prowess. Junwoo appeared to be engaging monsters indiscriminately, but he was actually strategically targeting those with low health points, ensuring maximum efficiency in his efforts. Despite the effectiveness of his strategy, Junwoo realized that his ruse as a rank mercenary was paying off, as he demonstrated remarkable prowess in battle. However, since the objective was a collective effort alongside NPCs, he wouldn't receive any experience points unless he dealt the final blow to a monster. Junwoo remained vigilant, constantly checking his surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks from the monsters. With his keen awareness, he was able to detect a sneaking monster and swiftly dispatch it with a precise thrust of his sword. The soldiers watched in awe as Junwoo wielded his massive sword with skill and precision despite its size. They were impressed by his prowess in battle, and Junwoo seized the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his remarkable abilities. Junwoo's confident soared as he spotted the berserk werewolf amidst the chaos of battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword with precision, determined not to let the opportunity slip away. The battle was swift and decisive, with the berserk werewolf swiftly subdued by Junwoo's skillful strike. Within moments, the threat was neutralized, and the soldier breathed a collective sigh of relief. But he noticed a looming danger from a monster lurking in the soldier's blind spot. Reacting with lightning speed, Junwoo pushed the soldier out of harm. With each monster defeated, Junwoo's experience grew, his skill in combat honed with every decisive blow. Junwoo was annoyed by the sudden appearance of the status window, but the soldier mistakenly thought that Junwoo was annoyed by him. As Junwoo looked around, he noticed that the rest of the soldiers needed a hand to fight back the monsters. To solve the problem, Junwoo targeted the insect monsters with low health points. With a firm grip on his sword, Junwoo swiftly assessed the battlefield, identifying the easiest targets for elimination. With a commanding voice, he urged the weary soldiers to fall back, recognizing that their strength was waning and the insects posed little threat to him alone. As Junwoo's blade sliced through the air, one of the nimble insect monsters managed to evade his strike, leaving its companion vulnerable to the full force. However, one of the soldiers voiced his concern, fearing that Junwoo's attack might have been too shallow, potentially leaving him open to a counterattack from the remaining monsters. Reacting swiftly, his gaze locking onto the agile creature as it darted away. With practiced precision, he adjusted his stance and lashed out with his sword, his strike guided by instinct and honed skill. The soldiers' astonishment mirrored as they witnessed Junwoo's effortless prowess in battle. Facing the trio of insect monsters with unwavering resolve, he calculated his next move with precision. Despite being outnumbered, he remained composed, his focus honed on the task at hand. As the last insect monster fell to Junwoo's blade, he felt a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. The sheer force of his victory seemed to ripple outward, causing nearby monsters to falter. Astonished bystander soldiers watched as the creatures crumbled, some wondering aloud if Junwoo had somehow wielded a fire attribute magic. Amid the murmurs of speculation, some soldiers whispered in awe, suggesting that perhaps Junwoo possessed latent magical abilities. Junwoo, however, paid little heed to the chatter around him. The soldiers, witnessing Junwoo's prowess in battle, began to believe in the validity of his claims that he possessed the Imperial Medal of Honor. Earlier that day, Junwoo had reached a proficiency level of 100. Junwoo's dedication was rewarded with a new skill for his slash ability to leave a mark, which, when triggered, would explode and damage up to 5 targets with considerable force. Despite being impressed by the newfound capability of his sword to cause explosions when faced with numerous opponents, Junwoo couldn't shake off a nagging concern. He wondered if this ability might inadvertently harm him as the one who triggered it. As he pondered over the potential risks of his sword's explosive ability, Junwoo's mind raced through various strategies. Going back to the present, he remembered a unique item in his possession, the Salamander's light armor. Admiring the elegant design of the Salamander's light armor, Junwoo felt a surge of confidence, knowing that its protective capabilities would shield him from the explosive aftermath of his sword's ability. Clad in this resilient armor, he resolved to face the horde of monsters with unwavering determination. With a swift and calculated approach, Junwoo dispatched the remaining insect monsters in close combat, their frail bodies succumbing rapidly to the fiery onslaught. The inherent weakness of insects to fire only served to amplify the effectiveness of Junwoo's assault, ensuring their swift and total eradication. With the insect monsters vanquished, the atmosphere tensed as a formidable adversary emerged in the central square. Towering over the battlefield, the monstrous guillotine bear boasting a formidable level of 150. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Junwoo adopted a serious demeanor, fully aware that they now faced a named monster. Drawing upon his gaming experience, he reasoned that it would be wiser to entrust the task of battling the creature to the NPCs. Feeling the weight of the soldiers' expectations upon him, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Despite his preference to avoid the spotlight, the soldiers' reliance on him compelled him to confront the challenge head-on. With the guillotine bear's ferocious attack imminent, Junwoo swiftly braced himself, his sword at the ready. The guillotine bear did not hesitate for a minute and immediately initiated an attack. Dodging the monster's sharp claws with practiced agility, Junwoo swiftly circled around to its flank, seeking out its vulnerable spots. Capitalizing on the monster's missed strike, Junwoo swiftly swung his sword with precision, aiming for the exposed flank of the guillotine bear. Recognizing the monster's attack patterns, Junwoo focused on evading its strikes while searching for openings to exploit. He realized that his usual tactics might not be as effective against this formidable opponent due to its thick skin. Investing points in agility was a strategic move by Junwoo, allowing him to move swiftly and evade. Junwoo's intense training had honed his reflexes and agility to such an extent that he seemed to move with the speed of light. As Junwoo sprinted toward the horde of monsters, his plan was to lead them into a deadly path of destruction. With every step he took, monsters in his path were swiftly cut down. Caught up in its frenzied pursuit of Junwoo, the guillotine bear seemed oblivious to the chaos it was causing among its own kind. Its monstrous form lumbered forward with single-minded determination, its bright red eyes gleaming with primal rage. With a newfound resolve, Junwoo turned to face his adversary head-on. In his hand, he held a bottle containing a substance that he knew could turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Junwoo seized the moment of confusion and swiftly launched the bottle towards the guillotine bear. As the bottle shattered, its contents emitted a strong odor akin to gas. With a quick motion, Junwoo activated his explosive skill, channeling his energy into a powerful strike aimed directly at the guillotine bear. The force of the explosion engulfed the creature, causing it to roar in pain as flames and debris scattered around it. Junwoo stood tall, a sense of satisfaction coursing through him as his meticulously planned explosives proved effective against the merciless guillotine bear. He couldn't contain his joy at the success of his strategy, knowing that his intellect played a pivotal role. As the dust settled and the massive guillotine bear lay unconscious, a wave of cheers erupted from the soldiers who had witnessed Junwoo's triumph. Remaining vigilant, Junwoo understood that the battle was far from over. As the creatures locked eyes with him, their once imposing demeanor faltered, replaced by a sense of intimidation in the face of Junwoo's resolve. Undeterred, Junwoo drew his sword, his grip steady and his gaze unwavering. With a sense of determination burning within him, he surged forward. As he ascended, Junwoo channeled the energy within him, summoning another explosion from his sword for the final, devastating blow. After the intense battle, Junwoo was escorted by carriage. He lay back, allowing himself a moment of respite to recover from the exhaustion that gripped him. As the carriage continued its journey, a guard suddenly halted their progress, signaling for a brief inspection ahead. As the guard peered into the carriage, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Junwoo. Doubt flickered across his face, uncertain if he was truly encountering the renowned monster hunter known as Monty. With enthusiasm bubbling over, the guard recounted tales of Junwoo's heroic exploits in Avra village, expressing admiration for his bravery and skill. Junwoo, feeling a bit bashful under the guard's praise, nodded gratefully, acknowledging the guard's kind words. After the inspection concluded, the carriage resumed its journey, and Junwoo couldn't help but reflect on the newfound fame he had garnered. Arriving at the Paramount Plains, Junwoo marveled at how far he had come since his humble beginnings, now standing at level 80. Junwoo opened his status window to review his progress. He discovered that he still needed to unlock one more skill, with a condition attached that he must meet. As the carriage continued its journey toward Liburnas, Junwoo's mind buzzed with the prospect of retrieving the essence of fire skill stored in the city. Junwoo pondered about the other things he needed to do while he was in the carriage. Lost in thought, Junwoo turned to the coachman, seeking assistance in satisfying his curiosity. Junwoo seeks information about recent rumors circulating within the Empire. Upon hearing Junwoo's question, the coachman paused, considering carefully before responding. The coachman recounted an uprising by a group of bandits in the western regions that had begun around 10 days prior. This uprising had prompted the third prince of the Freon Empire to mobilize soldiers for its suppression. Listening intently to the coachman's words, Junwoo recalled a similar scenario he had encountered while playing a different character where it allowed him to establish connections with the third prince of the Freon Empire. As the carriage continued its journey towards Liburnas village, the coachman shared further details with Junwoo, explaining that a concerning number of people had recently gone missing in the village. Grateful for the coachman's valuable information, Junwoo now had a clearer understanding of the timeline of events unfolding in the region. Recognizing the significance of the details provided, Junwoo paid the coachman generously for his service. Junwoo made the decision to disembark, feeling compelled to investigate the situation in Liburnas village further. As the coachman drove away, Junwoo watched the carriage disappear into the distance before turning his attention to his surroundings. Stepping off the carriage, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at no longer needing to conceal his true identity. However, Junwoo's respite was short-lived as he remembered his ulterior motives for disembarking in the middle of the plains. He recalled the existence of a hidden quest rumored to be located in this very area. As Junwoo traversed the plains, his thoughts turned to the nearby Turmountain Range, where rumors of a sinister slave dealer's cave persisted, where an evil gang considered one of the worst groups to plague. Recalling the recent disappearances in Liburnas, Junwoo connected the dots, suspecting the involvement of this nefarious gang in their sinister schemes. While a sense of justice fueled his determination, Junwoo harbored another goal in mind. He remembered the coveted agility elixir where he could get after eliminating the boss. As Junwoo approached the evil gang's hideout, he pulled his cloak tighter around him, shrouding his identity from prying eyes. Peering ahead, he spotted two guards patrolling the main entrance, their relaxed demeanor suggesting a false sense of security. The two guards were happy to think that they will be able to relax since they made a pretty good business in the gang. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Junwoo gleaned valuable information about the guards' complacency. With stealth and precision, Junwoo retrieved a rope from his inventory, his mind racing with the possibilities of his plan. As one of the guards reveled in thoughts of celebration, Junwoo seized the opportune moment to strike. Reacting with lightning speed, Junwoo swiftly subdued the second guard before he could even process the sudden turn of events. With expert precision, Junwoo neutralized the guard, ensuring that neither had the opportunity to raise an alarm. In a matter of moments, one guard lay defeated. While the other struggled against Junwoo's grasp, his attempts to alert the gang were thwarted by the intruder's swift actions. However, Junwoo wasted no time in silencing the remaining guard, swiftly incapacitating him before the situation could escalate further. Despite their formidable level of 50, he had managed to overcome them without even needing to rely on his own skills. As he took a moment to catch his breath and assess his surroundings, Junwoo's gaze fell upon a bird trapped in a cage nearby. The creature squawked loudly as it caught sight of Junwoo, its frantic tweets serving as a warning to alert the gang of his presence. Moved by compassion, Junwoo made the decision to free the trapped bird, opening the cage and allowing it to fly away to freedom. As the bird soared into the sky, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction, hoping that it would find safety and happiness away from the clutches of the evil gang. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, a gang member reveled in discussing the illicit business dealings of their group. Seated upon a makeshift throne, the gang's leader displayed a callous disregard for the consequences of their actions, his sole focus fixated on profit above all else. But one gang member expressed his concern, highlighted the risk of arousing suspicion among the villagers, particularly as their operations had become increasingly centered around the village. However, the leader dismissed these concerns, asserting his belief that the corrupt nobles of Libornas village would prioritize their own interests over any investigation into the missing people. With careful steps, Junwoo made his way deeper into the cave. Startled by Junwoo's sudden entrance, the gang leader's composure faltered. Before he could react, however, a gang member spoke up, addressing the distraction caused by Junwoo's flashy arrival. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Junwoo faced the gang leader with an air of nonchalance. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked that he had enough to drink, implying readiness for a face-off. With a swift motion, he revealed a barrel containing the fallen gang member, his body confined within. As the gang members processed Junwoo's bold display of dominance, their surprise quickly turned to aggression. With the barrel serving as a catalyst, they launched into a coordinated counterattack, their blows raining down upon Junwoo with ferocity. Despite the onslaught, Junwoo remained eerily calm and composed. With unparalleled skill and precision, Junwoo swung his sword with devastating effect, dispatching two gang members with a single fluid motion. Even as adversaries attempted to exploit his blind spots, Junwoo remained vigilant, his senses finely attuned to their every move. The gang leader, witnessing the rapid defeat of his comrades at the hands of a single opponent, could only watch in stunned disbelief. Locked in a tense standoff, the gang leader's gaze remained fixated on Junwoo's weapon. With a hint of sarcasm, Junwoo remarked to the gang leader that he had cleared the room just so they could have a private moment. Despite the lightness of his tone, Junwoo's words carried a weight of seriousness, underscoring the gravity of the situation they now found themselves in. Behind the facade of his grin, Junwoo's determination burned brightly. As the reality of his precarious situation set in, the gang leader's facade of toughness crumbled. Desperation painted his features as he pleaded for mercy, as his mind racing with fear and confusion over the sudden raid on their cave. The gang leader raised his voice, shouting to clarify that their nefarious deeds were not of their own volition, but rather assigned to them by unseen forces. Junwoo's heart burned with a deep-seated hatred towards the evil gang. Despite his burning hatred towards the evil gang, Junwoo grappled with the moral dilemma of stooping to their level of violence. He questioned the gang leader, probing whether they ever felt remorse for the countless victims who had begged for their lives. However, Junwoo recognized that sometimes certain actions were necessary for the greater good. Junwoo searched for their belongings, eventually finding a key among their possessions. Eyes widening with anticipation, Junwoo's gaze fell upon the treasure chest. With the key he had looted from the gang, he wasted no time in fitting it into the lock. Inside, he discovered the Agility Elixir, a valuable potion that permanently increases agility by 5 points. Excited to experience the effects of the elixir, Junwoo wasted no time in consuming it. With eager anticipation, he quickly chugged the elixir, hoping for an immediate increase in his agility stat. As the elixir coursed through his veins, any lingering exhaustion from his previous battles seemed to vanish in an instant. As Junwoo prepared to resume his main agenda, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to pause and listen intently. To his astonishment, he heard voices echoing within the depths of the cave, their presence sending a chill down his spine. Intrigued and wary, Junwoo focused his senses, attempting to trace the source of the mysterious voices. He considered the possibility that they could be linked to the victims of the evil gang, but he dismissed this notion, realizing that the gang's activities had come to an end. Instead, a new suspicion began to form in Junwoo's mind as he recalled a certain individual who may be involved in the unfolding plot of the game. With a sense of urgency, he turned his attention to investigating the walls of the cave. With a surge of determination, Junwoo's fingers brushed against a vulnerable spot on the cave walls. As he applied pressure, the wall gave way, crumbling to reveal a hidden chamber concealed within the depths of the cave. To his shock and horror, he was met with the sight of the evil gang's victims. The sight of the victims' suffering struck him with a newfound sense of horror and empathy. A wave of disgust and revulsion washed over him despite having experienced this part of the game before. Junwoo recognized the profound impact that witnessing such cruelty could have on his psyche if this was his first time seeing it. Intrigued by the prospect of uncovering more mysteries hidden within the depths of the cave, Junwoo approached the wooden door. Without hesitation, Junwoo stepped through the threshold. To his surprise, a woman, pale and exhausted, sitting upon a magic circle symbol before him. It was a scene straight out of his initial speculations, and he couldn't believe that his instincts had been correct from the start. The woman's gaze met Junwoo's, and he could see a mixture of exhaustion and relief reflected in her eyes. Without any hesitation, the girl requested Junwoo to end her life. Junwoo locked eyes with the woman, his expression betraying a sense of recognition. The girl was named Sepia, the bandit black mage with a tragic role as a human sacrifice in a dark ritual. She also has a brother named Sigmund, positioned as the head of the Liburnas Secondary Knight Corps. According to the Grim Prophecy, Sigmund was destined to awaken as the Knight of Judgment following Sepia's death. In a moment of clarity, Junwoo realized the significance of Sepia's fate in the larger scheme of the scenario. Sepia also bore the stigma of death. This cursed stigma made her a character seemingly destined for death, unable to be saved by other players or healed by magic or potions. Sepia's role in the narrative extended beyond mere mortality. She was considered a character who could only die. As Junwoo cast his gaze back towards Sepia, he could see the toll that her plight had taken on her. Meanwhile, Junwoo found himself grappling with doubts and uncertainties. Junwoo turned to his skill, the Pledge of Liberation. An ability allowed him to make a promise to a target, provided if they accepted his pledge. However, lingering doubts clouded Junwoo's mind as he considered the potential consequences of using his skill. He knew that the presence of abnormal effects could neutralize its effectiveness, raising concerns about whether it would be able to alleviate Sepia's curse. As Junwoo weighed the potential consequences of his decision, a sense of hesitation crept into his mind. He grappled with the uncertainty of whether it was worth the risk to make Sepia his subordinate. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Junwoo deliberated carefully. In a moment of clarity, Junwoo's mind sparked with a newfound idea. Junwoo found solace in the power of humanity's resilience. He realized that Sepia was more than just a mere character within the confines of the game's plot. In a moment of reflection, he realized that Sepia was not just a character in a game, but a person in need of salvation from her harrowing ordeal. Flashbacks flooded his mind, vivid recollections of his battles against the evil gangs who perpetrated such inhumane acts. Junwoo realized that he was far from being evil, unlike the malevolent forces he had defeated. As Junwoo knelt before Sepia, his mind focused solely on the task at hand. With unwavering determination, he made it clear to Sepia that his only goal was to save her from her plight. In that moment, Sepia felt a wave of relief as Junwoo reassured her that there was a way to undo her curse. Junwoo turned to Sepia and asked if there was anything she wanted to do now. Sepia was rendered speechless by Junwoo's kindness, her expression mirroring a sense of disbelief at receiving such unexpected help. As she absorbed the gravity of the moment, she recognized it as a rare opportunity and nodded in agreement. Junwoo, witnessing Sepia's reaction, felt a swell of delight knowing that his assistance had been well received. With a gentle yet swift motion, Junwoo reached out and took Sepia's hand in his own. As their hands clasped together, a surge of energy pulsed between them, activating the Pledge of Liberation and solidifying their agreement with unwavering strength. Despite the potential risks associated with his skill, including the draining of his vitality, Junwoo remained resolute in his decision. As the pledge between Junwoo and Sepia activated, a radiant power enveloped them, its brilliance nearly blinding in its intensity. Junwoo couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer power emanating. All of a sudden, a notification from the system interrupted where Junwoo had unwittingly fulfilled a hidden request within the game. Slowly, Junwoo blinked his eyes open, attempting to reorient himself to reality. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he pondered the blinding brightness that had enveloped them moments before, coupled with the unexpected appearance of the game notification. However, his bewilderment only deepened as he took in his surroundings, an infernal realm that bore a striking resemblance to hell itself. As he took a closer look, Junwoo noticed the diverse array of monsters, but their skin tones matched. But amidst the encroaching tide of monsters, Junwoo also spotted a group of knights, resolute and prepared to stand their ground against the vicious creatures. As tension mounted, one of the knights remained vigilant, signaling to his comrades to ready themselves for the impending clash. Despite the imminent danger posed by the encroaching monsters, his attention was drawn to the distinctive patterned style of armor adorning the knights. As the battle unfolded, the situation grew even more dire with the sudden appearance of a three-headed werewolf on the battlefield. This monstrous beast possessed a fearsome ability to unleash torrents of flames from its gaping maws. With its terrifying appearance and formidable strength, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a surge of concern for the knights facing off against it. Amidst the chaos of battle, Junwoo's attention was suddenly drawn to the entrance of a new presence into the scene. To his surprise, the once horrendous landscape was suddenly bathed in a brilliant light, emanating from an ethereal figure that had appeared before them. The newcomer was unlike anything Junwoo had ever seen before, a radiant being, resembling a beautiful woman with an otherworldly aura that seemed to glow with an inner light. As the angelic woman arrived on the scene, her presence seemed to imbue the battlefield with a sense of hope and tranquility. However, Junwoo's moment of awe was interrupted when the woman's gaze suddenly fell upon him, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that took him aback. As the angelic woman approached Junwoo, a sense of reverence washed over him as she extended her hand in blessing. And just as suddenly as the angelic encounter had begun, Junwoo found himself awakening back in the familiar confines of the cave. Confusion clouded his thoughts as he tried to make sense of the surreal experience he had just undergone. As Junwoo pondered the surreal encounter he had experienced, he wondered if it was related to Sepia. As Junwoo observed Sepia, he noticed that she had drifted into a deep slumber following their interaction. His mind raced with thoughts and questions spurred by the intense dream he had experienced. He wondered if the large-scale war and the appearance of the mysterious woman descending from the sky be somehow connected to Sepia. Junwoo speculated that Sepia could potentially be an extraordinary extra NPC. Junwoo was taken aback when the game notified him about a reward to upgrade his Pledge of Liberation to level 2 upon completing a hidden quest. Without hesitation, he eagerly consented to pursue the quest, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding Sepia and advance his abilities within the game. Junwoo began the process of neutralizing Sepia's curse, holding on to hope that his efforts would succeed in lifting the curse that had plagued her. However, as he focused on the task at hand, he couldn't ignore the toll it was taking on his own vitality, which steadily decreased to 80%. Relief washed over Junwoo as he observed Sepia visibly regaining her energy. Despite his own dwindling vitality, which had now plummeted to a mere 10%, Junwoo remained steadfast. However, as the burden of his sacrifice weighed heavily upon him, he couldn't shake the nagging fear that he might have become too complacent. Junwoo openly admitted to himself that the ordeal he was enduring was far from easy, the pain of his sacrifice palpable with every passing moment. Meanwhile, as Junwoo steadfastly endured, Sepia showed signs of slow but steady recovery. And finally, to Junwoo's immense relief, Sepia regained consciousness. As Sepia's eyes fluttered open, she experienced a profound sense of relief as she felt the weight of her pain gradually lifting away. But Sepia couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Junwoo, knowing the sacrifices he had made on her behalf. And as if in acknowledgement of their shared triumph, the game's notification suddenly appeared, signaling that Junwoo had successfully cleared the hidden quest. For Junwoo, the skills and rewards offered by the game paled in comparison to the emotional toll of their shared struggle. Since Sepia is now saved, Junwoo immediately picked her up. Junwoo wasted no time in gently lifting her into his arms to make their escape. As Sepia found herself enveloped in the tranquility of the moonlit night, she drifted into a dreamlike state. Alone in the darkness, a sense of unease crept over her as she felt a presence lurking nearby. Turning to gaze into the shadows, Sepia's heart skipped a beat as she caught sight of a figure approaching and thought it was her long-lost brother, Sigmund. As the figure drew closer, the man approaching her bore a striking resemblance to Junwoo. As Sepia's gaze lingered upon the man before her, she recognized that he was not Sigmund. In the midst of the darkness that surrounded them, she felt a sense of safety and solace, as if his presence alone had the power to dispel her fears. As Sepia stood transfixed before the man in her dream, a sense of anticipation filled her, as though she were suspended in time. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, Sepia's dream came to an end, jolting her awake from her slumber. But as Sepia attempted to sit up, she was met with a startling realization that there was no pain, no lingering ache or discomfort that had plagued her before. As Sepia's gaze swept across her surroundings, she spotted Junwoo. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she observed his peaceful form, his features softened in sleep. Contemplating the sacrifices Junwoo had made on her behalf, Sepia couldn't help but wonder if Sigmund played a role in orchestrating Junwoo's intervention. As Sepia continued to observe Junwoo, she was amazed that despite the formidable weapon he carried, not a single scar marred his body. Lost in her thoughts, Sepia was startled as Junwoo's deep slumber was suddenly interrupted. Caught off guard by Junwoo's sudden awakening, Sepia couldn't help but feel a surge of embarrassment. As Junwoo roused from his slumber, he couldn't help but chastise himself for his reckless behavior in dozing off. With a sheepish grin, he quickly composed himself and introduced himself as his character Dio to Sepia. Meanwhile, Sepia, feeling a bit shy, returned the introduction, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Curiosity flickered. She was eager to learn more about the circumstances that had brought him to her aid. While he had indeed encountered her within the confines of the game's plot, he struggled to find the right words to explain the nature of their connection. Junwoo also believed that attempting to feign personal familiarity with Sepia and Sigmund would only serve to complicate matters further. Junwoo, sensing Sepia's reluctance, inquired about the name of her brother. However, Sepia's guarded demeanor made it clear that she wasn't entirely comfortable sharing details about her life. Junwoo realized that Sepia was likely curious about why she had been saved by a stranger. In an effort to ease the tension and appear genuinely concerned, Junwoo decided to take a direct approach. Expressing his desire to hear Sepia's gratitude, he hoped to convey his sincerity and genuine intentions. However, as the words left his mouth, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Later on, Junwoo and Sepia attempted to get to know each other, but it appears that she didn't remember making a pact with Junwoo using his skills. Despite all that, Junwoo remembered that Sepia had consented to a pact that placed restrictions on several of Sepia's actions. As Junwoo continued his observation of his status window, he noticed that the game had validated his subordination with Sepia. Unfortunately, Sepia would face dire consequences if she ever disobeyed him, as per the conditions of their Pledge of Liberation. Junwoo grappled with conflicting emotions, feeling a sense of remorse that Sepia's freedom was constrained by their pact. However, he also recognized the importance of the pledge, understanding that it had ultimately saved Sepia's life. Recognizing Sepia's apprehension, Junwoo approached the situation with care, opting to gently explain important details to avoid overwhelming her. He informed Sepia about Sigmund's role as the secondary knight of Libornos and extended an invitation for her to accompany him there. However, Sepia's lingering trust issues presented a challenge. Sensitive to Sepia's hesitance and understanding the trauma she had endured, Junwoo approached her cautiously. He extended his hand gently, hoping to offer her comfort and reassurance. However, Sepia remained hesitant. Junwoo made a bold move to activate the pledge, using it to command Sepia to hold his hand. As the command took effect, Sepia's demeanor shifted, her guard momentarily dropping as she complied with Junwoo's directive. Holding his hand, she appeared distant, her emotions masked by the weight of their shared circumstances. As Sepia regained her bearings, confusion clouded her expression, prompting Junwoo to provide an explanation. He clarified that their earlier interaction had established an agreement wherein Sepia had become his subordinate. Junwoo went on to explain that their pact dictated that disobedience would result in the experience of pain or whatever terms they had agreed upon. With a straightforward demeanor, Junwoo explained the necessity of their agreement, emphasizing that it was the only means available to ensure Sepia's survival. Following his explanation, Sepia stood in stunned silence. Reflecting on the situation, Junwoo recognized the limitations of his explanation in persuading Sepia to trust him implicitly. He understood that even if Sepia were to reunite with Sigmund, their circumstances would likely require her to remain with him. However, to his surprise, the game notified him of a positive development that Sepia's trust in him had increased by 3 points. Sepia expressed her gratitude to Junwoo, acknowledging that she owed her life to him, and she hoped that he would take good care of her. Junwoo felt a sense of relief and happiness at Sepia's willingness to trust him. With a newfound mutual understanding between them, they decided to set out for Libornos together. Back at the headquarters of the evil gang, the true leader seethed with anger upon learning of Sepia's disappearance. The news incited his fury, and he was deeply displeased that she had managed to slip away. Trembling in fear, one of the gang members recounted how the others had been swiftly defeated upon the leader's arrival. In his rage, the leader of the evil gang decided to punish the member who had merely been conveying a message. However, his fury wasn't solely directed at the messenger. He was more incensed by the gang's failure to protect Sepia, considering her value as their intended human sacrifice. As the member endured the leader's punishment, he writhed in agony, bearing the brunt of the leader's wrath. Reflecting on the past, the leader recalled how he had captured Sepia due to her connection with her brother, Sigmund. Over time, however, he had come to recognize Sepia's exceptional potential as a mage. Now that Sepia had escaped, the leader lamented the loss of this opportunity to ascend from the third circle to the coveted seventh circle of power. Consumed by fury and despair, the leader unleashed his wrath upon the hapless member, his dreams shattered by Sepia's escape. As the unfortunate member met his demise, another member burst into the room to deliver news to the leader revealed to be Lord Victor that Sepia had been located. With a steely determination, Lord Victor vowed to reclaim Sepia and confront Junwoo in a decisive showdown. As night fell around them, enveloping the landscape in darkness, Junwoo and Sepia found themselves caught in its embrace. Time seemed to slow, but Junwoo realized that rushing their journey would be unwise. As they rested, Junwoo's instincts began to stir, a nagging feeling gnawing at his gut, urging him to action. Junwoo's internal alarm was momentarily silenced by Sepia's voice, drawing his attention away from his uneasy thoughts. She initiated a conversation, her curiosity piqued about Junwoo's background as a mercenary. Sepia's inquiry about Junwoo's formidable abilities put him on the spot, feeling the pressure to explain how someone like him, a mere mercenary, could possess such remarkable power. Junwoo attempted to justify his powers as a coincidence, though he couldn't shake the feeling that Sepia was recovering quickly. However, his vague explanation led to a decrease in Sepia's trust. It made Junwoo feel uneasy about losing her trust. Junwoo shifted the conversation by inquiring about the circumstances leading to Sepia's capture. Sepia's demeanor shifted, expressing sadness at the memory of being captured. Junwoo reassured her that his question was sincere, without relying on his power to compel her response. Junwoo reassured Sepia that she didn't have to share her story if she wasn't comfortable doing so. Sepia chuckled, finding Junwoo's response endearing. It helped rebuild her trust in him, and she couldn't help but find him cute. Sepia responded by expressing her gratitude, stating that she had no reason to find fault with someone who had saved her life. But their wholesome conversation was momentarily interrupted as Junwoo quickly grabbed her, sensing danger nearby. Junwoo felt like something was fishy in their surroundings as he made sure to guard Sepia closely. Sepia was confused with Junwoo's action as she asked him what he was doing. Junwoo then asked her to look behind her, his voice tinged with urgency. Sepia's heart raced as she recognized the ominous sensation creeping up her spine. It was a feeling she had experienced before, in the clutches of those who sought to harm her. The sudden appearance of chains only added to the sense of foreboding that enveloped them. Before long, Lord Victor himself emerged, wearing a sly grin as he prepared to confront them. With his minions in tow, he was determined to reclaim Sepia. Junwoo braced himself, his expression resolute as he prepared to face Lord Victor head-on. Lord Victor's surprise at Junwoo's recognition was evident, but he quickly deduced that Junwoo must have noticed his distinctive magical mark. With a sneer, he challenged Junwoo's apparent nobility, asserting that he had no authority to claim Sepia as his own. Junwoo's response dripped with sarcasm as he apologized for inconveniencing Lord Victor by taking what he considered his possessions. Without further ado, he launched his attack. It was a hurling pieces of wood marked with mysterious symbols toward Lord Victor and his cohorts. The seemingly innocuous pieces of wood revealed their true nature as explosives upon impact, creating chaos among Lord Victor's minions. With a smirk, Junwoo remarked sarcastically that they were even now. Lord Victor's displeasure intensified as he witnessed Junwoo's actions. Lord Victor acknowledged Junwoo's strength, recognizing him as an intriguing opponent. Meanwhile, Junwoo noted Lord Victor's resilience against his explosives, attributing it to Lord Victor's status as a third circle power holder. Despite not having sacrificed Sepia yet, Junwoo acknowledged Lord Victor's formidable power level. As Lord Victor launched his attack, Junwoo remained confident in his ability to emerge victorious. With agility and focus, Junwoo skillfully dodged Lord Victor's attack, then swiftly advanced, brandishing his sword with determination. As the battle unfolded, one of Lord Victor's underlings struggled to comprehend Junwoo's strength, realizing that he was more formidable than anticipated. Junwoo swiftly moved with calculated precision, catching one of Lord Victor's underlings off guard. The force of the blow sent the underling reeling, and he fell to the ground with a pained groan. With another underling attempting to shield himself, Junwoo wasted no time in making his move. His agility and strength were remarkable as he closed in on the underling, his sword poised for attack. Junwoo incapacitated the underling, his power evident as the ground beneath him cracked from the force of his movements. Junwoo maintained a firm grip on his sword, ensuring that his strike was powerful and precise. Despite their determination to shield their leader, they struggled to withstand the relentless assault. As Junwoo continued to engage with Lord Victor's underlings, he repeated his tactic of using explosives to create openings in their defense. The underlings, though resilient, found themselves momentarily disoriented by the force of the explosions, allowing Junwoo to press his advantage. Junwoo counted down to 3 seconds, signaling his intent to swiftly dispatch the remaining underlings. Despite his urgency, he remained focused on executing his combat style with maximum effectiveness. The underlings found themselves unable to mount any meaningful defense as they faced the full force of Junwoo's wrath, leaving no room for retaliation. Despite the intense situation and the darkening atmosphere brought about by Lord Victor's magic, Junwoo remained composed and unaffected. With his dominance on the battlefield evident, Lord Victor recognized the need to take action, summoning his formidable magic known as the Eternal Curse. As the magic took hold, the once tense atmosphere grew even more ominous and foreboding. As Lord Victor channeled his formidable magic, he was confident that its power would pursue Junwoo relentlessly, regardless of any attempts to evade it. Laughing hysterically, he believed victory was within his grasp. However, to the shock of everyone present, one of Lord Victor's own underlings was inadvertently struck by the power of the curse. Lord Victor's displeasure grew as Junwoo's smile widened, clearly reveling in his opponent's misfortune, sarcastically thanking the unwitting underling for inadvertently absorbing the curse. Junwoo seized the opportunity to taunt Lord Victor, referring to him mockingly as Grandpa Black Mage. Lord Victor seethed with anger, feeling thoroughly outsmarted by Junwoo's cunning tactics. Lord Victor, consumed by rage, unleashed his formidable power, enveloping the area in a menacing aura. Junwoo remained steadfast, showing no signs of intimidation. He was confident that Lord Victor's display of power would have no effect on him. With determination, Junwoo unleashed his fiery attribute power, confident that Lord Victor's third circle power wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lord Victor, in a fit of rage, countered by yelling that he could have reached the 7th circle if Sepia hadn't been taken from him. However, Junwoo remained steadfast, asserting that Lord Victor's abilities were capped at the 5th circle. Furious, Lord Victor gathered all his overwhelming power, determined to crush Junwoo. However, Junwoo smirked slyly, suggesting he had more tricks up his sleeve. As his first strategic move, he hurled one of Lord Victor's underlings toward him, aiming to create a distraction. What Lord Victor didn't realize was that beneath the underling lay an explosive device planted by Junwoo. The explosion caught Lord Victor off guard, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke and debris. Despite being stunned by the explosion, Lord Victor remained standing, his expression a mix of surprise and anger. Junwoo steadily advanced towards Lord Victor, his gaze unwavering as he declared that it was time to put an end to their conflict once and for all. As Junwoo closed the distance, a sense of unease washed over him, sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lord Victor might possess even more power than he had let on, lurking beneath his arrogant facade. Junwoo's focus remained fixed on Lord Victor, but he couldn't ignore the eerie sensation creeping up his spine. Something about his fire-type power felt unsettling, as if it had taken on a life of its own. Turning his attention briefly to Sepia, he noticed tears streaming down her face, a reaction to Lord Victor's overwhelming aura. Junwoo's concern deepened as the situation took an unexpected turn. It became evident that Sepia was not just an ordinary woman, but rather someone with immense power. Her abilities began to manifest, revealing her true strength. Despite her display of power, Sepia's tears hinted a shadow over her formidable abilities. As Junwoo's focus shifted to Sepia, he couldn't ignore her distress, sorrow, and anger. Her current state hinted at a resurgence of past trauma, evident in the rage filling her eyes. Sepia's scream echoed with fury and sorrow. a reflection of her desire for vengeance against Lord Victor. In a stunning revelation, it became clear that it was not Junwoo's power affecting Lord Victor, but Sepia's own abilities. She possessed the power to manipulate chains, akin to Lord Victor's abilities. With a sly grin on her face, Sepia unleashed her power, inflicting upon Lord Victor the same pain and suffering she had endured. The tables had turned, and now Lord Victor faced the consequences of his own actions at the hands of his victim-turned-avenger. Junwoo stood in awe, deeply astonished by Sepia's display of power. Lord Victor writhed in deep agony as Sepia's power enveloped him, chains constricting around him with an unyielding grip. Junwoo's gaming knowledge led him to realize that NPCs with such powerful magic were usually reserved for late-game scenarios, even if it involves high-ranking players. This realization sparked a deeper understanding within him that Sepia was more than just an ordinary NPC. After facing off against Lord Victor with her immense power, Sepia finally succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Junwoo quickly moved to catch Sepia as she began to pass out, ensuring she didn't fall to the ground. As tears streamed down her face, Sepia remained unconscious, her body limp in Junwoo's arms. As Junwoo cared for Sepia, he noted her lack of control over her overwhelming powers, prompting concern. Meanwhile, in Liburnos, investigations concerning Sepia were underway. Sigmund's surprise was palpable as he eagerly awaited the news from the knight, knowing that it pertained to his sister. The news revealed that traces had been discovered at the border between the plains and the Tur Mountain range about the spotted bandits. As the knight relayed the information about the victims of the evil gang being involved, a wave of disgust washed over Sigmund. Anger simmered beneath the surface of his stoic exterior, fueled by the thought that his sister Sepia might also have fallen into the clutches of the evil gang. With determination flashing in his eyes, Sigmund swiftly issued orders to his knights, commanding them to hunt down everyone responsible for causing harm without delay. Despite the weight of grief heavy upon his heart, he pushed forward, driven by the hope that his sister, Sepia, remained safe and untouched. While everyone was settled in Liburnos, forest enveloped Junwoo and Sepia in a serene ambience as they continued their walk. However, Sepia was unsure if they were heading in the right direction as she turned to Junwoo. Junwoo assured her that he knew of a shortcut that would lead them to their destination more swiftly. However, despite his reassurances, he couldn't help but notice the lingering doubt etched on Sepia's features. Despite flawlessly navigating their way without a map, Junwoo couldn't shake off his disbelief at Sepia's lingering doubts. Deciding to remain silent, he reasoned that speaking further might only deepen her suspicions. Reflecting on recent events, Junwoo couldn't help but acknowledge that he had underestimated Sepia's strength. However, what truly caught his attention was the discovery that Sepia's character class remained hidden, and her stats appeared normal despite her remarkable abilities. As they continued their journey, Junwoo couldn't shake off the realization that Sepia possessed immense potential, perhaps even comparable to Sigmund's. Going back to their journey, Junwoo informed Sepia of their plan to reach Liburnos swiftly. Observing Sepia's expression, Junwoo sensed her lingering doubts, even as she agreed to his plan. Understanding the necessity of gaining her trust, Junwoo resolved to make every effort to uncover the truth about her remarkable power. Concerned about the potential consequences of impatience and carelessness, Junwoo reflected on the fate of Lord Victor. Moreover, Sepia's inadvertent reveal of her alter ego piqued Junwoo's curiosity even further, fueling his desire to delve deeper into her enigmatic past. But Junwoo was just really curious and thought of taking a jab. Junwoo's pace slowed, his demeanor shifting to one of concern as he sought Sepia's attention. With a thoughtful expression, he explained his desire to share something with her. Sepia, meanwhile, endeavored to listen attentively, her focus solely on Junwoo. Gathering his courage, Junwoo finally broached the question, inquired of Sepia whether she had ever been associated with the heretics. Sepia gazed at Junwoo with a puzzled expression, her confusion evident. Junwoo's question seemed to catch her off guard, and in response, the game promptly notified him of a significant decrease in Sepia's trust, dropping by 5. Meanwhile, in the peaceful afternoon at the Attara Cathedral of the Holy Kingdom, Priestess Clara, adorned in her pristine white robes, moved gracefully through the cathedral, her steps light and purposeful. As she attended to her duties, one of the priests expressed his appreciation for her presence in their cathedral. Clara responded to the priest's gratitude with a warm smile, her eyes reflecting genuine joy. To her, traveling to the cathedral was not a burden, but a sacred duty she embraced willingly since she was a priestess. The priest courteously invited Clara to follow him, leading her to continue with their agenda. Along the way, Clara couldn't help but express her astonishment. However, the priest gently reminded Clara to comport herself with the appropriate reverence. Clara, ever dutiful and respectful, adjusted her posture to demonstrate her commitment to proper conduct within the cathedral. Upon reaching their destination, Clara finally had the honor of meeting the saintess of the cathedral. Clara, feeling a mixture of nervousness and reverence in the presence of such a distinguished figure. She humbly kneeled before the saintess as a gesture of respect and admiration. The saintess, recognizing Clara's humble demeanor, kindly insisted that she raise her head. As Clara lifted her head, she found herself face to face with the esteemed Saintess Kalina Luna. Clara felt deeply honored to be in the presence of the noble Saintess of the Moon, Kalina Luna. Kalina didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking Clara about her visit to the Forgotten Temple. Clara's curiosity was piqued, wondering why her recent adventure had brought her to Kalina's attention. Kalina then kindly inquired about Clara's journey, her tone serious as she hoped to glean details about all that Clara had seen, heard, and experienced. Clara truthfully recounted her encounters, including facing the Death Knight and her swift return to the village with the mercenaries. Satisfied with the information she had received, Kalina asked Clara to stop, indicating that she had gathered all the details she needed. Kalina expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that Clara had already made a significant contribution. Kalina promised Clara acknowledgement and a reward, assuring her that she would receive a blessing to receive light. Clara expressed her endless gratitude to Luna and the Saintess. After their interaction, she headed out. As Clara left, Kalina's mind was preoccupied with lingering thoughts. She felt the need to address them and called for Paul, the priest. Paul, the archbishop of the church, was surprised at being summoned and inquired about the reason. Kalina, however, expressed her belief that Clara had recounted her tale truthfully but sensed something amiss. Paul nodded, acknowledging the information about Clara's association with Monty, Junwoo's alias. Understanding Kalina's request, he agreed to send a formal letter to Liburnas. Kalina's curiosity about Monty's identity lingered in her thoughts, prompting her to ponder the significance of Clara's association with him. Sepia was still reeling from the shock of Junwoo's question, finding it difficult to formulate a response. Junwoo regarded her with skepticism, prompting Sepia to clarify her thoughts by asserting that the Black Mages were undoubtedly affiliated with the cult. Junwoo, maintaining his skeptical stance, shared his perspective with Sepia. He emphasized that all cults shared a common trait, their pursuit of power rather than genuine faith. Junwoo, noticing the immense power Sepia possessed, couldn't help but feel a growing sense of suspicion. Sepia, in turn, felt pressured of Junwoo's scrutiny, realizing that he was becoming increasingly wary of the untamed and unpredictable nature of her abilities. Sepia felt disheartened that she had unwittingly become a source of suspicion for Junwoo. However, Junwoo had only asked the question to ease any doubts she might have had about his intentions and well-being. In Sepia's mind, she speculated that Junwoo might have connections to the Holy Office of the Church of Luna, given his impressive combat abilities. Sepia recalled experiencing episodes of losing consciousness and being overwhelmed with mana when she was a child. Despite her family's efforts to seek help from other mages, they couldn't find a solution. All she knew was that her mana seemed to originate from fire or light. Junwoo contemplated Sepia's explanation about her mana potentially originating from light. Connecting the dots from the dream he saw, he began to wonder if Sepia possessed the power of light, perhaps even a form of holy magic. Sepia expressed her hope that Junwoo would understand her, emphasizing that despite her power, she had never harmed a human before. However, Junwoo couldn't shake the memory of Sepia punishing Lord Victor, leaving him to wonder if Sepia had forgotten about that incident. Junwoo felt concerned that he might have scared Sepia too much, considering how open she was being about her past. Despite this, Sepia decided to ask a question of her own, inquiring if Junwoo was an inquisitor. Junwoo was caught off guard and clarified that he was just an ordinary mercenary. Sepia also assumed that Junwoo might be an Easterner due to his appearance, but Junwoo had no idea how to differentiate between Easterners and others. Junwoo found himself perplexed by Sepia's sudden interest in his race, but he realized she might be trying to piece together his background based on his appearance. He confirmed that he was not affiliated with them as his preference for independence, expressing disdain for groups that imposed restrictions. Junwoo recalled the reputation of the Holy Office Inquisitors, also known as the First Moon of Luna, as formidable figures wielding significant authority within the church. However, he noted a critical flaw and injustices in their approach. Junwoo reflected on the flaws within the Inquisitor system, recognizing their tendency to act rashly and unjustly based on mere suspicion. He emphasized that if he were truly an Inquisitor, he would have treated Sepia differently, possibly even as an enemy due to her perceived suspicious nature. With their explanations and concerns addressed, Junwoo felt it was time to move forward towards Liburnas. He recognized the importance of not divulging the details of their pact of subordination to Sigmund, wanting to avoid any potential complications. They both pondered over how to approach the conversation with Sigmund, but Sepia expressed her concern that Sigmund might not easily accept their explanation about their relationship. She believed that her brother, Sigmund, might be too focused on his care for her to see the broader perspective of their situation. Junwoo, however, believed that honesty would be the best policy and suggested that they should tell Sigmund the truth about their subordination contract. Sepia expressed her hope that Junwoo would honor their subordination agreement since they couldn't come up with any alternative solution. Sepia made a heartfelt plea to Junwoo, asking him to intervene if Sigmund attempted to follow them. She didn't want her brother to jeopardize his achievements for her sake, especially considering the difficult path he had taken to rise from the slums. Despite understanding Sepia's concerns, Junwoo couldn't shake the feeling that Sigmund's presence might be beneficial since he was also strong. But then, he understood the importance of maintaining trust and keeping their word, especially in such precarious circumstances. With their agreement settled, Junwoo and Sepia resumed their journey towards Liburnas. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a sudden chaos and loud noises had caught their attention. The source of the disturbance turns out to be the Knights of Liburnas, hunting down bandits that had encroached upon their territory. Sepia, recognizing the familiar insignia, Junwoo, mindful of Sepia's hurried pace, cautioned her to watch her step, though he empathized with her eagerness to return home after their prolonged journey. As they approached the group of knights, among them stood Sigmund, recognizable by his stature and the determination in his eyes. However, upon closer observation, Sigmund appeared consumed by anger, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a fierce intensity. Junwoo felt a sense of unease rather than relief upon being recognized by Sigmund. It seemed that Sigmund regarded them not with warmth, but rather with an intensity that bordered on hostility. Junwoo realized that rather than seeking clarification or understanding, Sigmund seemed intent on immediate confrontation. As Sigmund charged towards them, his grip on his sword tightened, ready for battle. Junwoo's quick reflexes allowed him to draw his sword just in time to parry Sigmund's attack, blocking the strike aimed at them. Despite this defensive move, Junwoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at Sigmund's refusal to seek understanding before resorting to violence. Sigmund's strength proved formidable, causing Junwoo to stumble backward and lose his footing, nearly falling to the ground. In a swift move to regain balance, Junwoo drove his sword into the earth, using it as a support to prevent himself from toppling over completely. Despite his attempts to defuse the situation, Junwoo found Sigmund's determination unwavering. Sigmund continued to brandish his sword, his expression unyielding and his resolve firm. With swift and calculated movements, Junwoo managed to evade each strike from Sigmund's sword. His reflexes were sharp as he deftly parried the incoming attacks, ensuring that none of them found their mark. Sigmund, fueled by rage and determination, intensified his assault, launching a relentless barrage of strikes at Junwoo. With a powerful strike, Sigmund managed to land a blow on Junwoo, causing him to stumble backward once more. As Junwoo felt the sting of the scratch on his cheek, his frustration boiled over. He couldn't understand why Sigmund was so adamant about attacking him without even listening to his side of the story. With the chaos unfolding around them, nobody intervened to stop the fight between Junwoo and Sigmund, as if like they feared their commander. Even Sepia stood on the sidelines, her heart heavy as she watched Junwoo being vilified by her brother. Feeling dismayed, Junwoo came to the realization that he couldn't rely on anyone else for assistance. Despite the intense battle and Sigmund's formidable strength, Junwoo felt a stroke of luck as he recognized that Sigmund had not yet reached his full potential. As the clash continued, Junwoo summoned his own power, causing a surge that almost made Sigmund stumble to the ground. However, Sigmund, driven by stubbornness and determination, refused to be taken down. Seeing that his previous tactics weren't enough, Junwoo decided to push the extent of his abilities further, relying on his agility to swiftly dodge Sigmund's attacks. Sigmund, caught off guard by Junwoo's sudden agility and speed, struggled to anticipate his opponent's movements as Junwoo leaped high into the air. As Junwoo descended from his aerial maneuver, he aimed a powerful kick towards Sigmund, hoping to catch him off guard. However, Sigmund swiftly reacted, using his sword to deflect Junwoo's kick and counterattack. Having recognized Junwoo's combat prowess, Sigmund conceded to his adversary's skill. However, rather than backing down, Sigmund's pride and ego drove him to showcase his own abilities, determined to prove himself in the duel. To Sigmund's astonishment, his momentum was abruptly halted by a resounding slap across his face. Turning to face his unexpected assailant, he found Sepia standing before him and looking disappointed. Sigmund was taken aback by Sepia's sudden act of defiance that caught him off guard. Junwoo couldn't help but notice that Sigmund harbored deep affection for his sister, perhaps because she was the only family he had left. Sepia made it clear to Sigmund that if he harmed Junwoo, there would be dire consequences, possibly resulting in her own demise. Sepia's words unintentionally gave the impression that she was deeply in love with Junwoo, which shocked both Junwoo and Sigmund. Upon realizing how her words sounded, Sepia was equally surprised. Sigmund was deeply shocked by the thought that his dear sister was willing to sacrifice herself for Junwoo. After the tense confrontation, they continued on and entered the bustling city of Liburnas. Seeking a more civil setting, they convened in the reception room of the Liburnas Knight's residence to have a conversation. In an attempt to ease the tension, Junwoo fabricated a story, claiming to be a wandering doctor that allowed him to cure Sepia's affliction. Sigmund, curious about Junwoo's experiences, questioned whether he had encountered dark mages during his travels, to which Junwoo affirmed. Feeling the weight of Sigmund's inquiry, Junwoo and Sepia exchanged subtle glances, silently acknowledging Junwoo's adeptness at fabricating stories. Despite the pressure, Sigmund eventually accepted Junwoo as the individual who saved his sister's life, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his intervention. Sigmund's curiosity persisted, noting Junwoo's proficiency in martial skills despite his purported role as a doctor. Junwoo explained that his travels across borders necessitated the acquisition of self-defense skills for protection. Junwoo tempered their expectations, cautioning that Sepia's curse had not been entirely healed. He clarified that he had employed some medical techniques as a temporary measure, but emphasized the impossibility of curing the curse mark through conventional methods. Sigmund struggled to contain his emotions as he inquired about alternative methods to cure Sepia out of desperation. With a reassuring grin, Junwoo assured him that there was indeed a way. Junwoo attempted to exude confidence, emphasizing that his travels hadn't been in vain, as he considered himself the best doctor available. Sepia, however, couldn't help but cringe at Junwoo's audacious claims. Junwoo painted a clearer picture, likening Sepia's condition to a case back in his homeland where there was a disease known as the formless poison. He recounted a story of a patient whose condition required constant monitoring and changing prescriptions, necessitating frequent travel to gather ingredients. Sigmund then asked Junwoo to paint a clearer picture, hoping for more details about the potential cure. Sigmund's demeanor changed, resembling that of a strict brother, as Junwoo suggested that Sepia must travel with him. Sigmund deeply objected to the idea and even suggested that he should gather the ingredients instead. Junwoo calmly explained that he's only qualified to identify the ingredients, and if the medicine wasn't acquired quickly, Sepia's condition might worsen. However, Sigmund still did not acknowledge the practicality and refused to let Sepia go independently with Junwoo. Despite Sigmund's initial reluctance, Sepia's soothing gesture seemed to gradually soften his resolve. Sepia offered her brother reassurance, promising him that she would return safely from her journey. As Sepia's soothing words eased Sigmund's worries, Junwoo found himself growing increasingly bored with the conversation. Sigmund suggested that Sepia take some rest, expressing a desire to speak privately with Junwoo. Sepia warmly agreed, expressing her anticipation for sharing a delicious meal with Sigmund again. As Sepia departed, Junwoo felt a twinge of pressure settling in, unsure of what the private conversation would entail. Junwoo gently grasped Sepia's hand and activated the Pledge of Liberation. With a reassuring smile, Junwoo informed Sepia that he was just going to check her pulse. He then advised her not to wander around, pretend to be sick, and write a farewell letter to Sigmund. As Sepia followed Junwoo's instructions and left the room, he watched her go, reminding her to take care of herself. With Sepia gone, the room felt noticeably quieter, and tension hung in the air as it became just Junwoo and Sigmund alone together. Sigmund adopted a more casual tone as he addressed Junwoo, cutting through the pretense. He straightforwardly asked Junwoo to drop the act and speak freely, sensing that there were things Junwoo had been holding back. Junwoo reciprocated the sentiment, acknowledging that he also felt the weight of unspoken words between them. Sigmund then asked about Junwoo's true identity, like he was smart enough to know that him being a doctor was fabricated. Junwoo debated whether he should reveal the truth, considering Sigmund's apparent preference for a different answer. Eventually, he confessed to Sigmund, revealing that his true identity is Dio, a character from the game who lives as a mercenary. Sigmund then asked if Junwoo possessed a mercenary medallion, to which Junwoo replied that he planned to acquire one in Liburnas. Sigmund followed up by questioning Junwoo's certainty in being able to lift Sepia's curse. Deep down, Junwoo hesitated to reveal the truth that the curse had already been lifted due to Sepia being in a subordination contract with him. He understood that disclosing the real reason might only further enrage Sigmund, so he opted to simply state that he had attempted to cure it previously. However, Sigmund's intuition signaled to him that Junwoo was concealing additional truths. Junwoo's anxiety intensified as he feared Sigmund's potential reaction to the concealed information. Sigmund questioned Junwoo's role in saving Sepia, his voice laced with suspicion and a hint of desperation. His question made Junwoo's mind flickered back to the moment he discovered Sepia in a vulnerable state within a cave. Junwoo struggled to provide a simple answer to Sigmund's question, realizing that the truth was tangled in layers of complexity that he couldn't easily unravel. With a heavy heart and a tone tinged with uncertainty, Junwoo simply replied to Sigmund's question, unable to offer a clear and confident response. Despite the uncertainty surrounding his actions, one thing remained clear, is that he had no ulterior motives for helping others. Sigmund's eyes held a newfound calmness, albeit tinged with lingering uncertainties. Sigmund confessed that he still couldn't fully trust Junwoo with Sepia, citing lingering suspicions. Junwoo acknowledged that Sigmund's doubts were entirely understandable, especially when he's not really an overpowered character. Because Junwoo couldn't reveal that he possessed a level 10 storage character named Dio. Junwoo was taken aback as Sigmund began to acknowledge the positive aspects of his actions, particularly in saving Sepia from peril. But deep down, all Sigmund truly desired to ascertain was whether Junwoo possessed the capability to truly rescue Sepia. Junwoo emphasized that, aside from the Archbishop of Luna, he was the sole individual with the capability to rescue Sepia. Junwoo acknowledged the problem, recognizing Sigmund's deep-seated animosity towards the Church of Luna. It turns out, Junwoo mentioned the Church of Luna on purpose, hoping it would convince Sigmund that he's the last option they have. Junwoo believed that if a person like him and the Church of Luna were placed on a scale, he would definitely be the lesser evil of the two. As Junwoo contemplated the best course of action, he opted to dangle a tempting offer in front of Sigmund, hoping it would sway the decision in his favor. In a bid to bolster his image and win Sigmund's trust, Junwoo offered to assist Sigmund with various tasks and duties. Junwoo made a vow to aid Sigmund in investigating the recent disappearances plaguing Liburnas, hoping that his assistance would earn Sigmund's trust. Sigmund remained skeptical, questioning what a foreigner like Junwoo could possibly contribute to the investigation. Junwoo then brought up a location known as the back alley. Sigmund's reaction was immediate and visceral, as if the mere mention of the back alley struck a deep chord within him. Sigmund's sudden reaction sent a shiver down Junwoo's spine as he instinctively prepared for conflict, realizing he had unintentionally hit a nerve. As Sigmund's emotions surged, his grip tightened around his sword, hoping for Junwoo to spill more details. Junwoo's demeanor remained composed, almost as if he had anticipated Sigmund's hostile reaction and was ready to face it head-on. Their tense standoff persisted through the afternoon, neither willing to back down from their positions. As Sigmund's sword grazed Junwoo, drawing a trickle of blood, tension hung heavy in the air. Despite the near altercation, Junwoo maintained his composure, urging Sigmund to temper his aggression and consider the situation rationally. Sigmund's demeanor shifted at the mention of the back alleys, his reaction revealing a deeper turmoil within. Junwoo elucidated his understanding of Sigmund's agitation, connecting the dots between the citizens' disappearances and the shadowy depths of the back alleys. As the gravity of the situation settled between them, Junwoo's curiosity piqued and inquired about Sigmund's search for Sepia when she had gone missing. With a subtle yet pointed remark, Junwoo hinted at his suspicions regarding Sigmund's involvement in the transformation of the back alleys into a lawless wasteland. He tactfully highlighted the notorious power wielded by criminal factions in the area, insinuating that even the Night Corps hesitated to confront them. Observing Sigmund's persistent agitation, Junwoo discerned the potential complications arising from his relentless pursuit of unrelated matters. Sigmund, grappling with his doubts, sought reassurance from Junwoo, expressing his desire to establish trust between them. In response, Junwoo reiterated his confidence in his ability to devise a solution to eradicate the underground menace of the back alleys. Together, they delved into the intricacies of their plan, their discussions stretching late into the night. Sigmund, impressed by the thoroughness of Junwoo's plan, couldn't help but question whether this was truly Junwoo's first encounter with Liberanas. Junwoo, weaving another fabricated tale, regaled Sigmund with a story of his past life as a young surgeon turned detective, further bolstering his facade. As Sigmund contemplated Junwoo's explanation, a moment of silence settled between them. As night fell, Sigmund found himself consumed by thoughts of Junwoo's true intentions. The mention of Junwoo's past detective endeavors lingered in his mind, prompting a cascade of doubts regarding the depth of Junwoo's insight into the underground world of Liberanas. Despite his skepticism, Sigmund harbored a glimmer of hope that Junwoo possessed the cunning and resourcefulness to address his concerns. As doubts continued to linger, he contemplated the idea of assigning someone to monitor Junwoo closely during their mission. Meanwhile, the next day dawned, and Junwoo ventured into the bustling market area of Liberanas. With a casual demeanor, he strolled through the lively streets, feigning interest in the surroundings. Despite his initial astonishment at the lack of noticeable changes in the bustling market area, Junwoo remained undeterred. He had a specific agenda for the day, one that extended beyond the familiar confines of the busy shopping streets. As he moved beyond the bustling crowds, Junwoo's gaze sharpened, his attention shifting to the area marking the boundary to the criminal underground. As Junwoo traversed the familiar streets of Liberanas, each detail etched vividly in his mind from his countless virtual adventures. Junwoo vividly recalled the two dominant factions that vied for control, the moderate party's Golden Dawn and the extremists' Gore Howl. Additionally, the Gore Howl faction seized complete control of the back alleys in Sepia. A victim of their cruelty had paid the ultimate price at their hands, igniting a fire within Sigmund. While Sepia's rescue averted Sigmund's descent into full-blown rage against the criminal underworld, Junwoo remained wary of the unpredictable twists and turns that lay ahead. With the future shrouded in uncertainty, Junwoo made a pivotal decision to anchor himself in the familiar narrative threads of the game's storyline. As he delved deeper into his memories, he recalled the Golden Dawn, crippled by the relentless onslaught of Sigmund, had ultimately succumbed, paving the way for Gore Howl. As Junwoo stood before the imposing facade of the Golden Dawn's headquarters, a sense of anticipation mingled with apprehension gripped him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the headquarters, members of the Golden Dawn discussed the unexpected arrival of the Inspector General and the impending delivery of news. Inside the Golden Dawn's headquarters was a figure named Rudin stood out with his infectious enthusiasm and unwavering positivity. Unbeknownst to Rudin, the man he conversed with, Junwoo, had assumed the guise of an Inspector General, a role he fabricated to gain access. As Junwoo mirrored Rudin's exuberant energy, he couldn't believe that Rudin maintained such boundless positivity in the face of adversity. Despite Rudin's outward display of politeness and positivity, Junwoo remained cognizant of the underlying truth that Rudin was still a member of the criminal underground. With their interaction concluded on a civil note, Junwoo made his exit from the room, his senses attuned to the subtle shift in Rudin's demeanor. As he departed, Rudin's outward demeanor had transformed, becoming sharper and more vigilant. As Junwoo walked through the busy streets, he remembered that what he does today affects tomorrow. Navigating through the bustling shopping streets of Liberanas, Junwoo's mind buzzed with the weight of unfinished agendas. Yet, amidst the throngs of bustling activity, he felt a pull towards a familiar destination, the storage NPC. With his main agenda settled for the moment, Junwoo seized the opportunity to engage in some side activities, seeking to hone his skills. He encountered a variety of fantastical creatures, including monstrous hybrids resembling a cross between a rat and a kangaroo. With keen instincts, Junwoo engaged the rat-like creatures with precision and determination. Despite being outnumbered and facing adversaries armed with crude weaponry, he moved with fluidity and grace, exploiting their weaknesses with calculated strikes. As Junwoo remained focused on the immediate threat before him, his instincts on high alert, he sensed a sudden movement behind him. Reacting with lightning speed, he whirled around, his sword flashing in the air as he intercepted the sneaky monster's attack with precision timing. With the threat neutralized and the monsters vanquished, Junwoo emerged victorious from his side activity. Junwoo delved into his status window, his attention focused on the essence of fire, a valuable resource crucial for unlocking the next stage of skill evolution. Amidst his concentration, he remained ever vigilant, attuned to the dangers lurking in the surrounding environment. Despite the creature's horrendous appearance and its attempt to instill fear, Junwoo stood his ground. With lightning reflexes, Junwoo summoned a protective barrier to shield himself from the monster's impending attack. He caught the creature off guard with his unexpected display of skill. However, as Junwoo swiftly released himself from the protective barrier, he wasted no time in launching a counterattack. As the monster and its subordinates stared in shock at the mark emblazoned on their comrade's chest, Junwoo seized the moment, channeling his energy and focus into activating the explosive spell. With a resounding shout of "Mark!", the force of the blast reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward as debris scattered in all directions. As the explosion subsided, Junwoo stood amidst the aftermath, seemingly unperturbed by the display of power that had unfolded around him. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Junwoo was approached by one of his subordinates, Priest Krupies, who had come to check up on him. Engaging in conversation with Krupies, his mind silently acknowledged the protective capabilities of his salamander armor set, which maximized his resistance to fire-based attacks. Priest Krupies' astonishment at Junwoo's strength was palpable as he observed the aftermath of the battle, particularly the shattered remnants of his once protective holy shield. Recalling their earlier encounter, taking on quests at the guild office, that their paths had first crossed, and he knew already that Krupies is a priest at the Luna Temple. As Junwoo contemplated his upcoming side quest to exterminate the Ratmen, he weighed the benefits of bringing Priest Krupies along as part of his party. Going back to present, Krupies expressed his gratitude to Junwoo for bringing him along on the quest, but Junwoo, in turn, acknowledged the invaluable contribution that Krupies had made. As their objectives accomplished and confident that they had eliminated all threats in the area, they made the decision to depart. As their quest came to a close and the time for farewells arrived, Junwoo bid Krupies a fond farewell. With a parting smile, Krupies extended his final blessing, invoking the name of the Luna. As Junwoo ventured alone into the dimly lit depths of the sewers, Krupies watched his departure with a steady gaze. However, as soon as Junwoo disappeared from sight, his face was replaced by a sly grin that played upon his lips. It became apparent that his agenda for the day extended beyond the extermination of Ratmen. He had been on a covert mission to locate a man matching Junwoo's description. He was eager to share the news with his fellow brothers and sisters, particularly with the Archbishop. As the evening settled over Liburnos, Junwoo ventured forth for a leisurely stroll. His peaceful stroll was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of two menacing figures blocking his path. Despite the thugs' intimidating presence, Junwoo stood firm, refusing to flinch in the face of their aggression. However, his resolve was put to the test as the thugs mistakenly identified him as a spy from the Golden Dawn. As the thugs' accusation registered in Junwoo's mind, he acknowledged that information indeed had a way of spreading rapidly within the intricate web of the criminal underground. As the thugs realized their attempts to intimidate Junwoo had failed, a surge of frustration and anger swept over them. As tension crackled in the air, one of the thugs, his patience wearing thin, made a bold move by drawing his weapon, a clear signal of their intent to assert their dominance. With a menacing glint in his eyes, the bald thug stepped forward, his voice dripping with bravado as he proudly proclaimed their allegiance to the Gorehowl. Despite the thug's bold display and attempts to instill fear, Junwoo's composure remained unshaken. Despite being a few experience points short of level 90, Junwoo was undaunted, knowing that he possessed resourcefulness to handle the situation with ease. With a calm and collected demeanor, Junwoo sought an audience with the boss of the Gorehowl. With clenched fists and narrowed eyes, the thugs bristled at Junwoo's confident declaration, their resolve hardened by the challenge he posed. As the thugs charged forward with reckless abandon, their aggression reaching a fever pitch, Junwoo braced himself for the onslaught. As Junwoo prepared to face off against the thugs, he squared his shoulders and took off his cloak. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the Gore Howl, an air of peace and tranquility pervaded the atmosphere. All of a sudden, a loud bang echoed through the headquarters, reverberating off the walls with a forceful intensity. With each successive bang, the noise grew louder and more insistent, like there was on the other side of the door was determined to gain entry. With a resounding crash, one of the thugs from earlier stumbled into the headquarters, his face contorted with pain and desperation. Gasping for breath, he pleaded for help from their boss, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. With a sense of urgency, the injured thug quickly reported to his boss, the man responsible for their beating as Junwoo, whom they assumed to be a part of the Golden Dawn. Before another second could pass, Junwoo made his entrance into the headquarters, his presence commanding attention as he strode confidently into the room. However, any semblance of pleasantries was swiftly replaced by the boss's furious reaction to Junwoo's perceived cockiness. Junwoo held the injured thug firmly in his grasp, his grip tight as if to assert his dominance and make it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. As the injured thug lay sprawled on the ground, he thanked them for unwittingly guiding him to their boss. With a closer inspection, he realized that Junwoo was none other than the Easterner that Sigmund had brought in. The boss's curiosity piqued, he questioned Junwoo's motives for seeking out their guild after consulting with the Golden Dawn first. With no trace of fear in his tone, he revealed that Sigmund had tasked him with the mission of cleaning up the back alleys. The boss's chuckle resonated through the room, a sound tinged with amusement and perhaps a hint of disbelief. The boss's laughter echoed through the room, rising to a crescendo of hysterical amusement. He just finds it incredulous that someone like Junwoo could be taken seriously in the cutthroat world of the criminal underworld. The boss's attempt to appear fearsome fell short as he hurled the bottle of sake in Junwoo's direction. Despite his skepticism about Junwoo's abilities, he remained determined to face the Easterner head-on. The boss interpreted Junwoo's actions as a provocation, a signal of intent to initiate conflict. Junwoo, however, maintained his innocence, asserting that he had no such intentions. The boss found himself deeply perplexed as Junwoo made a flamboyant entrance. Junwoo clarified that Sigmund had simply given him a request to handle the situation. However, he wanted to make it clear that he was not beholden to Sigmund and did not consider himself one of his minions. Junwoo, brimming with confidence and ambition, boldly declared his intention to unite the back alleys. However, despite Junwoo's impassioned declaration, the boss felt like Junwoo's lofty aspirations seemed like a naive fantasy. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, the boss issued a command to his underlings, ordering them to launch an attack against Junwoo. With a decisive gesture, he signaled his intent to bring an abrupt end to the conversation, no longer willing to entertain Junwoo's declarations and ambitions. The underlings, eager to assert their dominance and eager to make an example out of Junwoo, eagerly heeded their boss's command. As the underlings readied themselves to launch their ambush, Junwoo seemed prepared to demonstrate his capabilities. As the underlings charged towards him, one of the archers unleashed an attack, launching an arrow in Junwoo's direction. With lightning-fast reflexes, Junwoo's keen eyes tracked the projectile's trajectory, and he snatched it out of the air. Feeling the weight of the odds stacked against him, Junwoo quickly assessed the situation and counted 20 adversaries closing in on him. As the underlings drew nearer, Junwoo made a calculated decision, selecting the perfect weapon for the task at hand, the forgotten swordsmanship. One of the thugs charged forward, eager to assert his dominance and showcase his strength. Junwoo, on the other hand, reached into his inventory and retrieved the chosen weapon. With a single, Junwoo unleashed a devastating force that sent the underlings near him hurtling backward, as if they had been caught in the path of a powerful gust of wind. Caught off guard, the underlings were left incredulous, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly straightforward move could have such a profound effect. Despite their efforts to shield themselves by crossing their arms, the underlings found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the sheer strength. Gazing back at Junwoo with a mixture of awe and trepidation, the underlings speculated that he might be a magic swordsman. Realizing the futility of engaging Junwoo in close quarters combat, the underlings quickly reached a consensus. Before the underlings could fully implement their strategy to keep their distance, Junwoo seized the initiative, launching a sudden and decisive counterattack. The bald man, caught off guard by Junwoo's sudden appearance before him, could scarcely believe his eyes. Junwoo delivered a devastating blow to the bald man, sending him reeling with the force of a single strike. He hoisted the incapacitated bald man and hurled him at the group of underlings, causing them to scatter in disarray as they attempted to evade. A smirk played across Junwoo's lips as he called out the underlings for their bravado, taunting them for being all bark and no bite. With a confident swagger, he turned his attention to the boss and posed a rhetorical question, questioning how long the boss intended to stand idly by. The boss's disappointment was palpable as he witnessed Junwoo's single-handed defeat of his men. With a casual yet ominous tone, he hinted at the inevitability of his victory, suggesting that if the fight were to continue, he would effortlessly dismantle the boss's remaining subordinates one by one. Unable to tolerate the humiliation of his defeat any longer, the boss's resolve hardened, and he resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a primal roar of fury, she cast aside all hesitation and launched herself forward with reckless abandon. The clash of their swords reverberated through the air as Junwoo and the boss engaged in a fierce duel. Despite Junwoo's skill and determination, he struggled to maintain his balance under the force of her blows. With a mocking laugh, the boss taunted Junwoo, deriding him for his perceived arrogance in relying solely on one skill. Junwoo understood that she might not be as formidable as Sigmund, but he also recognized that she was a formidable adversary in her own right. Realizing that he was outmatched in terms of raw strength, Junwoo knew he had no choice but to rely on the power of his equipment. With a powerful strike, the boss managed to disarm Junwoo, causing him to lose his grip on his sword. With a confident smirk, the boss raised her axe high, fully intending to deliver a decisive blow and end the battle once and for all. Meanwhile, Junwoo braced himself as he raised his arm, armored with protective gear, to deflect the force of the boss's axe. However, the boss, confidence shaken by Junwoo's unexpected resilience, found herself deeply perplexed. Puzzled and frustrated, she turned to Junwoo, demanding an explanation for his seemingly impervious defense. The notion that he could defend himself with a single arm against her full-force attack appeared to be scientifically impossible. With a knowing smile, Junwoo finally revealed that he was equipped with a level 100 unique piece of gear known as the Gauntlet of Instigation that was boasted incredible stats and abilities, including unparalleled defensive capabilities. The boss found herself in awe, acknowledging that she had underestimated Junwoo's capabilities. While Junwoo proudly presented his Gauntlet of Instigation, its intricate design and powerful aura, which the boss thought was an artifact. As Junwoo reflected on the significance of his Gauntlet of Instigation, he couldn't help but marvel at how such precious items were often labeled as artifacts in games. In the virtual world of gaming, players often encountered unique and graded items without fully grasping their true value or significance. Her confidence wavered, the boss couldn't help but confront Junwoo with a question that lingered in her mind whether he could truly emerge victorious. Despite her uncertainty, a flicker of determination burned within her, driving her to press on despite the challenge posed by Junwoo's artifact. With a swift and precise movement, Junwoo deflected the boss's counterattack with ease, harnessing the power of his artifact to nullify her assault. A smirk graced, his voice rang out. He affirmed his certainty that victory would ultimately be his. Caught off guard by the sudden surge of confidence emanating from Junwoo, the boss found herself momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Junwoo seized the opportunity to exploit her momentary vulnerability, swiftly maneuvering behind her with a powerful punch. The force of Junwoo's punch was staggering, its impact equivalent to the boss's own formidable strength. As the blow landed, the boss felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and fell to her knees. Pride swelled within Junwoo as he reflected on the incredible advantage afforded to him by the Gauntlet of Instigation. He wondered whether the boss would continue to underestimate the true potential of his artifact. While Junwoo acknowledged that level differences paled in comparison to the advantage provided by superior equipment, the boss consciousness returned. As she regained her bearings, her expression a mask of determination tinged with a hint of frustration. With a resounding roar that echoed through the battlefield like a Viking warrior's battle cry, the boss signaled her readiness. Junwoo, taken aback by the boss's swift recovery, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at her resilience. Despite his best efforts, Junwoo found himself struggling to defend against the boss's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the boss continued to press forward with single-minded determination. With a dawning realization, Junwoo acknowledged that he may have underestimated the boss's strength and resilience. Despite wielding powerful artifacts and equipment, he found himself struggling to match the boss's relentless onslaught. Despite his efforts to be quick and agile, Junwoo found himself struggling to evade the boss's relentless counterattacks. However, he seized the moment, reaching out to grab the boss's arm. Caught off guard by Junwoo's sudden use of a spell, the boss felt a surge of confusion wash over her as she struggled to maintain her grip on her axe weapon. Summoning all his strength and determination, Junwoo made a bold decision to wrestle the boss to the ground. To Junwoo's surprise, the boss's resistance seemed to falter under the force of his assault. Junwoo maintained his hold on the boss, refusing to relent until she was finally rendered unconscious. As the moments passed, her movements growing weaker as she succumbed to the relentless pressure of his hold. As he looked down at the unconscious form of the boss, he advised her to take a much-needed rest. However, to his relief, the boss remained completely unconscious, her form motionless as she lay sprawled on the ground. As the dust settled from the intense duel between Junwoo and their boss, the underlings stood in stunned disbelief. Junwoo, his gaze steely and unwavering, met the astonished stares of the underlings with a fierce look of his own. Fury burned in the eyes of the underlings as they stood poised to avenge their fallen boss, their muscles tense and their fists clenched in readiness for battle. However, Junwoo advised them to reconsider their actions if they wished to avoid further escalation. As Junwoo issued his warning, a tense silence descended upon the room, with not a single underling daring to move a muscle in defiance of his command. With the confrontation with the guild resolved, Junwoo felt a sense of relief wash over him, and wondered if the experience had made him stronger. Despite the evident growth he had experienced, Junwoo acknowledged that he still had a long way to go before he could consider himself truly formidable. In the quiet moments of solitude, Junwoo found himself reminiscing about his comrade, Raymond. Junwoo recalled Raymond had been his very first companion when he had first found himself trapped within the confines of the game. As the evening stretched on, Junwoo found himself consumed by thoughts of his friend Raymond. Meanwhile, in a shadowy dungeon, far removed from the bustling streets of Liburnas and the adventures of Junwoo, a different tale unfolded. Raymond found himself ensnared in the clutches of his captors, his once indomitable spirit now shackled by chains of iron and despair. Beside him lay his two companions, their forms limp and unmoving, their faces etched with the weariness of captivity. As Raymond's desperate pleas echoed through the dank corridors of the dungeon, his captors remained unmoved. But then, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman whose presence were commanding the attention of all who beheld her. Referred to with reverence as Lady Scarlet, she exuded an aura of authority and power. Approaching her underling, she hoped her subordinate had gleaned valuable information from Raymond. The underling's face lit up when he relayed that through methods of cruel persuasion, he had succeeded in extracting the information they sought from Raymond. Scarlet and her underling appears to be looking for Junwoo as they targeted anyone who became involved with Junwoo. The carriage driver who aided Junwoo's journey to Liburnas became a target of Scarlet's inquiry, yet their attempts to extract information from him proved fruitless. Scarlet's confusion deepened as her underling conveyed that despite their efforts, the captives consistently claimed loyalty. Scarlet's disbelief mounted as she contemplated the sacrifices made in the name of loyalty. Casting a cold gaze over their captives, she viewed their unwavering allegiance as a misguided path that only led to suffering. Amidst Scarlet's dealings with the captives, her attention was diverted by a knight bearing a letter. Accepting the missive, she noted it was from Adara, prompting her to swiftly delve into its contents. She discovered detailed reports similar to Junwoo's traits, including his presence in Liburnas, possession of an explosion skill, and similarities to his fabricated identity as Monty. Intrigued by this information, Scarlet contemplated using Junwoo's trail as a means to uncover leads on Monty, the enigmatic mercenary. As Scarlet connected the dots, a realization dawned upon her that the mysterious mercenary could indeed be Monty. Determined to pursue this lead, she resolved to journey to Liburnas for further investigation. Meanwhile, Raymond's fear intensified as Scarlet issued a chilling command to her underling, instructing them to take care of their captives. Raymond's fury surged as he realized they had been deceived, falsely promised release in exchange for information. tears welled in his eyes, a poignant blend of fear and frustration swirling within him. As night fell, the fate of Raymond and his companions remained shrouded in uncertainty, a tragic and unfortunate mystery awaiting resolution. Meanwhile, on Junwoo's side of the story, the boss regained consciousness. She pondered why Junwoo had spared her life. Junwoo offered clarification, revealing his initial intent had been simply to engage in conversation. Junwoo further explained that his visit had not been intended as a precursor to their annihilation. With a newfound sense of composure, the boss opted to listen attentively to Junwoo's intentions. Junwoo reiterated his previous explanation, emphasizing that Sigmund had tasked him with the mission of uniting the two factions of the underground. Junwoo expressed his reluctance towards the idea, considering it to be a burden. Furthermore, he foresaw that if he successfully unite the two factions, he would inevitably find himself constrained by the responsibilities of managing the ensuing unity. Junwoo's demeanor shifted, his eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness as he formulated an alternative strategy. The boss was taken aback as Junwoo suggested unifying the back alleys instead. Despite Junwoo's proposal, the boss remained skeptical, deeming his idea too impractical. Junwoo admitted his previous attempt to propose the idea to the Golden Dawn, but they lack of alignment and a lingering suspicion of potential betrayal. Junwoo's demeanor shifted once more, his enthusiasm evident as he confessed his admiration for the boss of the Gorehowl. Proposing that the boss assume leadership over the unified back alleys and report directly to Sigmund, the boss was visibly cringing. In Junwoo's perception, the boss embodied strength and power, qualities that he believed made her a suitable leader for the back alleys. As the meeting between Junwoo and the boss unfolded, one of the thugs, the bald man, reminisced about his decade-long tenure with Gorehowl. Recollecting the past, he recalled a time when the back alleys weren't divided among various factions. Instead, it served as a melting pot for criminals of all sorts. The memories flooded back vividly for the bald man as he recollected that a single individual had successfully brought unity to the chaos of the back alleys. That person, he revealed, was none other than the boss herself, whose name was now unveiled as Tusk. Tusk wasn't solely defined by her prowess in combat. She exuded charisma and displayed exceptional leadership qualities. The bald man held Tusk in such high regard that he firmly believed she was destined to reign over the back alleys, which led him to pledge his allegiance to her. Returning to the present moment, Junwoo confidently proposed his plan to make Tusk the ruler of the back alleys. Without a moment's hesitation, Tusk's eyes lit up with excitement, and she wholeheartedly agreed to Junwoo's proposition. Despite Tusk's enthusiastic agreement, the bald man remained skeptical and couldn't shake off a tinge of jealousy seeing Junwoo getting closer to Tusk. In their first plan, Junwoo proposed planting bombs in strategic locations around the city to create chaos among rival guilds. Additionally, he suggested recruiting the fleeing Golden Dawn members after the explosions. However, Tusk expressed concern about potential interference from knights and guards. Junwoo reassured Tusk that they would be untouchable, and even suggested that the knights and guards might assist them. He believed that this action would elevate the reputation of Gorehowl, portraying them as heroes of the town. Junwoo was confident that with Tusk gaining fame, she would quickly ascend to become the ruler of the back alleys. The bald man remained skeptical, concerned that their actions might be a setup orchestrated by Sigmund. The bald man wasted no time in expressing his concerns to Tusk, suggesting that Junwoo's plan could be a trap. He fervently urged Tusk to exercise caution and not place blind trust in Junwoo. Junwoo, on the other hand, was taken aback by the bald man's outburst. Tusk's voice cut through the tension, commanding the bald man to cease his protests. She asserted her authority, reminding him that despite their doubts, Junwoo had spared them, and to consider the potential benefits of the opportunity Junwoo presented. Junwoo observed with satisfaction as Tusk's words quelled the dissent among her followers, reaffirming her leadership. Meanwhile, the bald man, though outwardly compliant, harbored lingering doubts about Junwoo's intentions. Under the cover of the night, a visitor approached Sigmund's house. Sepia, startled by the unexpected visitor at this late hour, cautiously opened the door. Sepia was surprised as she recognized Junwoo standing before her, his expression bearing an air of satisfaction. Junwoo explained that he had come to check on Sepia's well-being, showing genuine concern for her. Sepia expressed her worry, feeling a sense of suffocation when Junwoo was not around, hoping it wasn't a significant issue. Junwoo believed it was best to keep Sepia close for her safety, but he also tried to maintain some distance to ensure her well-being. Junwoo reassured Sepia that he would soon complete his tasks in Liburnos and return to her side. Junwoo urged Sepia to start preparing to leave, advising her to pack her belongings and bid farewell to Sigmund. Sepia felt a bit disheartened by the prospect of leaving, realizing she had no choice but to accompany Junwoo. Junwoo empathized with Sepia's situation, understanding that leaving again meant she would be distanced from her home once more, just after returning. Junwoo tenderly patted Sepia's head, offering reassurance to work together to find a solution to dissolve their alliance contract as they journeyed onward. Junwoo also made a promise to Sepia that he would show her an incredible view of the Liburnos skyline, unlike anything she had ever seen before. As the night deepened, Junwoo wandered through the woods. Junwoo couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable with the idea that he might not be very skilled at providing comfort to others. With Sepia's well-being checked, Junwoo redirected his focus to his remaining tasks. Junwoo rendezvoused with Sigmund in the heart of the forest to provide updates and insights. Junwoo expressed gratitude towards Sigmund for patiently waiting while he concluded his conversation with Sepia. Sigmund cautioned Junwoo against becoming overly arrogant, emphasizing that he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Sigmund disclosed that he had hired someone to shadow Junwoo throughout the day to assess his performance. Sigmund expressed surprise that in just one day, Junwoo managed to involve himself with both factions in the back alleys and also took on some mercenary work. He speculated that Junwoo might have needed extra money, hence his engagement in mercenary activities. Sigmund disregarded Junwoo's other activities, focusing instead on his infiltration of the Gorehowl, a group known for its criminal activities. He expressed concern that if something were to happen to Junwoo, Sepia could also be at risk. Junwoo reassured Sigmund that his actions were part of a larger strategy, but he emphasized the need to maneuver cautiously. Sigmund listened carefully to Junwoo's detailed plans for the night. Sigmund sought clarification on whether Junwoo planned to capture the Gorehowl, while they believed the knights were supporting them. However, Junwoo advised Sigmund to allow the Gorehowl time to handle the Golden Dawn first, and only after that, they would move in to capture the guild. Sigmund was puzzled by Junwoo's mention of a signal. However, Junwoo reassured him with a smile, revealing that their signal would be none other than explosions. Sigmund remained skeptical, expressing concern for the well-being of civilians. However, Junwoo swore that they would not be harmed in their plans. As the day of the battle approached, the streets of Liburnos remained deceptively calm, resembling the surface of a still lake. However, beneath this facade, preparations for the impending conflict were underway. Tusk, on the other hand, felt a sense of satisfaction as her guild had successfully installed the explosives throughout the city on the previous night. Tusk informed her guild that the catalyst would activate, triggering the bombs to explode precisely at noon. As they discussed their plans, Tusk couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, almost as if she wanted to start celebrating early. Tusk believed that this was their moment to shine, as the back alleys would finally unite under their leadership, with a benefactor sharing the same goal. She expressed frustration that Sigmund's knights always seemed to interfere, especially when they were confident they could defeat the Golden Dawn at any time. However, Tusk felt as though Junwoo was like an angel who had fallen from the sky, miraculously solving their problems in an instant. She couldn't help but glance at the tower clock, realizing that it wouldn't be long until noon. She was so excited that her eyes seemed to gleam red with anticipation. Time seemed to slow down as she eagerly awaited the approaching event. At that moment, Tusk felt her senses tingling. As someone accustomed to battle from the north, it was a warning she couldn't ignore. Danger was approaching. It finally dawned on Tusk that something was amiss in the situation. Everyone was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, especially after the earlier celebrations. Tusk swiftly checked their storage boxes, her instincts screaming that a threat had been lurking right under their noses all along. With trembling hands, she opened one of the boxes, her disbelief growing with each passing moment. Inside the box lay the very bombs they had installed around the town, their timers ticking away ominously. The realization hit them like a tidal wave that they had been completely fooled. Adding to their frustration, Junwoo had left a note, sporting his drawn face, seemingly mocking them. And all of a sudden, explosions rocked the Gorehowl's headquarters instead of scattering across the town as planned. In a surprising turn of events, the bombs that were supposed to cause destruction around Liburnos had been replaced with dazzling fireworks. The sudden display left everyone in awe, and the atmosphere shifted from one of fear to one of joy. Even children laughed and cheered. As the citizens went about their daily routines and workers paused from their tasks to gaze at the mesmerizing display, feeling a momentary relief from the tension that had gripped the city, they even acknowledged their lord. Sepia, too, was captivated by the spectacle, her attention drawn to the vibrant bursts of light visible from her window. Sepia's face lit up with joy, her expression mirroring that of a child enthralled by a wondrous sight. Meanwhile, Junwoo, feeling utterly drained from the exertion of swapping the bombs with fireworks, could finally allow himself a moment of rest. Junwoo marveled at the Gorehowl's diligence in setting up so many bombs around the city, which he picked up one by one. However, the task of swapping them all with his own item, the Christmas fireworks, left him feeling utterly drained, pushing him to the brink of extreme fatigue. Despite his exhaustion, witnessing the spectacular display of fireworks brought Junwoo immense joy and made all his efforts feel worthwhile. The mesmerizing fireworks continued to illuminate the night sky, captivating the attention of everyone who watched. One of the citizens speculated that perhaps the fireworks were a gift from the town's lord, intended to delight and entertain the residents. However, amidst the distraction of the fireworks, one observant citizen sensed that something was amiss. Panic spread through the crowd as they realized that the source of the flames was the headquarters of the Gorehowl. Some assumed that the fireworks had somehow ignited the building. On the other hand, Junwoo felt a surge of accomplishment as he received experience points for his victory over Tusk and the Gorehowl executives. However, amidst the chaos caused by the explosion, some surviving members of the Gorehowl speculated that the Golden Dawn was behind the attack. The bald man, fiercely loyal to Tusk, tracked down Rudin for a confrontation, adding to the chaos in the back alleys. Despite the violence, the conflict among the factions lessened Junwoo's burden, as they were occupied with internal strife. Junwoo observed the factions battling among themselves, deciding to leave the cleanup to Sigmund and his knights. In less than an hour, Sigmund and his forces arrived to restore order amidst the chaos. Sigmund took charge, directing his knights to remove the criminals from the back alleys. Junwoo felt relieved to see Sigmund taking control of the situation. Since Sigmund was occupied, Junwoo decided it was a good time to visit Sepia. Junwoo saw this as the perfect opportunity for him and Sepia to depart while Sigmund was away. Junwoo hoped that Sigmund's attitude might soften once he reunited with his younger sister, Sepia. On the other hand, Sepia realized that the fireworks she witnessed might have been the beautiful sight that Junwoo promised to show her. As Sepia enjoyed the spectacle of the fireworks, she couldn't shake off the thought of having to leave the place soon. Sepia's attention was abruptly drawn away from the fireworks by the sound of a heavy knock on her door. Sepia cautiously approached the door and inquired about the identity of the person knocking. With a sense of unease, Sepia cautiously approached the door, knowing that she had locked all doors. She hesitated, her mind racing with thoughts of potential danger, unbeknownst to her. The danger she feared was already lurking within the confines of her home. Sigmund and his knights meticulously combed through every corner of the back alleys, ensuring that the area was secure and any remaining threats were neutralized. Sigmund commended his knights for their dedication and diligence in restoring order to the back alleys. Sigmund grudgingly acknowledged that everything had unfolded according to Junwoo's plan, though he was reluctant to admit it. Sigmund reminisced about the pivotal moment when the Gorehowl's self-destructive act obliterated the Golden Dawn, inadvertently easing the success of their operation. Gratefully, Sigmund ensured that the surviving members of the Gorehowls were tended to by his knights. Feeling a growing sense of trust in Junwoo, he instructed his knights to collect Rudin's corpse, planning to depart once the cleanup was complete. Sigmund, sensing an unusual energy emanating from Rudin's lifeless form, couldn't shake the feeling of foreboding. The air around Rudin seemed to ripple with an eerie aura, casting a shadow over the scene. Sigmund, struggling to make sense of the situation, found himself drawn to the familiar energy surrounding Rudin's body. With a sinking feeling in his gut, he recognized the ominous aura as one typically associated with the demon race, sparking a sense of dread within him. As the demonic aura surged upwards into the sky, Sigmund's heart skipped a beat, realizing the imminent danger looming over his sister, Sepia. With urgency in his voice, he swiftly commanded his knights to mobilize and race to Sepia's home. Amidst the chaos, Sepia lay unconscious, vulnerable to the looming threat. Fortunately, Junwoo had arrived just in time, standing as a beacon of protection in the face of danger. Ruden stood in the room, emanating a furious aura that unsettled Junwoo. Despite the tense atmosphere, Ruden's request for a conversation surprised Junwoo. Ruden's survival contradicted the events Junwoo recalled from his previous playthroughs. He remembered Ruden's character focused on expanding the Golden Dawn through business ventures rather than engaging in gang activities, and disappeared after Sigmund's awakening. As Junwoo pondered the situation, he considered the possibility that there was more to Ruden's character than he had initially thought. Observing Ruden's countenance, Junwoo couldn't help but notice a stark contrast from the friendly and amiable demeanor of the Ruden he had encountered earlier. Junwoo assumed that Ruden's previous affable demeanor had been a facade all along. With this realization, Junwoo cautiously inquired about Ruden's intentions, prompting Ruden to confirm that he had a matter to discuss with Junwoo. With a snap of his fingers, Ruden initiated their conversation, releasing a surge of power. Ruden unleashed an overwhelming aura that filled the room, causing Junwoo to tense up in response. Junwoo, realizing that Ruden had sealed the room with his mana, began to wonder if Ruden possessed magical abilities. Junwoo pondered on how to defeat Ruden, considering his mysterious strength and the fact that he had Sepia as a hostage. Junwoo decided to cautiously test his suspicions about Ruden's strength and motives. Junwoo swiftly launched an unexpected attack, hurling his dagger with pinpoint accuracy towards Ruden's direction. To Junwoo's surprise, the dagger found its mark, piercing Ruden's side and drawing blood. With determination, Junwoo followed up his initial strike with a powerful final blow aimed at incapacitating Ruden. Ruden, unable to withstand the force of Junwoo's attack, was struck down, unable to retaliate. Despite the gruesome scene before him, Junwoo remained determined to gauge Ruden's true strength. As if in response to the wounds inflicted upon him, Ruden began to emit a radiant glow from the injuries Junwoo had dealt him. Junwoo recognized that eliminating Ruden might not be as straightforward as he initially thought. With Ruden momentarily incapacitated, Junwoo swiftly moved to grab Sepia, ensuring her safety. Junwoo positioned himself protectively in front of Sepia, anticipating Ruden's potential retaliation. Ruden's rapid recovery surprised Junwoo, who observed in awe as the scars he inflicted on Ruden disappeared. Ruden, sensing Junwoo's realization, assumed that Junwoo had uncovered his secret. With a smirk, Junwoo acknowledged that he had indeed uncovered Ruden's secret. With a confident tone, Junwoo confirmed Ruden's identity as a vampire. With certainty, Junwoo explained that vampires in the game possess a distinct regenerative ability, which aligned with Ruden's. Ruden taunted Junwoo, suggesting that despite his impressive equipment, he still lacked the strength to truly challenge him. Junwoo admitted to himself that he was indeed not as strong as he could be. Relying heavily on his powerful items, he acknowledged that even his remarkable sword was only at level 60. Aware of Ruden's superior strength, Junwoo responded with a slick remark, asking if Ruden would consider buying him new equipment. Junwoo pointed out that Ruden was in the wrong, as he had broken into Sepia's home and attempted to kidnap her. Ruden found it interesting, as if Junwoo was playing dumb. He flexed his muscles and cracked his fist as if to showcase his readiness for the impending confrontation. Junwoo's eyes narrowed as he anticipated Ruden's next move. As Ruden gathered himself for a counterattack, Junwoo braced himself, ready to defend against whatever onslaught was about to come. Junwoo only realized that he was about to be attacked when Ruden's fist was dangerously close to his face. Junwoo's quick reflexes saved him as he instinctively used his sword to shield himself from Ruden's attack. Despite successfully blocking Ruden's attack, Junwoo still felt the force of the impact reverberating through his body. Ruden then revealed his fist, which took on a monstrous appearance, resembling his true form. Ruden acknowledged Junwoo for holding out pretty well, despite the force of his attack. Ruden taunted Junwoo, mocking him for his apparent struggle and suggesting that his strength was still insufficient to face him. Junwoo, unable to maintain his grip on his sword, found himself vulnerable as Ruden's claws nearly slashed him. Ruden wasted no time, immediately preparing to launch another attack at Junwoo without giving him a moment to recover. Ruden surprisingly took a moment to offer Junwoo advice, pointing out an opening that Junwoo could exploit to gain an advantage in their fight. Junwoo seized the opportunity and hurled a nearby candle holder directly at Ruden. Junwoo aimed with precision, ensuring the candle holder would hit its mark. The force of Junwoo's attack caught Ruden off guard, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. Despite the impact of Junwoo's attack, Rudin, being a vampire, swiftly regained his balance and remained unimpressed by Junwoo's choice of weapon. Rudin, seemingly unfazed by pain, effortlessly removed the candle holder that had pierced him. Junwoo retorted sarcastically, suggesting that perhaps the cut wasn't deep enough, considering he had aimed to incapacitate Rudin. Rudin acknowledged Junwoo's strategy, noting that Junwoo intentionally left himself open to set up a counterattack. Rudin expressed admiration for Junwoo's tactical thinking, despite facing an opponent with superior speed. Realizing that the silver candle holder had little effect on Rudin, Junwoo concluded that Rudin must be a high-class vampire. Rudin suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, as if he found Junwoo's actions amusing and worthy of admiration. Rudin then declared that Junwoo had passed his test. Junwoo was annoyed, unable to comprehend Rudin's true intentions despite passing his test. Rudin, on the other hand, clarified that he was certain he knew who Junwoo was. As Rudin revealed Junwoo's identity as the Forgotten Swordsman, Junwoo's expression shifted from surprise to curiosity. He couldn't deny the familiarity in Rudin's words, nor could he ignore the sense of recognition that stirred within him. Rudin emphasized that while he knew Junwoo as the Forgotten Swordsman, he didn't possess any further information beyond that. Junwoo speculated that Rudin might belong to a hidden class or faction within the game, given the clues hinting at his identity. Rudin started to recount his backstory, revealing that he was a vampire who had lived for thousands of years and had risen to become the head of his clan. Junwoo came to the realization that Rudin wasn't just a high-class vampire, but rather a vampire lord, a significant distinction among vampires. With Rudin's extensive background and power as a vampire lord, Junwoo speculated that Rudin must be at least level 350. Junwoo realized that if Rudin had been serious in dueling him, he would have likely met his demise. Rudin clarified to Junwoo that he was the only vampire in town, suggesting that his presence there was unique and perhaps strategic in some way. Junwoo expressed surprise upon learning that Rudin was the only vampire in the area. Rudin's mood shifted as he reminisced about the past. Rudin disclosed that Libornos harbored lost history dating back thousands of years, concealed within the murals of the Forgotten Temple. Rudin gazed at Junwoo, acknowledging the accuracy of his statement. The game notified Junwoo that his encounter with Rudin, who remembered the forgotten history, triggered a quest that he needed to uncover. Excited to learn more, Junwoo eagerly awaited Rudin's explanation, knowing that Rudin held the background story of the Forgotten Swordsman quest. Junwoo's enthusiasm was palpable as he urged Rudin to divulge further details about the history of the power associated with the Forgotten Swordsman. Rudin commenced with a narrative that traced back thousands of years to the Holy Age, setting the stage for the unfolding saga. Rudin elaborated that in those ancient times, the deity revered above all others was Luna, the goddess of the moon. However, in those distant times, numerous deities imparted their teachings to humanity, and among them were deities of even greater power than Luna. And Rudin seemed to have admired one particular deity who was stronger than Luna. Rudin then revealed his tattoo, a symbol signifying his worship of this deity, who is the goddess of the sun. Junwoo was taken aback to learn that Rudin revered a deity who had existed since ancient times. Junwoo found it intriguing that Rudin's tattoo resembled the armor worn by the knights he had seen in his dreams. Junwoo felt like things were finally making sense, as he was told that there were many churches in ancient times, but Luna's was the only one to survive. Junwoo's curiosity piqued as he pondered why Luna, despite not being the strongest deity, managed to survive while the others perished. As Junwoo asked Rudin if he could tell him the name of the deity, Rudin hesitated, expressing reluctance to disclose the name of the deity, citing the strict societal adherence to Luna's authority. Rudin cautioned Junwoo to exercise caution, highlighting the potential danger they faced if their affiliation with the power of the sun was discovered, as it could lead to dire consequences. Junwoo expressed his confusion, admitting that he found it puzzling to learn about a deity he had never heard of before, especially one with such significant power. Rudin remained cautious, refusing to reveal more details despite Junwoo's frustration and insistence. Rudin reminded Junwoo to pay close attention to the murals, suggesting that they already held signs and clues to the mysteries they sought to unravel. Rudin elaborated that during the invasion of the Demon King into the human world, the sun and the moon collaborated to defend humanity. However, in the process, the moon coveted the sun's overwhelming power, leading to the sun being erased from history. Exactly, Junwoo realized that despite the grand explanation, it essentially boiled down to the moon betraying the sun. Rudin also elucidated that the moon went to great lengths by eradicating all churches, especially those dedicated to the sun, in order to erase them from history. While Junwoo was curious why Rudin was the sole survivor among the sun worshippers, Rudin revealed that he wasn't the only one, as many others were also hiding in plain sight. Rudin's fury intensified as he revealed that all children of the sun were cursed, and that the moon had joined forces with the Demon King. Additionally, the curse had turned them into monsters, unable to live nor die. Junwoo had a realization that Dark, whom he encountered at the Forgotten Temple, must have been a sun follower as well, and that's why he inherited the power of the sun. Rudin smirked as he noticed Junwoo's expression, indicating that Junwoo had figured everything out. Rudin also informed Junwoo that he is not the only person who holds the power of the sun today. Rudin revealed that Sepia also possesses the power of the sun, much to Junwoo's surprise. As Junwoo recalled Sepia's berserk state when she unleashed her powers, he understood the gravity of the situation even more. The revelation that Sepia also possessed the power of the sun shocked Junwoo, who had previously assumed that her incredible strength was merely a coincidence. Rudin's revelation that his true intention in visiting Libranos was to meet Sepia, only to find out she had been kidnapped at the time, elicited a chuckle from him. Rudin expressed a sense of destiny in meeting Junwoo, while Junwoo maintained his belief in forging his own path. Junwoo's perspective shifted as he contemplated the idea that his journey and the encounters he had were part of a larger plan orchestrated by the deity of the sun. As Junwoo grappled with the weight of the revelations, the vibrant display of fireworks continued to illuminate the sky above Libranos. Scarlet's arrival in Libranos marked the beginning of her schemes. Scarlet and Krupies, united by their shared goal of pursuing Junwoo. Scarlet instructed Krupies to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the area, as she eagerly awaited the opportunity to encounter Junwoo. When Scarlet inquired about Junwoo's whereabouts, Krupies disclosed that he had been seen in the company of Sigmund during his last observation. Scarlet was curious about the connection between Sigmund and Junwoo, but Sigmund's knights were exceptionally skilled and vigilant, making it difficult to advance her investigation. Scarlet's determination clouded her judgment, leading her to interpret Sigmund's actions as an attempt to rival the Church of Luna. With her focus redirected towards Sigmund, Scarlet's investigative efforts intensified. Krupies found Scarlet's intentions perplexing, but he sensed her determination to challenge Sigmund's principles as a knight. Scarlet's sadistic nature was evident as she eagerly anticipated the opportunity to shatter Sigmund's beliefs like a fragile toy. Scarlet, still driven by her determination, swiftly redirected her focus, ordering Krupies to prepare for their next mission without hesitation. As Scarlet and Krupies geared up for their pursuit of Sigmund, unaware of his urgency to reach Sepia's home, where a significant turn of events was about to unfold.
Lost in the labyrinth of over the fantasy, Junwoo pondered his existence. Due to some divine intervention, a wave of disbelief washed over him because of a god. Meanwhile, as Junwoo's thoughts swirled, Rudin, ever vigilant, detected a presence lurking nearby. With a knowing smirk, Rudin sensed the approach of Sigmund, his suspicions confirmed. Recognizing the impending danger to Sepia, Rudin swiftly made the decision to cut their conversation short, knowing that their safety was paramount. As Rudin abruptly ended their discussion, Junwoo's surprise was palpable as Sigmund's voice echoed from the other side of the room. Before departing, Sigmund assured Junwoo that he would receive the answers he needed in due time. Sigmund urged Junwoo to make his way to Astellum, emphasizing that Rudin's friend awaited him there. As Rudin bid his polite farewell, he offered a heartfelt prayer, imploring Junwoo to embrace the revelations without doubt, trusting in the journey that lay ahead. With determination blazing in his eyes, Rudin cast a hopeful gaze towards the sky, silently praying for the dawn of a new day. Junwoo stood rooted to the spot, watching as Rudin's form gradually faded into the shadows. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. With a desperate lunge, Sigmund smashed through the door, his heart pounding with fear for his beloved sister. He rushed into the room, his voice booming as he demanded to know the whereabouts of the intruder. Instead, his eyes fell upon Sepia, lying unconscious on the floor, and there, standing before him, was Junwoo. As Sigmund's gaze swept across the room, confusion clouded his mind. Junwoo, on the other hand, was informed by the game that he just uncovered the forgotten history. He learned that delving deeper would unveil more mysteries. Following the unexpected turn of events, Junwoo found himself confined within the bleak confines of a jail cell, his freedom stripped away in an instant. Hungry and weary from his ordeal, he mustered the courage to approach the guards, but the guards remained steadfast in their duty. Junwoo let out a weary sigh, the weight of his predicament settling upon his shoulders. But after all, he had anticipated the possibility of trouble ever since his encounter with the demon, and Ruden's sudden disappearance had only served to confirm his suspicions. As Junwoo sat in the dim confines of his prison cell, contemplating his next move, the unexpected sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Junwoo called out to Sigmund, but the guard just delivered a dedicated report that nothing suspicious had occurred. The guard scolded Junwoo for his impertinence. However, Sigmund remained unfazed as he stepped forward to address the situation himself. Without hesitation, the guard acquiesced to Sigmund's order. Junwoo voiced his frustration to Sigmund, questioning the severity of his imprisonment given his status as a benefactor. Sigmund responded with a reassuring smile and apologized, explaining that Junwoo's incarceration was merely a precautionary measure. Sigmund's demeanor shifted. He carefully explained that someone from Luna had arrived in Libranos, actively searching for them. Junwoo's facade of toughness faltered, his mind raced with thoughts of the looming threat from Luna's forces. Sigmund warned him that people from Luna were actively seeking his alias, Monty, and the memory of the explosion and his involvement with the demons. With a deep breath, Junwoo steeled himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Sigmund disclosed that he had chosen to disregard Luna's demands, knowing full well that they were actively searching for both Junwoo and Sepia. Junwoo's concern deepened as he realized the gravity of Sigmund's decision, especially when Luna's influence extending across the world. In Junwoo's mind, despite Sigmund's authority and the strength of his allies, they were no match for the vast reach and power of their adversaries. But despite the looming threat posed by the Church of Luna, he remained resolute in his determination to protect Sepia at all costs. Despite their alliance, Sigmund harbored doubts about entrusting Junwoo with his complete trust. However, faced with limited options and the pressing need to ensure Sepia's safety, Sigmund acknowledged that he had no choice but to rely on Junwoo. Junwoo wondered about Sigmund's plans, but Sigmund's thoughts were consumed by a singular focus of stopping the Church of Luna at all costs. However, their plans were suddenly disrupted as the guards rushed in, their expressions grave as they delivered a dire warning that the Church of Luna had arrived. A flicker of irritation crossed Sigmund's face at the unwelcome news, but he quickly masked his emotions with a steely resolve. Sigmund wasted no time as he instructed Junwoo to take Sepia, who was hiding in his room, to safety. As he watched Junwoo prepare to depart with Sepia, a pang of dismay washed over Sigmund. As Sigmund braced himself to face the representatives of the Church of Luna, a steely determination gripped his heart. Meanwhile, Junwoo watched with a heavy heart as Sigmund prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. With Sigmund's sacrifice weighing heavily on his mind, Junwoo wasted no time in springing into action. However, Junwoo couldn't help but wonder if Sigmund would be able to hold back the relentless forces of Luna. Back then, he had viewed them as allies within the game world, their presence seemingly benign amidst the virtual landscape. However, a pivotal conversation with Ruden shattered this illusion, revealing the true nature of the Church of Luna as a formidable adversary. He found himself unable to shake the impact of the plot twist that had unfolded before him. Despite the chills of apprehension that coursed through him, Junwoo couldn't deny the thrill of excitement that accompanied each new revelation. Meanwhile, the arrival of the Church of Luna brought with it an air of solemnity and pride, their flag raising high as a symbol of their dominance. One of the guards from the Church of Luna stepped forward. The guard declared their right to conduct an investigation in Libranos in the name of their moon. In response, the Knights of the Libranos rejected the guard's assertion, asserting that Libranos fell squarely under the jurisdiction of the Knight Corps. Amidst the escalating tension, a sudden interruption shattered the uneasy standoff as Scarlet emerged from the shadows. her presence commanding attention with a palpable aura of menace and authority. The audacity of the guards from the Church of Luna to confront them, especially as agents of the Sanctus, seemed to defy all logic and reason. Yet, before they could voice their protest, Scarlet's actions spoke louder than words. The sudden eruption of violence left everyone present reeling in shock and disbelief. The atmosphere, once charged with tension, now crackled with a sense of unease. Sigmund's guards stood their ground, their resolve unyielding as they prepared to defend themselves against her onslaught. However, Scarlet remained unapologetic for her actions. She reasoned that she was simply exercising her rights as an agent of the Sanctus. Scarlet grins as she taunted the guards, offering them a choice to surrender Junwoo and Sepia, and the conflict would be resolved quickly. She swore that if the guards dared to refuse her, she would not hesitate to execute them in retaliation. Despite Scarlet's menacing demeanor and ominous threats, the guards remained steadfast in their resolve, refusing to bow to her demands. As Scarlet's expression twisted into a sinister grin, the air crackled with tension. But before the confrontation threatened to escalate into further violence, Sigmund emerged from the fray. The guards' surprise was palpable as they beheld their captain stepping forward to intervene. Sigmund first issued a command to his guards to tend to the fallen comrades. As the conversation unfolded, it became clear that Scarlet's knowledge of Sigmund's position and influence ran deep. Sigmund admitted that while he held a position of authority within the Night Corps, he was merely a temporary substitute in the absence of the true Lord of Libranos. However, Sigmund wasted no time in redirecting the conversation, confronting Scarlet for her unjust actions in eliminating one of his guards. Scarlet's unapologetic stance remained unchanged as she justified her actions, asserting that the guard's fate had been sealed the moment he opposed her authority. Sigmund's guards voiced their disbelief at the actions of one who purported to be a worshipper of a goddess. Is such a vile and cruel woman? Recognizing the escalating tension and the need to temper the fervor of his guards, Sigmund signaled for them to withhold their opinions. He reminded her that he had made it clear that the church's investigation could commence after his knights had concluded their duties, emphasizing that Scarlet's resort to violence was unjustified. But for Scarlet, there was an air of deception that hung about him, a sense that he was withholding crucial information. As Scarlet's mention of Sepia pierced through the air, Sigmund felt a pang of unease grip his gut. He voice laced with concern as he explained that Sepia was still in the process of recovering, both physically and mentally, and that she was an innocent bystander. With a menacing flourish, Scarlet drew her weapon. She believed that intimidation was the key to bending others to her will, and she wielded her weapon with a sense of authority. With lightning speed, Scarlet dashed forward. As Scarlet's weapon lashed out with deadly intent, Sigmund's instincts kicked in, and he narrowly evaded the attack with a swift sidestep. Though he managed to avoid a direct hit, Sigmund couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation as Scarlet's weapon grazed his cheek. With a sinister smile curling upon Scarlet's lips, she emphasized her impatience with a chilling intensity. As Scarlet leveled her weapon at Sigmund, his guards sprang into action, their readiness to defend their captain evident in their poised stances. Despite her aggression and impatience, she couldn't deny the skill and agility he had displayed in evading her attack. Despite her best efforts to unsettle him, he remained calm and composed, his demeanor unwavering in the face of danger. Inwardly, Scarlet begrudgingly acknowledged Sigmund's skill and prowess. As Scarlet pondered Sigmund's lack of a retaliatory response, a seed of doubt began to take root in her mind. Scarlet's attempt to tease Sigmund by offering him a backhanded compliment did not go unnoticed. With a sardonic smile, he referred to her as the Red Rose of the Goddess, a title that carried both admiration and mockery in equal measure. Scarlet feigned indifference, maintaining a facade of composure even as Sigmund's comment struck a nerve. With a sudden surge of aggression, Scarlet charged forward, her face contorted in a murderous expression as she launched herself at Sigmund with deadly intent. Despite the ferocity of her attack, Sigmund remained calm and composed, adopting a defensive stance as he prepared to meet her head-on. Despite her initial aggression, there was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes as she looked forward to witnessing Sigmund's true skills in combat. Meanwhile, Sigmund's surprise was evident as Scarlet unexpectedly produced a rope with the intent to bind his arms. As Scarlet's frustration simmered, she couldn't shake the feeling that Sigmund was holding back, perhaps underestimating her abilities or doubting her resolve. Without hesitation, Scarlet unleashed a swift and unexpected attack, using her knees to deliver a punishing blow to Sigmund's body. Though every fiber of his being urged him to fight back, he remained resolute in his commitment to nonviolence. Scarlet pressed her advantage, swiftly binding Sigmund's other arm with the rope she had produced earlier. Scarlet realized that he had been stalling for time, his reluctance to engage in combat a calculated strategy to buy time and protect his sister. In response to Scarlet's accusation, Sigmund remained composed and explained that he had been cautious. In Sigmund's mind, the possibility of the Luna taking extreme measures solely based on the events of yesterday seemed unlikely. What intrigued him most was the presence of demon traces from the previous day, coinciding with Scarlet's arrival in the city. He then inquired about the Church of Luna's search for Sepia and the mysterious mercenary, or Junwoo. Additionally, he inquired if Scarlet's main target was Monty, the mercenary in question. Scarlet's expression faltered as she sensed Sigmund's attempt to manipulate. Scarlet hesitated in her aggression, her resolve momentarily shaken as she confirmed that Monty was indeed their primary target. She expressed her belief that Junwoo was a key witness to the explosion incident, and questioning him about the appearance of demons was of secondary importance. Scarlet reasoned that Sigmund's protection of Junwoo would only further incriminate him as a suspect. However, Sigmund swiftly countered her argument, explaining that her speculation was based on a misunderstanding of the situation. Sigmund clarified that he had no knowledge of any mercenaries named Monty, and the description did not match with the one he had detained. Despite Scarlet's outward grin, inwardly she couldn't shake the feeling that Sigmund was actually telling the truth. Scarlet couldn't help but wonder why Sigmund was willing to risk his life to protect his beliefs, such as his pride as a knight and his loyalty to his family. Despite her contemplation, she still harbored her sadistic spirit, finding it amusing to challenge and potentially shatter Sigmund's deeply held convictions. As Scarlet was immersed in her contemplation of Sigmund's beliefs, one of her guards abruptly rushed in, a sense of urgency etched on his features. Scarlet swiftly turned her attention to the guard. To Scarlet's surprise, the guard reported that Junwoo, their elusive target, had disappeared. Little did Scarlet know, shortly before her confrontation with Sigmund, Junwoo had been making his move to reach Sepia. Challenged by the maze-like layout of Sigmund's prison, Junwoo remained undeterred, drawing upon his experience from the game. Recalling a crucial detail, he remembered that moving the bed in the third room would reveal a hidden passage. With the memory of the hidden passage fresh in his mind, Junwoo swiftly made his way out. Upon reaching the designated place, he wasted no time in pushing his body against the delicate parts of the wall. Junwoo continued to press against the wall until finally, he felt it give way beneath his touch. As he stepped out into the open air, he found himself behind the Night Corps' residence. Aware of the presence of the guards, Junwoo took great care to conceal his whereabouts as they poked around the residence. His attention, however, remained fixed on Sigmund's castle, where Sepia was presumably safe. Taking note of the layout of Sigmund's residence, Junwoo observed that Sigmund's room was located on the fourth floor of the villa. The temptation to break into the castle gnawed at him, but he knew that such a risky move could jeopardize his chances of rescuing Sepia. Junwoo faced a difficult dilemma since he couldn't abandon Sepia, knowing that she was in danger and relying on him for rescue. Junwoo felt the tendrils of stress as he struggled to find any useful items that could aid in their escape. As Junwoo sifted through his potions, carefully considering each one's potential usefulness, his mind raced with possibilities. Amidst the array of options, Junwoo's gaze fell upon a particular item. Junwoo retrieved his transformation potion from his inventory. This held the power to transform its consumer for a brief but crucial 10 minutes. As he completed his transformation, Junwoo took a moment to steel himself for the task ahead on that afternoon. Taking on the guise of a butler, he blended seamlessly into his new role. As he moved through the halls of the castle, he encountered a maid who seemed momentarily taken aback by his presence. Junwoo calmly responded to the maid's inquiry about his plans that he was on his way to attend to Sepia, following Sigmund's orders dutifully. Though Junwoo felt a pang of guilt at deceiving the maid and impersonating Ted, he knew that it was a necessary step to carry out his mission. The maid promptly escorted Junwoo to Sepia's room after he explained that he intends to deliver the necessary medications. As Junwoo approached Sepia's room, he felt smart for choosing the transformation potion over the invisibility potion, as it saved time from having to open all the locked doors. Sepia cautiously inquired about the visitor at her door, prompting Junwoo to reply that he was Ted, the servant, delivering a message. With a sense of caution, Sepia slowly opened the door to peer outside. Sepia took a cautious peek from her door and gently inquired about the message Sigmund wanted to relay to her. Before Junwoo could respond, Sepia was startled as he suddenly grabbed her hand and informed her that they didn't have much time. Sepia's initial alarm melted away as Junwoo, now reverting to his true form, revealed himself. Meanwhile, Junwoo himself was taken aback as he realized that the effectiveness of the potion had worn off, exposing his true identity sooner than he had anticipated. Sepia's curiosity prompted her to ask Junwoo how he had managed to infiltrate their mansion. However, before he could offer an explanation, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the intrusion of the Church of Luna into the mansion. With urgency gripping them, Junwoo gently held Sepia's arm, urging her to move quickly. Promising to explain everything along the way, he extended his hand to her, his gaze earnest as he asked Sepia if she trusted him. As Sepia gazed at Junwoo's outstretched hand, a sense of déjà vu washed over her. Eventually, she ultimately made the decision to place her trust in Junwoo once again. Junwoo felt a surge of relief as Sepia immediately fell in line with his plan. However, her surprise was palpable as Junwoo swiftly poured a potion over her, catching her off guard. As the effects of the petrification potion took hold, Sepia's form began to stiffen and solidify, transforming into stone before Junwoo's eyes. Without wasting a moment, Junwoo swiftly opened his inventory. Junwoo carefully maneuvered Sepia's petrified form into his inventory. He revealed that in the game, living things couldn't be stored in such a manner. But once the living things were petrified or considered to be a stone statue, living beings could indeed be stored within. Junwoo was satisfied as he recalled the moment he discovered this technique while testing the capabilities of his inventory character, Dio. Junwoo braced himself and leaped out of the window, his movements swift and precise. As he descended through the air, he maintained his focus, landing on the ground below with remarkable agility. As the guards from Luna surveyed the scene and realized that Junwoo had vanished, a sense of disappointment washed over them. Junwoo couldn't help but smirk, but he was concerned for Sigmund and the challenges he would now face in Junwoo and Sepia's absence. Junwoo's spirits soared as he contemplated the continuation of his journey. With his sights set on Astellum and the promise of finding Ruden's friend, Junwoo felt a surge of anticipation coursing through him. He was fueled by the prospect of delving deeper into the mysteries that awaited him in the undead city. In their early years, Sigmund and Sepia were both born into hardship, orphaned from birth and left to fend for themselves in the unforgiving streets of the slums. As they navigated the treacherous streets and encountered all manner of unsavory characters, Sepia and Sigmund's early encounters in the back alleys exposed them to the grim realities of the world at a young age. These encounters served as harsh lessons, teaching Sepia that goodwill came with hidden motives. In one harrowing encounter, Sepia and Sigmund crossed paths with a man who masqueraded as a gentleman, but they almost became a victim of human trafficking. In another encounter, they found themselves deceived by the outward appearance of a seemingly gentle nobleman, but nearly became pawns in the illicit trade of illegal drugs. Sepia's trust in others was severely eroded, however, her trust in her brother Sigmund remained unshakable. Until Sepia's perspective on life shifted dramatically upon meeting Junwoo, whose genuine acts of kindness shattered her guarded outlook. Through Junwoo's influence, Sepia's worldview underwent a profound transformation. As Sepia drifted into sleep, she clung to the familiar belief that acts of goodwill were often accompanied by hidden motives or ulterior agendas. However, doubts began to creep into her mind. As Sepia stirred from her slumber and found Junwoo standing before her, she questioned the validity of her long-held beliefs. Junwoo then wanted to ensure she was all right, especially considering the ordeal she had just experienced with the petrification. Sepia's thoughts swirled with self-doubt as she felt burdened both Junwoo and Sigmund with her vulnerabilities. Deep down, she knew she couldn't continue relying on others indefinitely. A pang of concern gripped Junwoo as he noticed Sepia's somber expression and wondered if her sadness was a lingering side effect of the petrification. His gaze remained fixed on her. Sepia's voice, filled with determination, cut through the air as she voiced her desire to grow stronger. Her words were laced with desperation, revealing her fervent wish to no longer rely on others for assistance. She pondered whether merely accompanying Junwoo on his journey would be enough to achieve the strength she sought. Her spirited resolve caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, as he observed the fire in her eyes and heard the conviction in her voice, a smile graced Junwoo's lips. Junwoo assured her that she would undoubtedly learn and grow from her experiences, but cautioned that the road ahead might be fraught with challenges. Sepia met his warning, affirming that she was ready to face whatever challenges awaited them and would not easily succumb to adversity. Deep down, he harbored a sense of relief of her becoming stronger, knowing that she would be better equipped to handle the challenges they faced together. Despite his promise to protect Sepia, Junwoo respected her newfound determination and resolved not to interfere with her pursuit. With the calmness of the forest surrounding them, Junwoo took a moment to explain the gravity of their situation to Sepia. She struggled to come to terms with the harsh reality that they were being hunted down, mistaken for cultists and bearers of the power of the sun. Despite the perilous circumstances they faced, she acknowledged that he had chosen to honor his promise to Sigmund by staying by her side. However, a hint of sadness tinged her words as she confessed her disappointment at not having the opportunity to bid farewell to Sigmund. Although uncertainty loomed over, Junwoo offered words of encouragement to Sepia, assuring her that they would eventually be reunited with Sigmund. Having informed Sepia of their perilous situation, Junwoo made a decision to equip her with a weapon. Junwoo presented Sepia the Crystal Curve Bow, a unique grade item and effectively would require a minimum strength status of 5 points. Sepia's fingers traced the contours of the Crystal Curve Bow as she pondered its significance. In his mind, the properties of the Crystal Curve Bow seemed tailor-made to Sepia's abilities, offering a unique blend of physical enhancement and agility. Recollecting Ruden's earlier remarks about Sepia's affinity for magic, Junwoo recognized the importance of improving her accuracy to maximize her effectiveness as a mage. Delighted by the prospect of helping Sepia hone her skills, Junwoo eagerly planned to initiate her into a regimen aimed at enhancing her fundamental abilities. As time passed, they found themselves still nestled within the depths of the forest. Their peaceful respite shattered as two menacing figures materialized before them. A tense anticipation gripped the air as one of the monstrous entities detected an impending threat. Without warning, an arrow materialized, poised to strike with lethal precision at the looming beasts. The arrow found its mark, felling one of the monstrous adversaries with a single shot. As the creature staggered from the impact, its companion stood bewildered. As the dust settled, the source of the arrow's deadly accuracy was revealed to be none other than Sepia herself. With a steady hand and keen observation, she displayed a remarkable proficiency with her bow. With swift precision, Sepia's arrow found its target, piercing through the fallen monster to ensure its demise. The remaining creature, caught off guard by its companion's sudden defeat. Sepia leaped from the tree, landing squarely on the back of the remaining monster with a surprise attack. Utilizing her weight, she delivered a powerful kick, causing the creature to howl in agony as pain surged through its body. The monster staggered, nearly losing consciousness from Sepia's powerful blow. Despite the force of Sepia's kick, the monster managed to maintain its grip on its weapon. Sepia remained composed and focused as she engaged in combat with the monster. Sepia shifted her stance, preparing to unleash another attack to render the creature unconscious once and for all. With a fiery determination, Sepia imbued her arrow with flames, intensifying her counterattack. As she closed the distance between herself and the creature, she aimed her arrow with pinpoint accuracy, directing it straight into the creature's eye. Writhing in agony, the monster was momentarily incapacitated by the searing pain surging from its eye. Sepia drew her bowstring taut, channeling her determination and focus into a single, precise shot. Sepia wrapped her bowstring tightly around the creature's neck, applying pressure with all her might. She was relentless in her determination to defeat the creature, employing a hardcore strategy without holding back. As the pressure on its neck increased, the monster struggled for breath, its movements growing weaker with each passing moment. Eventually, the lack of oxygen rendered it unconscious. Sepia stood victorious, her confidence soaring as she looked upon the defeated monsters before her. With determination in her eyes, this marked a significant milestone in her journey. Sepia's transformation was evident, as if she had shed her former self and emerged anew. She turned to Junwoo with a sense of pride, reminding him of her newfound capabilities after facing the two creatures. Junwoo emerged from his hiding spot to join Sepia, offering his commentary on her impressive display of strength. Despite his surprise, he couldn't help but praise Sepia, though there was a hint of shame in his expression for underestimating her abilities. Inwardly, Junwoo marveled at Sepia's rapid growth and development. Junwoo speculated whether Sepia already possessed knowledge of self-defense techniques and agile movements. Junwoo felt remorse for underestimating her, as he had doubted whether Sepia could handle the sight of blood. In just half a month, Junwoo was astonished to witness Sepia's transformation into a fierce and strong woman. Sepia took a deep breath after the intense battle with the monsters. However, Junwoo was still taken aback by the newfound strength and determination radiating from her as she walked away, eager to hunt down more monsters. Junwoo couldn't shake off a lingering sense of nervousness witnessing Sepia's significant growth in physical ability. What astonished him even more was that she hadn't even displayed her power from the sun yet, but if she did, he knew she would become monstrously strong. Junwoo recollected that Sepia still hadn't learned how to wield her power effectively. However, it seemed to manifest reflexively in moments of danger. Junwoo recalled a time when they found themselves in a perilous situation. Sepia inadvertently unleashed her power of the sun towards the monster out of reflex. However, her lack of control had unintended consequences. As a result, Sepia would faint every time she used her power. In the present moment, Junwoo decided to check Sepia's current status window. He observed that Sepia had reached level 30, but her character class remained concealed behind a mysterious veil. Lost in thought, Junwoo wondered if there were more special quests or hidden objectives that needed to be completed to unveil Sepia's character class. Just then, his attention was drawn to a glint on the forest floor. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the weapon, Junwoo approached cautiously. As he examined it more closely, he noticed a bag nearby, prompting him to speculate whether it belonged to the monsters they had encountered earlier. Examining the weapons further, Junwoo noticed that they seemed more suited for farming. It led him to speculate that the monsters might have been living in a group. With this realization, Junwoo became wary, considering the possibility of other active monsters lurking in the forest. Noticing Junwoo's preoccupied expression, Sepia approached him, curious about what was on his mind. However, Junwoo's thoughts were still occupied with the possibility of other monsters nearby the Orc Cave. Junwoo turned to Sepia, his mind suddenly focused on a new plan. He suggested to her that they should make a stop somewhere on their way to Estellum. Junwoo's smile widened as he explained to Sepia that they needed to meet a witch. Sepia's curiosity was piqued by the mention of the witch. In the game, witches are ambiguous. Some players viewed them as evil or cultists, others found them helpful, often providing quests. However, Junwoo knows a specific witch known as the Shadow Witch, who was said to be the disciple of the Witch of Equilibrium, and might possess knowledge beyond his own. As they walked together, Junwoo couldn't help but steal glances at Sepia. In his mind, he harbored hopes that the witch holds some answers regarding Sepia's mysterious powers. Sepia then decided to strike up a conversation with Junwoo. Sepia wanted to know if Junwoo wished to visit the witch to check her status, to which Junwoo replied positively. However, Sepia wondered if Junwoo could trust a witch. Junwoo wasn't certain, but he believed that witches held the knowledge they needed. Additionally, he was confident that if they needed to engage in combat, they would likely emerge victorious, especially considering Sepia's newfound strength. Junwoo reassured Sepia not to worry too much, as he had a plan to gain the witch's favor. Finally, after their long journey, the two of them arrived at Hafner Canyon. Deep in the canyons lay a cave, the path to what they sought. Within its depths, there was an array of potions used for witchcraft and spells. As the witch peacefully rested on her couch, her tranquility was interrupted by the arrival of her crow bearing urgent news. The crow began to caw and hop on top of the witch. The witch, still groggy from her nap, gently pets her crow to reassure it before slowly rising from her couch. The witch, still wiping away drool from the corner of her mouth, questioned why she had been abruptly awoken. Meanwhile, the crow, unable to speak in human language, communicated through its glowing eyes, conveying urgency in its message. The witch, understanding the urgency conveyed by her crow, learned of the intruders in her abode. Surprisingly pleased by the news, she saw it as an opportune moment to carry out her plans for harvesting. Surprisingly, the witch had an underling, an orc who could speak human language. With enthusiasm, she encouraged her orc underlings to rob the intruders, viewing it as an opportunity filled with positivity. The witch leaned back and waited, hoping the intruders would bring back a substantial amount of money. As she contemplated her hunger, she wondered how many days it had been since she had a proper meal. The witch eagerly anticipated the possibility of obtaining money, as it would allow her to afford a hen that could provide her with an egg each day. Meanwhile, outside her cave, crows circled in the air, seemingly monitoring the surroundings. Sepia and Junwoo cautiously approached the cave entrance, wary of any potential threats lurking within. Despite not spotting any orcs or witches, Junwoo noticed the circling crows overhead, indicating that the witch was already aware of their presence. As the orcs emerged from the cave, Junwoo decided it would be best to deal with them before attempting to meet with the witch. With excitement bubbling within her, Sepia saw the emergence of the orcs as an opportunity to display her newfound strength. Feeling Sepia's eagerness, Junwoo swiftly restrained her, reminding her of the importance of patience and strategy. Sepia, feeling disappointed by the sudden change of plans, questioned Junwoo's decision to consult the map instead of engaging in a fight. She couldn't understand the significance of map reading in their current predicament. Junwoo explained that her newfound strength also granted her the ability to read maps, a skill reserved for the adept. According to his assessment, the canyon they were in typically catered to adventurers of level 90. Junwoo adjusted his strategy, taking into account Sepia's strength. He directed her to head for the guard post to handle defense while he focused on a different aspect of their plan. Junwoo emphasized the importance of caution, advising Sepia to engage with no more than 3 orcs at once and to retreat if she became surrounded. Though reluctant to retreat, Sepia promised to exercise caution and do her best. Junwoo was relieved that despite Sepia's newfound strength, she remained humble. They both agreed on the plan where Sepia would take charge of the guard post while Junwoo handled the rest of the situation. Sepia swiftly grabbed her bow and arrow, ready to fulfill her role in their plan. Sepia stood firm, her bow at the ready, signaling to Junwoo that she was prepared. Sepia's gaze locked onto the guard post where she spotted an orc lurking. Sepia kept her focus on the orc, preparing herself to unleash a perfect shot. Junwoo then signaled Sepia to release the arrow. With sharp eyes, Sepia aims at the guard post, her focus unwavering as she prepares to release her arrow. The arrow flew swiftly through the air, propelled by Sepia's skill and determination. The arrow found its mark with unerring accuracy, striking the orc directly in the head. With synchronized movements, Junwoo and Sepia dashed towards the orcs, their footsteps echoing through the canyon. Upon the approaching orcs, Sepia's movements fluid and precise. Caught off guard, the orc stumbled forward, taken aback by Sepia's sudden strike from behind. As Sepia engaged the first orc, another orc stealthily maneuvered to launch a surprise counterattack from the side. Junwoo swiftly intercepted the approaching orc, deflecting its attack with a precise and swift strike, preventing it from harming Sepia. Sepia and Junwoo fought in perfect synchronization, their movements complementing each other flawlessly as they battled against the orcs. Sepia's arrows found their marks with deadly accuracy, piercing through the monsters' bodies as if they were mere paper targets. With each shot, she seemed to grow more confident, dominating the monsters that stood in her way. In a brief but intense exchange, the three monsters who attempted to overwhelm Sepia found themselves at the mercy of her deadly arrows. Sepia emerged from the battle victorious, and her energy seemingly boundless. Junwoo praised Sepia's prowess, handing her a bottle of water as they took a moment to rest. He expressed genuine joy at witnessing Sepia's remarkable growth. Junwoo's amazement grew as he noticed that Sepia had sustained 0 injuries despite the intense battle. Intrigued by her resilience, he decided to check Sepia's status window to see if there were any noticeable changes. Junwoo observed that Sepia had progressed to becoming a contractor at level 49, and realized that Sepia would likely need better equipment once she reached level 50. Reflecting on this, Junwoo felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing he could have provided Sepia with more suitable gear if he had known her character class. As Junwoo gazed at Sepia, he pondered that even with her new contractor status, the bow she wielded might not be capable of single-shotting an orc. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Sepia catching his gaze until she looked back at him. Junwoo, startled at being caught staring, listened as Sepia explained that she was thinking about their upcoming encounter with the witch. Sepia expressed concern about whether the witch would still be willing to have a civil conversation after the commotion they caused. Sepia expressed her uncertainty about how they would approach the witch, especially considering the potential anger the witch might harbor toward them. Junwoo responded with a reassuring smile, indicating that he had a plan in mind to handle the situation. As they entered the cave, Junwoo reassured Sepia that they wouldn't need to worry about fighting the witch. However, Sepia insisted on mentally preparing herself for combat just in case the situation escalated. Junwoo was surprised at Sepia's resilience, realizing how tough she had become. As they continued exploring, the game notified Junwoo that they had found the orc cave in the Hafner Canyon. Sepia remained cautious due to the eerie silence in the cave, suspecting that the monsters might be lurking outside. But Junwoo explained that inside the cave was the orc shaman, and they wouldn't be attacking this type of orc. In Junwoo's mind, their objective was to secure the witch's cooperation, considering they had dealt with her underlings, and eliminating the orc shaman might complicate their talks with the witch. Sepia asked about their plan, and Junwoo explained they would bypass the shaman and head straight to the witch's lab. As they proceeded cautiously, Junwoo began to sense the direction of their destination. Eventually, he discovered a small passage that served as a shortcut to the witch's lab. Junwoo recalled that when the passage or hole was first discovered in the game, there was extensive discussion on Stagnant Waters, a website. Some speculated it was a bug, while others believed it was intentionally added by the game developers. Sepia observed that Junwoo appeared to be well informed about the area and questioned if he had been there before. Embarrassed, Junwoo quickly entered the hole to avoid further inquiry. Junwoo exerted himself, pushing through the vent until it made a noise in the witch's lab. Breaking the bars of the hole, he successfully entered the lab. As they entered the witch's lab, they found her sitting and resting in her chair. Junwoo tried to get her attention by calling out to her. The witch began to laugh sinisterly, her laughter echoing through the chamber. Slowly, she turned her head towards Junwoo and Sepia, her eyes gleaming with amusement as she continued to laugh. But Junwoo and Sepia remained undaunted, even feeling relieved that they had reached the right place. The witch, however, was in tears as she lamented the loss of her orcs and the fact that her potatoes still needed to be preserved for another half a year. Sepia was taken aback as Junwoo calmly remarked on how tight the witch was with her food supplies. This only seemed to anger the witch further, as she expressed her frustration at having spent so much time researching the orcs, only for them to be eliminated. The witch unleashed her powers in front of the two of them, determined to avenge her orcs. Out of reflex, Sepia drew her bow and prepared to defend herself. Junwoo blocked Sepia to avoid engaging in combat with the witch. Junwoo remained calm and presented a mysterious bag to the witch. The witch, initially startled by his presence, studied him intently. Despite her surprise, Junwoo remained composed and began to introduce himself. Junwoo greeted the witch with a warm smile, identifying himself as Dio, an Eastern doctor who had journeyed across the Eastern Sea. He mentioned having heard about the witch's research in the Hafner Canyon and expressed his willingness to assist as he poured a bag filled with gold coins. Sepia was taken aback by Junwoo's approach, realizing that his plan involved bribery. Meanwhile, the witch remained incredulous, struggling to accept that her orcs had been eliminated by individuals seeking her assistance. Junwoo smiled awkwardly, feigning ignorance about the orcs' connection to the witch. However, he quickly shifted to a more positive approach, suggesting that he was prepared to offer something of value to the witch as a form of recompense. The witch's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the shimmering gold laid out before her. Junwoo was eager to impress, so he presented another bag full of gold coins to the witch. The witch was visibly overwhelmed by the sight of so many gold coins, causing her to sweat in excitement. She began to imagine the number of hens she could purchase with such a fortune. The witch hesitated to accept the gold coins, recalling the teachings of her past that emphasized the importance of a witch's dignity. She confronted Junwoo, questioning if he was attempting to buy her favor with the coins. Junwoo clarified that the gold coins were meant as compensation for the orcs. Eager to make amends, he then presented his true gift, hoping to impress the witch with its fiery nature. The witch was astonished as Junwoo presented her with a flaming ball called the Essence of Fire. Junwoo explained that the Essence of Fire is an extremely rare material that is highly sought after by both players and NPCs. But unlike Junwoo, who's a collector, his inventory was overflowing with this precious substance. The witch's intrigue grew as she realized the value of the Essence of Fire in her realm, contrasting it with its perceived insignificance in the Eastern lands. Junwoo, sensing her interest, delved into negotiations, offering to provide the witch with as much Essence of Fire as she desired. The witch, faced with a tempting offer, found herself in a dilemma as she pondered the implications of the deal. In a strategic move, she invited Junwoo and Sepia to sit down with her, signaling a willingness to engage in further discussions. Junwoo and Sepia found themselves in a late evening conversation with the witch. She introduced herself as Evelyn Lapis, a disciple of the Witch of Equilibrium. Junwoo and Sepia introduced themselves to Evelyn as well. As Evelyn recognized Sepia's identity, it sparked curiosity and interest in their interaction. Junwoo and Sepia hadn't yet mentioned their concerns, but Evelyn quickly surmised that Sepia was the child born with the power of the sun.
Evelyn took one look at Sepia and just knew that she was born with the power of the sun. Junwoo was surprised and wondered if Rudin had told Evelyn about Sepia's power. Junwoo thought Evelyn might be a sun worshipper because of how excited she seemed about the sun. But Evelyn quickly cleared things up, saying she learned about the power of the sun from her teacher. Evelyn dropped a bombshell, revealing that her teacher is one of the 7 stars of Walpurgis Night, with Rudin being one of them. This news left Junwoo astonished, as Rudin had never mentioned anything about this secretive group before. Evelyn then realized that she had overlooked some aspects of her explanation. She decided to give them a proper and detailed explanation to clarify any misunderstandings. Out of the blue, Evelyn's crystal ball lit up, almost like it was eager to join the conversation. Junwoo, being the gentleman he is, offered compensation, but Evelyn wanted a solid promise that he wouldn't back out later on. Evelyn skipped the formalities and dove straight into her explanation. She spilled the beans that the Walpurgis Night is like this secret club of 7 stars, who share a common goal and are devout followers of the sun. As Evelyn was spilling the beans, Junwoo's gamer brain immediately linked the 7 stars to the 5 boss monsters from the Pentagram game. But then he remembered that most witches were already in the Pentagram gang, so he figured there must be some separate clique thing going on. Junwoo finally grasped the idea that the power of the sun had been erased from history, and the 7 stars were stealthily searching for its traces. Curious, he then asked Evelyn what the 7 stars planned to do once they uncovered all the sun's traces. Evelyn couldn't help but smile as she remembered her teacher's words. Sepia and Junwoo's jaws dropped as Evelyn spilled that the Seven Stars' grand plan was to bring the sun back into action, reviving its power once again. Junwoo's mind was blown, realizing that the Seven Stars scheme would totally shake things up in a world ruled by the Church of Luna. It hit him that the game's setup was pushing him down the path of helping these sun revivers. At first, Junwoo had his doubts about going up against the Church of Luna. But now, seeing the might of those standing against it, he started having second thoughts. Plus, he had this theory brewing about how unstoppable it would be if the Seven Stars and the Pentagram teamed up. Junwoo's confidence grew as he considered the powerful ally he'd have in rebelling against the Church of Luna. He couldn't resist asking Evelyn about other sun-worshipping witches, but Evelyn hinted that there were more lurking in the shadows. Evelyn was practically glowing as she shared how committed her teacher's students were to studying the power of the sun. Junwoo then assumed that Evelyn must be quite the passionate researcher herself, especially seeing how much she loved that essence of fire he gave her. Junwoo's assumption turned out to be spot on when Evelyn admitted that she was indeed conducting research on the power of the sun. Junwoo couldn't resist teasing Evelyn about all the gripes she has about her teacher's research tactics. Evelyn was frustrated because she was researching a power that had been erased from history when she was young. She went on a full-on rant about her teacher, griping about the lack of funds and the head start they desperately needed for their research. Junwoo found Evelyn's chattiness a bit annoying, but he decided to overlook it because he acknowledged that her grievances were valid. Evelyn recalled her former classmate who also struggled with their research issues and empathized with him. Sepia chimed in, trying to lift the mood by reminding Evelyn that her teacher had entrusted her with the research, implying it was a mark of confidence. Evelyn's eyes lit up with gratitude when she heard Sepia's encouraging words, as if she had been craving that kind of support for a while. Evelyn gave Sepia a tight hug and praised her for her kindness. Meanwhile, Junwoo, being more focused on their agenda, wanted to get down to business. Junwoo inquired if Evelyn could awaken Sepia's power. But Evelyn was at a loss because she had no clue where to begin. She attempted to carefully analyze Sepia to gather some clues. She also gently held Sepia's hands, almost as if she was trying to connect with her soul on a deeper level. Evelyn reached the conclusion that Sepia's remarkable power manifests when she experiences intense emotions, a fact that Sepia affirmed. Additionally, Sepia shared with Evelyn that she tends to pass out after using her ultimate power. Evelyn had this gut feeling that the power of the sun was way stronger than she'd imagined, even as a subconscious thing. Sadly, though, she admitted she wasn't quite equipped to help Sepia get a grip on that kind of power just yet. Junwoo felt a bit disappointed, thinking they were at a dead end when it came to controlling Sepia's power. However, Evelyn brightened the mood by revealing that she could actually help Sepia stop blacking out and going wild. Junwoo was taken aback, realizing he'd been in the dark for months about Sepia's power. Evelyn clarified that she planned to use her witchy shadow abilities to awaken another consciousness within Sepia. Evelyn made it clear that her shadow wasn't just a copy of her. It was like a separate individual with its own thoughts and actions. She also explained that her shadow was another ability she possessed. After Evelyn showcased her shadow ability, she outlined her strategy to separate Sepia's power to prevent the main body from losing consciousness. However, Junwoo disagreed with the plan, expressing concern that creating a separate entity from the current Sepia could be risky and dangerous. Evelyn elaborated that the separated entity would still be Sepia, just a different aspect of her personality. Junwoo remained skeptical, but acknowledged that despite the danger, this approach could offer a viable alternative. Junwoo tried to see the silver lining, realizing that with Evelyn's help, Sepia wouldn't black out whenever she unleashed her power. Evelyn also gently reminded Sepia about the need to practice her abilities, even though Sepia confessed she had no clue how magic worked. Evelyn recommended Sepia to dive into the magic theory that witches like her learned, but it would be difficult since Sepia doesn't know how to handle mana. Evelyn explained that mana's in everyone, but without a natural knack, sparking magic would be a tough nut to crack. Sepia was a bit nervous, but determined as she asked Evelyn if she could teach her some basic magic, hoping she had some hidden talents. Meanwhile, Junwoo was just glad to see Sepia staying consistent in her eagerness to become a strong and capable individual. Junwoo and Sepia opted to stay at Evelyn's lair for their training. During their first practice session, Evelyn attempted to channel her mana and asked Sepia if she sensed anything. But no matter how bright Evelyn's mana shone, Sepia didn't feel a thing during their initial practice. Evelyn tried to cheer her up, assuring Sepia that it's perfectly normal not to master everything instantly. Sepia questioned whether magic could be used without sensing mana, and Evelyn confirmed that mana is indeed the starting point for magic. However, Evelyn clarified that even if Sepia could sense mana, it didn't automatically mean she could use magic immediately. Junwoo jumped in, saying it'd be super helpful if Evelyn could give them more hands-on help. Unfortunately, Sepia started feeling down as Evelyn explained that learning to sense mana through meditation could take ages, which wasn't practical given their tight schedule. Since none of Evelyn's solutions were convenient for the two of them, Junwoo asked Sepia to finally head out. But all of a sudden, Junwoo was surprised when Sepia started manifesting magic within herself. Sepia closed her eyes and concentrated, trying her best to unleash a fire attribute magic in her palm. The magic started intensifying, but Sepia handled it with surprising ease, showing a natural talent for magic. Evelyn and Junwoo were taken aback by Sepia's natural talent in magic, especially since it was her very first try. Sepia's magic just kept getting stronger, freaking Evelyn out since they had no clue how to rein it in. But then Evelyn had a light bulb moment when she noticed some of her stuff getting toasted by Sepia's fire magic. Evelyn totally freaked out when her research papers started burning thanks to Sepia's magic. She begged Sepia to rein it in, but in the end, they both just ended up in tears because Sepia had no clue how to stop her magic. Evelyn had to resort to using her magic staff to summon her power called the Aqua Cage. Sepia was taken by surprise as she watched water quickly surround and encase her. Evelyn used the Aqua Cage to douse the fire by splashing Sepia with water. They were all relieved when the fire was extinguished, even though Sepia ended up completely soaked. Evelyn was intrigued by how Sepia could use magic without sensing mana. On the other hand, Junwoo was still amazed and questioned whether Sepia truly manifested magic. Evelyn was totally sure Sepia had worked magic, feeling that mana pulsed from the flames. But when Sepia just mentioned feeling warmth, Evelyn got mad because it was a close call with everything nearly going up in smoke. Evelyn wondered if Sepia's magic was an ego manifestation she had heard about. Junwoo, curious about this concept, prompted Evelyn to confirm that teaching Sepia would be easier since her mana stemmed from her ego. Evelyn was thrilled to inform Sepia that she could still cast magic as long as she understood the magic theory. Hearing this, Junwoo had an epiphany that Sepia's ability was akin to a gamer who couldn't detect mana, but could use magic once they learned how. Junwoo summed it up that for Sepia to grow stronger, she needed to level up. He then turned to Evelyn, inquiring about the timeline for Sepia to grasp all the magic theory. Evelyn couldn't give a definite timeline because it varies from person to person, like her who took about half a year to grasp the basics. Junwoo was disappointed, finding half a year to be a long time, whereas Evelyn considered it relatively short for learning magic. Junwoo found himself in a tough spot, torn between his responsibilities and not wanting to abandon Sepia. However, Evelyn came to the rescue by offering to accompany them on their adventures. Junwoo was concerned, thinking that Evelyn was willing to abandon her research. However, Evelyn happily explained that having Sepia, who wields the power of the sun, right beside her would actually make her research easier. Junwoo was left speechless by Evelyn's compelling argument, realizing how convenient it would be to have her alongside them. He also reflected that it wasn't a bad plan at all, considering Evelyn's status as a trusted witch of equilibrium. Evelyn got goosebumps as she noticed Junwoo's doubtful gaze. Without hesitation, she ran to Sepia and hugged her tightly, trying to reassure them both that she wouldn't be a liability in their adventures together. Before making a decision, Junwoo first asked Sepia for her thoughts on making Evelyn their ally. At first, Sepia felt a bit overwhelmed by the idea. Sepia showed her respect by bowing her head and expressed her hope that Evelyn would be her teacher. Evelyn was touched by being addressed as a teacher, and Sepia explained that it felt natural since she believed she would learn a lot from her. Junwoo felt like he had no choice but to go with the flow since Sepia and Evelyn seemed to have formed a friendship. Meanwhile, the Seven Stars were currently having a meeting. They were all questioning Rudin about the recent events, feeling that he had made a dangerous move. They were a bit disappointed since Rudin hadn't told them all the things he found out as soon as possible. Some members teased Rudin for being a solo rider, while the leader of the meeting felt that Rudin's actions were a form of foul play. They started questioning Rudin about Sepia, who possesses the power of the sun. Rudin honestly answered that he had advised Junwoo and Sepia to head to Astellum. Rudin felt pressured to answer the question and clenched his jaws. Some of the Seven Stars were furious because they believed Sepia was too precious to be sent to a dangerous place. Crassus expressed concern about their ally Falsetto, who seemed to be caught in a crisis during a mission. He stood up, giving the impression that he was about to unleash his anger. Crassus started to unleash his majestic aura, which was so bright that it could potentially blind someone. It appeared as though he had lost his rationality as he grabbed his bow weapon. Crassus was furious with Rudin's decision to send Sepia and Junwoo off for an adventure instead of nurturing them. Before things escalated, one of their members intervened to try to stop the fight. One of the members explained that fighting among the Seven Stars was forbidden. Crassus then decided to head to the Astellum to handle things, believing that his power of the sun was different. Rudin stayed quiet as Crassus walked away. But it seemed like Rudin planned for Crassus to see for himself as he grinned while Crassus walked away. Meanwhile, Junwoo, Sepia, and Evelyn embarked on their adventure in a snowy forest. The three of them walked together in a place called Petunia. Evelyn was enjoying their walk, feeling the snow on her hands as if it were her first time. Evelyn explained that she had never left the West, which was why this was her first time feeling and seeing snow. She also mentioned the dark side that witches must be careful, or they could end up being burned at the stakes if they travel carelessly. Evelyn shared that the only witch who could travel without fear was her teacher, like she's skilled at hiding. Sepia wondered if Junwoo was feeling cold, but he remained calm despite the chilly weather. Later on, they found a cave nearby some mountains. This gave Junwoo an idea to set up a camp to shield them from the wind for a while. Sepia insisted on making a fire since she has a fire attribute magic. She gathered some leaves and sparked a fire with ease. Sepia collected some stones to make the campfire, which made their atmosphere more relaxing. Evelyn complimented Sepia, noting that she could finally use her magic without losing control. Junwoo realized that Evelyn had a big impact on Sepia, as she learned a lot from Evelyn in just 2 weeks. He also observed that despite Evelyn's unassuming appearance, she was actually quite a genius. Junwoo pulled an all-nighter, focused on digging up the history of the forgotten swordsmanship that the system kept nudging him about it. As Junwoo pondered while the girls were cozy in their sleep, he also wondered whether Rudin's friend in Astellum was part of the Seven Stars like Rudin himself. Junwoo couldn't help but wonder if Rudin's buddy in Astellum was an NPC from his gaming days. He had a bunch of theories brewing, and he was itching to confirm them once they hit Astellum. Even with just the tip of the iceberg in terms of knowledge, Junwoo felt like he'd gained a good chunk of understanding. He managed to smile as he reached into his pocket for a potion. Turns out, Junwoo suggested crashing in the cave because he knew there was a hidden potion stashed there. He figured since his status level took a hit after the contract with Sepia, he needed to recover it. After all his introspection, Sepia finally woke up. She then asked Junwoo if he had been wandering around the cave for a while. Junwoo admitted poking around, but Evelyn, on the other hand, thought it was unnecessary because they could just use her magic. Junwoo teased her about relying heavily on magic, but Evelyn defended herself by saying that only those unfamiliar with magic would see it that way. Sepia had Junwoo's back, but Evelyn wanted a comeback as she mentioned that Junwoo couldn't even teach Sepia the basics, making him a total noob. However, in Junwoo's thoughts, he felt like Evelyn's remark was stating the obvious since he primarily relied on the skills he obtained from his status window. Junwoo, wanting to flex a bit, showed off his inventory. Evelyn was surprised to see that Junwoo could use a subspace without needing an artifact for it. Junwoo jokingly told Evelyn he had the magic of ones and zeros. Evelyn was totally caught off guard and had no idea what he was talking about. After rummaging through his inventory, Junwoo grabbed the arrows. Junwoo handed the arrows to Sepia, knowing she's skilled in archery. But he seemed to have something special in mind, hinting at giving her more than just regular arrows since they were heading to Astellum the next day. Junwoo believed that Sepia needed some high-purity silver for something important. Meanwhile at Astellum, a city characterized by the motif of Lumania, and is known to harbor vampires within its borders. Junwoo wondered if vampires were also Sun devotees, but Evelyn explained that vampires have numerous factions, unlike the witches. However, Evelyn was confident that vampires not under Ruden's control would likely be hostile. Junwoo teased Evelyn, pointing out the irony that witches were also once seen in a bad light. Evelyn defended their name, saying they don't harm humans, but Junwoo countered with the fact that some witches do raid farms. Junwoo made sure to prepare some silver weapons in case they encountered hostile vampires, knowing not all vampires were allies. However, Evelyn thought it was a waste of resources. Junwoo explained to Evelyn that vampires are vulnerable to silver, which made Evelyn speculate that silver might also be effective against witches. Finally, as the sun began to set, the trio arrived at the entrance of Astellum. Junwoo found it strange that there was a grave right at the entrance of the city. He then asked Evelyn if she could use magic to disguise them, especially since they were being pursued by the Church of Luna. Evelyn wasted no time and grabbed her magic staff to start the spell. She transformed Sepia and Junwoo into blondes, giving them the appearance of siblings. Junwoo suggested keeping their hoods up for assurance since their hair color was the only change from Evelyn's spell. He also thought it wise to find a place to stay before diving into their adventure, giving them time to strategize. Later, the trio headed to a nice restaurant where they ordered delicious and hot meals. Evelyn, too, savored every spoonful of her soup, enjoying the meal along with the others. Sepia and Evelyn were totally on cloud 9 with that meaty soup. After they finished their delicious meal, Sepia turned to Junwoo, curious about their plan in Astellum. Junwoo proposed that their initial plan should revolve around creating new identities to evade the Church of Luna's pursuit. Additionally, he suggested that besides changing their names, Evelyn should conceal her identity as a witch. Good thing Junwoo had prepared an item for everyone to use as their alternate persona. Junwoo suggested that they work as mercenaries to gather information, while Evelyn was thrilled about the adventures and requests they would handle. Junwoo thought that working as mercenaries was a natural way to blend into Astellum, but it was also his strategy to level up to 150. Later, 2 knights arrived at the restaurant. Junwoo made an effort to listen carefully as the knights gossiped around. Sepia and Evelyn were also attentive, hearing about an inquisitor who had caused chaos in the city of Liburnas. One knight expressed disbelief that the city faced its downfall even though they had a strong knight like Sigmund there. Sepia felt her heart sink upon hearing that her big brother, Sigmund, had been taken by the inquisitors. Junwoo became concerned because all 3 of them could clearly hear the knight's conversation about Sigmund. Junwoo decided it was best for them to leave since the topic was sensitive for Sepia. The trio walked out of the restaurant before nightfall. In Junwoo's mind, he pondered about Sigmund's well-being and whether he succeeded in thwarting the Church of Luna or if the rumors were accurate. Evelyn, feeling uneasy, wondered if Ruden was the cause of Sepia and Junwoo being exposed to danger. Junwoo grew irritated as he confirmed that Ruden was the root cause of all the chaos, leading to the Church of Luna having another reason to pursue them. Evelyn attempted to ease the tension by suggesting that the 7 stars might have valid reasons, but Junwoo felt that those reasons only made their lives harder. Evelyn felt irritated with Junwoo because she thought he was too cold to understand. After their exchange, the 3 of them quickly sorted out some matters. The trio headed to the Mercenary Guild office of Astellum to register themselves. The receptionist then asked them to come along to begin the registration process. The receptionist instructed Junwoo and his friends to place their hands on a crystal ball for an automatic assessment of their grade. During the registration process, Junwoo used the name Leo. During the assessment, it was revealed that Sepia is a D-grade person, while Evelyn is a C-grade. Once their registration was completed, the man instructed them to proceed to the bulletin board to search for requests. They were astonished by the sight of dozens of requests. Evelyn even wondered if they could get requests from zombies and ghouls, aside from working for vampires. However, Junwoo was too focused on finding a decent request for them to take. Junwoo wanted to ramp things up by suggesting they take on all the gathering requests. Evelyn objected, thinking that would be too much to handle. Junwoo gave them a smile and explained that he needed to visit somewhere, so he had to gather requests in the meantime. Sepia went with the flow since it was not her first time seeing Junwoo being mysterious. Sepia believed in Junwoo's ability to come up with a decent plan despite his mysterious ways at times. Meanwhile, Junwoo was deeply engrossed in managing his inventory. Junwoo believed that they should gather all the targets in the requests in one go. He was confident that even if they collected hundreds of targets, they could store them all in his large storage. Other mercenaries approached Evelyn and Sepia, startling them. No matter how competent the three were, the mercenaries expressed some anxiety that they would not be able to manage taking on all of the quests. Additionally, they felt that other mercenaries seeking employment should be left in charge of some assignments. Evelyn just did as she was told to avoid any trouble, but Sepia told her to hold her ground. Evelyn was assured by Sepia that Junwoo would handle everything upon his return. The manager made the decision to summon the guards to calm things down because there has been more ruckus in the guild. But suddenly Junwoo showed up to deal with the disturbance. Junwoo hoped the mercenaries would side with them and made another peace offering. Upon examining the bag that Junwoo had brought, the mercenaries pondered about its possible contents. Evelyn and Sepia have been listening intently as Junwoo begins to outline his goals. He shocked everyone once more by promising the mercenaries that he would fulfill every request on the board. Junwoo simply smiled reassuringly at the mercenaries while he awaited the outcome. The mercenaries were, nevertheless, shocked by the quantity of jewels and jewelry Junwoo displayed on his table. After that, he inquired about their processing time and thoughts on the offer he made to them in exchange for putting all of the requests on the board. The mercenaries suddenly accepted Junwoo's offer without missing a beat. Eventually, Junwoo was treated like the boss by the mercenary. On the other side, Evelyn and Sepia were just relieved that Junwoo managed the chaos so skillfully and quickly. However, two mercenaries in the back, nevertheless, were dissatisfied that Junwoo was handling the entire task. Junwoo later displayed the entire sum of money he had earned from completing every assignment. Evelyn was so impressed, knowing that she could purchase 1 or 2 sacks of potatoes. Evelyn seemed giddy like a child when Junwoo insisted that she could keep all of the money he made. Because Junwoo secretly prefers to have a lot of experience points rather than money. Meanwhile, a few mercenaries were chatting among themselves, wondering if Junwoo was preparing to become a knight while the three of them were enjoying. Junwoo thought it was unfortunate that they had received so much attention, but what mattered to him more was that their true identities would remain a secret. Besides, he thought that nobody could see past Evelyn's sorceress charms. Meanwhile, Sepia saw that Junwoo had obtained a brand new, sparkling weapon. Junwoo felt that he should refrain from using part of his explosive power because he was well known for performing explosive magic. Fortunately, Junwoo commissioned a silver weapon specifically for the undead, and it proved to be an ideal tool for their journey to Estelum. On the other hand, since Evelyn owns the money, she extended her hand at Sepia for them to go shopping. However, Sepia had a bit of doubt since the sun would set soon, but Evelyn was just too excited to see a lot of things. But Evelyn was too excited and snatched Sepia's arm, insisting they go shopping. However, Evelyn's hopes were dashed when Junwoo confronts them for going out. Junwoo concurred with Sepia that going out at night is not a smart idea, despite Evelyn's protestations. However, Evelyn aimed to emphasize that since they are not children, they may be self-sufficient. However, Junwoo strikes a bargain, promising to return the money he provided them if Evelyn acts spoilt. Eventually, Evelyn immediately obliged by asking what room number they would be staying in. Junwoo later felt completely exhausted from all of his escapades as he rested on his bed. He could hear the girls discussing getting some frog skewers tomorrow, though, while he tried to unwind. Junwoo smiled to see that the girls were still going about their lives as if they were in high school. Junwoo, on the other hand, went to sleep with the intention of exercising the following day. That evening, all three of them get a good night's sleep in their own quarters. But now they were being sought for by the mercenaries who had been terrified by them. Simply because they made such large sums of money, The three of them had a quiet notoriety. Their main goal is to rob the three of them, but they questioned whether they were very renowned. After conducting a rapid inquiry, they learned that Junwoo was staying on the 3rd level while Evelyn and Sepia were on the 4th. The leader of these mercenaries moved like a ninja, giving orders to his men to break through the window so that not a single one of the three would remain alive. However, one of them advised being imaginative because it would be unfortunate to lose such lovely people as Evelyn and Sepia. Their leader, nevertheless, insisted on a tidy work environment because he knew the girls would lash out. Subsequently, the bandits moved forward, robbing Junwoo, who was sleeping in his bed, first. Some of them were gripping the entrance door, but they were all in their proper places. Given that the planned attack is only 10 seconds away, they were quite eager. The leader peered out of Junwoo's bedroom window with a keen eye. But they were taken aback when Junwoo attacked the person guarding the front door. The leader appeared to be in a panic, as if they had underestimated the difficulty of their plan. The leader breaks in through the window as he wondered how Junwoo found out about their robbery scheme. Then, as Junwoo was watching the door, he pulled out his blade. He was unaware, though, that Junwoo was alert and had already detected his attempt at assault. He was shocked to see that Junwoo was also brandishing his silver weapon, and he launched a swift counterattack. The next thing he knew, the blow from Junwoo's sword had rendered him unconscious. Junwoo, however, stood motionless in front of his vanquished adversary with not a single scrape visible on him. Then, in a fit of rage, he called Evelyn and Sepia to see how they were doing. However, the thieves were unaware that Evelyn and Sepia were more than simply two attractive girls because they also overcame the criminals. When the three of them eventually caught up, Evelyn questioned the robbers' motivations and identities. Junwoo only stated that they had just come across the worst kind of individuals imaginable. Despite having vanquished their adversaries, Junwoo detected a significant threat in the vicinity. He warned the girls right away to remain vigilant and not to lower their guard. Because it was drawn to the blood of their slain foes, Junwoo felt positive the menace was categorized as a beast. Since both vampires and werewolves are known to be drawn to the smell of blood, Junwoo pondered whether the threat was coming from either species. But suddenly, someone entered their room, and it was a human. When the three of them realized that the strong aura belonged to someone they knew, they were taken aback. As it happens, it was the mercenary guild manager. Junwoo questioned whether the manager was a vampire who had previously resided in human society. However, he asked the three people politely and respectfully that he had a request for them to complete. The manager hesitated a little when introducing himself. Subsequently, he disclosed his identity as Roberto, a vampire concealed among humanity. Junwoo asked Roberto about his request since he was being courteous. As Roberto expressed his worries about his master, a sharp scowl appeared on his face. Roberto was merely worried since his master is a good man who established a rule not to hurt people. But every full moon, the master becomes bloodthirsty. Roberto disclosed that he exclusively draws blood from corpses while preparing blood for a full moon. And that evening, he pursued the scent of blood from the opponents of the trio. But Roberto found out that one of the three had a unique blood type. Roberto pointed out that Junwoo's blood was more unique than the enemy's, which shocked them. Roberto asked Junwoo kindly to donate some of his blood, demonstrating his loyalty. In a state of desperation, Roberto requested a favor that would help his master. However, Evelyn suddenly used her power to tie him up. Evelyn was finding it difficult to accept Roberto's explanation because she had never heard of vampires living among people. But since all Roberto wanted was to save his master, he made no attempt to resist or even fight, instead pleading with them to let him go. Junwoo, on the other hand, wanted to give Roberto an opportunity to clarify, while Evelyn was playing the bad cop. Junwoo came up to Roberto and politely requested further information regarding Roberto's master. However, Roberto's loyalty prevents him from speaking carelessly, but he promised to spill the beans in exchange for Junwoo giving him part of his blood. However, Evelyn remained dubious as Roberto's claim appeared to be a bait. Despite Evelyn's best efforts to caution Junwoo about vampires, he secretly thinks it's funny that Evelyn is a witch. To Junwoo's mind, however, the master Roberto was referring to might have been a vampire lord, whom Rudin may have been referring to as his friend in Estellum. Junwoo simply imagined that he was meeting the Lord of the Vampires by giving blood. Junwoo then asks Roberto where his master has been and whether the place is hazardous. Although Roberto was unsure of their safety, he reassures them that he will lead them to the Kalech Forest's central camp. Junwoo volunteered to assist Roberto even though he knew the location was risky, which makes Roberto very happy. But he was so happy that Junwoo has to clarify that he will let Roberto know when they're ready. As they were already settled, the trio had a meeting if it was really alright to help Roberto. Junwoo warned the girls that the location is highly dangerous, nevertheless, without sugarcoating what he knew. But from what Junwoo knows, the central camp Roberto had indicated isn't the same. For from what he can recall, the central camp is a tranquil location where monsters have made a mutual agreement not to engage in combat. Sepia, however, was intrigued as Junwoo, who is familiar with the location, chose to ask for a little while. Junwoo responded by thinking that they ought to be well suited to take on the Vampire Lord. Junwoo later presented Evelyn a mystic robe, a unique grade with a level restriction of 150. During their small dress-up event, Junwoo made fun of Evelyn, saying that his clothes were far nicer than her old ones, which resembled sacks. Junwoo, of course, has a gift for Sepia as well. With a level restriction of 50, Junwoo gifted Sepia a unique grade necklace known as the Void Amulet, which has the ability to nullify strikes that could be fatal. Since Sepia regarded the necklace as more of a fortunate charm than an antique, she was really happy. Junwoo thought it was time for them to leave because he had given them what they would need. In the meantime, the Kalech Forest is reputed to be a werewolf and vampire hunting ground. But the creatures that live there were once humans, but an accident turned them into animals that are pursued through the forest. However, although sharing the same fate, there remained a fundamental rivalry between the two monsters that could result in their mutual destruction. And the werewolves and vampires were able to save their race because of the establishment of the central camp. Meanwhile, they were led on a cabin and eventually got at the camp with Roberto. Even though they were still outside the cabin, Roberto showed the three respect by telling them that his master was inside. Junwoo, on the other hand, was taken aback because he had anticipated seeing the herbalist, an NPC, who had assisted many players. Junwoo recognized then that they indeed were going to meet the Vampire Lord. Junwoo also came to the realization that he might have missed several NPCs, such as Ruden, who proved to be a significant figure with a lot of promise. Roberto phones his master to let him know that he has some guests before they go inside. The master threw open the door and welcomed them without hesitation. He appeared to be a typical kind grandfather who was curious about the rare blood Roberto was referring to. The master gave them a very warm welcome and even referred to the three of them as valuable guests. Then he turned to face Roberto and politely requested that he get some tea ready. Junwoo questioned whether the Vampire Lord was referring to Sepia when he referred to them as precious guests, as the master humbly accepted them. Surprisingly, though, the Vampire Lord identified one of the three. It comes out that Evelyn is also acquainted with the Vampire Lord, revealing his name to be Schubert. Schubert was happy to see Evelyn all grown up and inquired about her teacher's well-being. Conversely, Junwoo pondered whether Schubert was also a member of the Seven Stars, given that he is acquainted with Evelyn's teacher. As they all sat in Schubert's living room, he decided to formally introduce himself. Schubert identified himself as Ruden's friend, who told him about Sepia and Junwoo's well-being, which confirmed Junwoo's supposition. Schubert seemed to be more concerned with Sepia, as if she were the true gem that needed to be protected. Schubert said that Sepia reminded him of a certain individual because of her traits, which include gold eyes and silver hair. Junwoo also questioned if Schubert was one of the Seven Stars after Schubert disclosed to be a friend of Ruden's. Schubert quickly declared that he is a member of the group and occupies one of these seats. Junwoo, though it pains him to say it, acknowledged right away that he does not trust Schubert and his associates. Schubert told Roberto to calm down first since the trio is a distinguished guest, which astonished Roberto. Schubert attempted to diffuse the tension by stating that he recognized Junwoo's lack of knowledge about them. Junwoo expressed regret for his slight rudeness, but he simply finds it unacceptable that Ruden puts them in jeopardy. Junwoo has deep concerns that the Seven Stars won't just utilize them, even though they are their allies. Naturally, though, the only source he could rely on is the game system, as it offers accurate details about each character. Junwoo then used the occasion to question Schubert about the forgotten power that he had inadvertently acquired over time. Schubert thought the explanation of the power would not be too difficult. But before he revealed the truth, he felt as though he needed some confirmation. Schubert was trying to find out if Junwoo really was the solution to all of their issues. Junwoo was taken aback because he thought there would be more information revealed. Junwoo went outdoors with Schubert so that he could show him what he wanted. Then Junwoo inquired as to Schubert's desire to witness the forgotten power he possesses. Sighing, Schubert gets ready to explain. When Schubert disclosed that what he possessed wasn't actually the power of the sun, Junwoo was taken aback. Junwoo was very perplexed after learning from Rudin that he possesses the sun's power. Schubert chose to show off his own strength before continuing. Schubert leaned on his arm for support. Suddenly, he easily punched the large rock. Though he didn't do much, he was able to create a little crack on the rock. Junwoo was perplexed and believed Schubert was bragging. Junwoo questioned whether the Seven Stars' meager strength was all they had, because even players at level 300 could accomplish the same feat. Junwoo was then urged to move closer by Schubert so he could examine the damage he had caused at the rock. The atmosphere seemed to shift as Junwoo peered more intently, as though Schubert's might had suddenly been unleashed. Suddenly, the large rock broke into fragments and dust. When Junwoo discovered that the power of the sun is far more powerful than he had anticipated, he was shocked. Junwoo responded negatively when Schubert asked whether he could mimic what he did in terms of strength. Junwoo was then questioned by Schubert about his willingness to hold the power of the sun. Junwoo politely asked Schubert whether he may use the sun's power if he ever learned anything from his lessons. Schubert answered positively and explained that if Junwoo learned, that's when he could prove that he's key to their problems. Junwoo, however, remained perplexed by Schubert's statement that he was a key and questioned whether this had anything to do with the Death Knight's abilities. Junwoo, though, made the decision to stick with Schubert for the time being in terms of his training and learning. Knowing that Junwoo was open to being his student, Schubert was delighted. However, Schubert politely asked him for a favor before they began. It was then that Junwoo realized he needed to give Schubert part of his blood. Afterwards, they were all comfortably situated into Schubert's cabin. Schubert told them the story that the holders of the sun's power are cursed, and Schubert was more affected since he goes berserk every full moon. On the other hand, Junwoo thinks it's a little odd that a vampire would go crazy under a full moon. Evelyn was eager to learn from Schubert as well, but Junwoo only invited Sepia that they would be staying at the cabin for their training. Schubert clarified that although Evelyn had a wonderful instructor already, she still thought of herself as a devoted follower of the sun. That evening, Schubert laughed and advised the three to go to bed as their training would begin the following day. The camp was very quiet the following day, but Evelyn had some reservations about their veggie-only brunch. In reaction, Roberto told Evelyn she wasn't invited to breakfast if she couldn't appreciate. Since she didn't feel like she had any energy after giving blood the prior day, Evelyn wanted to protest. But the moment Schubert stepped up to the dining table, she ceased her tirade. Evelyn adjusted her attitude and said she didn't mind the food. Junwoo, meanwhile, believes that Schubert's strict vegetarianism is the reason behind his outbursts. The three went to work out with Schubert for their first day after eating breakfast. Schubert, however, wanted to see Junwoo's area of expertise first. Junwoo pulled out his signature sword right away. Junwoo aimed his blade at a wood, totally concentrated, and with one swipe, he set off a small explosion. Junwoo hits once, but the wood was cut into tidy pieces. Although Roberto thought Junwoo's skills were mediocre, Sepia was in awe. Junwoo felt uneasy because he believed his display was insufficient. Junwoo made the decision to display more of his skill as the wood fragments were thrown into the air. He was careful to aim precisely at each timber. Then he unleashed his signature mark skill, which causes his target to blow apart. Schubert was quite impressed, and Evelyn was shocked to see Junwoo employ his signature move for the first time. Junwoo was limited to what he could demonstrate, so Schubert let him stop. Schubert had a flashback since Junwoo's signature move made him think of Adelia Dark. Junwoo pretended not to know. even though he was aware that Schubert was referring to the Death Knight he had previously encountered. Schubert characterized Dark as a bold, brave, graceful, and fearless individual who didn't mind taking the lead. Junwoo came to the realization that, like the Seven Stars, she was doomed to become a Death Knight since she possessed the sun's strength. Schubert felt disappointed that they couldn't find her right away because of Dark's curse. Regretfully, Schubert, a monk who specializes in fist-style martial arts, is unable to assist Junwoo with his swordplay. Schubert, however, thought that Junwoo might call forth the power of the sun. Schubert guarantees that a person with the sun's might, even in the absence of talent, may exert immense strength. Evelyn was intrigued, as though she had never heard such counsel before. Then Schubert released the strength he was holding and extended his palm. Schubert gave a quick explanation of how the power of the sun is present wherever there is light. To put it succinctly, the power of the sun is the absorption of external light, not the user's energy. Then Schubert puts his hands in the direct sunshine. Schubert's palm seemed to be charging as it absorbed the sunshine, almost magically. Schubert relaxed and shot a laser beam from the tip of his finger. However, the laser has such a powerful effect that it caused such a large explosion. Conversely, Schubert thought that after releasing the power, he had accomplished very little. Junwoo was astonished since Schubert's demonstration of mark expertise was superior than his own. Junwoo was intrigued since Schubert appeared to be using the skill at a mid-level, but Schubert assured them that he would assist them in becoming acquainted with it. Junwoo was well aware of how far he still had to go, but he was determined to master the power of the sun. Junwoo vowed to Schubert that he would make every effort to study, and he was adamant in that moment. It had been 3 days since Schubert had instructed them. Junwoo, for his part, was channeling some energy from his body at the moment. It appeared as though he had received training in meditation. Junwoo was having trouble, though, as nothing had changed since he started meditating. Schubert clarified that Junwoo will be able to sense the power of the sun if he meditates in the sunlight. Even though Junwoo was learning to meditate slowly, he still gave it his all. Junwoo, however, was more concerned with meditation, and the girls were told to pursue physical training. While jogging, Sepia seemed relaxed, but Evelyn was finding it difficult to catch up to her. She has good stamina, which Evelyn envies, but Sepia considers it natural because she has always trained her stamina with Junwoo. Junwoo then inquired the girls how many of them they had actually hunted today. Sepia then displayed 2 tokens that represented the animals they had hunted that day. But Evelyn was agitated because Schubert wouldn't let her use her speciality when they were out hunting. However, Sepia wanted to reassure her by pointing out that Evelyn was the reason they were able to live. Junwoo finds it strange that Evelyn is acting out a little only because Schubert made their training more difficult. Schubert advised them to use spells associated with fire and light in battle, believing that the power of the sun is inside them. Even so, Junwoo finds it difficult because the forest's creatures are at level 140, which Evelyn could defeat but finds challenging given her limitations in some areas. Junwoo merely hoped that since Schubert was watching out for the girls, everything would be alright. Next, Sepia inquired about Junwoo's development regarding his own training in meditation. Junwoo recalled that Schubert had told him that his mark skill was a sun's power, and that all he had to do to perfect it was to comprehend its underlying principles. Nevertheless, despite Junwoo's awareness of the sun's abilities, he still found it difficult to comprehend its strength. Junwoo practiced his mark skill on a piece of wood and attempted to use it on various situations. He was counseled, nevertheless, to train independently of the gaming system. Junwoo remains locked out of the 4th skill, which is still a mystery, as he looks at his system window. Junwoo used his talent and ingested all the potions that could be of use, but he still felt no improvement. After lunch, Roberto at last put some meat on the table for the group. However, Roberto became irritated when he noticed Evelyn gorging on all the food as though she had a werewolf inside of her. Schubert was really pleased to see Roberto and Evelyn so animated, while Junwoo was worried since they resembled a cat and a dog. Schubert went up to Roberto and told him to be patient since those who possess the power of the sun require so much energy. Junwoo also took the opportunity, because they were all in the same room, to question Schubert about his herbalist status. All of a sudden, he recalled that the 7 stars were divided into factions, with Rudin ruling the Golden Dawn and Evelyn's teacher overseeing the witches. Schubert replied, gaining many allies in the process, that the Seven Stars had simply made the right choice in creating their own faction. Junwoo, though, questioned why the Seven Stars delayed carrying out their strategy. Sadly, Schubert replied, they had to go gradually because of the curse. Junwoo was devastated to learn that Schubert might not be as insane as he seemed. Junwoo knows that normal werewolves and vampires often go insane, but he didn't think the same reasoning would apply to a powerful one like Schubert. But since he was a monk, Schubert has been practicing asceticism, letting go of greed, and emptying his thoughts. And despite his predatory tendencies, he learned how to avoid hurting people during all those times he mentally schooled himself. Since he was cursed, Schubert candidly revealed that he didn't want to hurt other people, which is why he decided to dwell in a secluded location like the cabin. When Junwoo discovered that being heavily cursed makes it difficult to lead, he was appalled. Schubert's only advice to Junwoo, who was still inquisitive about the past, was to master the power of the sun in order to comprehend. Junwoo was ashamed as he stated his disappointment that he still did not have a procedure in his training. Schubert, though, thought Junwoo knew too much. Junwoo was taken aback as he had no notion. Schubert clarified that an individual with excessive knowledge could overcomplicate matters. Schubert then used Sepia as an example of how she picks things up fast, while having moments when her mind is blank. Sepia in response smiled awkwardly since Schubert gave her a backhanded compliment. Sepia does concede, though, that she does experience some improvement, like a nice, fuzzy feeling as a result of Schubert's hypothesis. On the other hand, Junwoo, who was aware of Sepia's terrifying gift, grinned awkwardly. Schubert turned to face Junwoo now, wanting to clarify his choice of meditation as Junwoo's training technique. Junwoo was disheartened, thinking that perhaps the reason he was told to meditate was that he wasn't very good at reading energy. Schubert informed him that his overanalysis was the only thing going on. Junwoo recognized that night that he thinks about unimportant things far too often. Junwoo thought he needed to give his head a break because he has been living in the game and overthinks his chances of survival. He considered forgetting things for a moment as he returned to his training. Meanwhile, over at Astellum that evening. In the tavern, there was a knight who ordered the strongest alcoholic beverage with dominance. The beer the knight was seeking was served, and he felt relieved. It was discovered that this knight was Galetto Houndjustus, an inquisitor. Galetto's constant yapping about his satisfaction being sent to the north, however, irritated several of the patrons. His joy was short-lived, though, as he heard some patrons chatting. Gordon and Joseph, who had recently targeted the three and ended up in a horrible position, piqued the interest of the customers. One client said Gordon and his group were stupid to underestimate the three. However, Galetto surprised the patrons by approaching and tapping them. Galetto appeared as though he had taken on a new challenge. He then inquired about the whereabouts of the individuals they were chatting about with the patrons. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.